Hello and welcome to the 2025 UKC Rotax National Trophy. I'm Kev Harris and I'm pleased to say that along with Zach Sweeney, we'll be bringing you all of the action from the commentary box on what promises to be a great day's racing. And this event sits nicely at the end of the UKC season, which wrapped up here at PF International yesterday when our 5 champions were crowned in each of those championship classes. So, with the UKC season all wrapped up for another year, today is simply a standalone go big or go home event for almost 200 of the country's top drivers. And it will see the winners being handed those golden tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain in December. A lot to play for then, and what a setting to do it on. The circuit here at PF International, well, it really is going to be a great proving ground for an event of this scale. So here we are at PF International, a circuit in the UK that is truly unique. At 1,382 metres and 15 turns, it's one that both the drivers love racing around and the spectators love watching. And since 2011, let's not forget, it's held that Grade A international licence, which allows it to host CIK FIA international karting events. So let's take a look at a lap in a bit more detail. So here we are then, this is the start of a lap. Obviously it's a rolling start from the bottom end corner there, and then you've got this front straightaway which brings you under the start-finish gantry and all the digiboard, and then it's hammer down when the lights go out and you're into that right and that left, and then it's off and under the bridge. So the exit to the bridge then sees the karts on this big sweeping left-hander rising up before they get themselves back over the bridge in the hard right 90. Back down the back straightaway. The thing to be aware of here is on a sunny day, they're going from dark to light, and for some drivers, that could be a bit tricky. So after the bridge section then, we have this back straight, which brings the karts at full speed into a hairpin. It's a complete 180, and then a second 180 through this infield area, and then we're off to sector 3, because it's almost the end of the lap. So we pick the karts up here in sector 3 then, after a 90 left and a 90 right, we have another 90 right, and then it's this lovely big sweeping right-hander and a sweeping left-hander. This is a circuit that I know the drivers love racing around. And this is where the lap ends here, a sweeping left-hander, and then it's a hard right-hander, pedal to the metal, flat out, all the way down that start-finish straight, and hopefully the checkered flag.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to PF International, where we are here to hand out 5 more tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain. You join myself, Zach Sweeney, and Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary booth, where we actually get to speak to each other today. It's nice to be back with you. So it's been a couple of months actually since we worked together. All the way back, I think the last one must have been Dunkswell for round 3 of the UKC. So it's been a while. How's it going?
Yeah, great to see you, Zach. Good to be back up in the commentary box. And suffice to say, that little opening intro there, you don't need to be Einstein to realise that we filmed that yesterday, because we're sitting here in PF today with fog in the sky once again. Done a great job already with a slightly adjusted schedule to get some qualifying and practice done out on the track this morning. Timed practice effectively, so qualifying for the heats and then the finals that we are going to be able to bring you. So yeah, it was a lovely sunny day here just north of Grantham yesterday, but today somewhat different. These are the live pictures then, wherever you're watching us in the world right now, of what is a lifting fog that we hope, but still fog at the height of the floodlights here at PF International. But you had a day of it yesterday, Zach, up here in comms on your own, did a stellar job, and we saw some great racing for the final round of the UKC. Yeah,
honestly, we crowned obviously all of our champions, and it was just amazing to have that privilege, of course, at a fantastic circuit like PF International. And like you were saying, a slightly more miserable day today, but we finally get the karts out on circuit, and looking forward to a much more intense format. There was a lot of discussion about the format today, obviously, with everything. Everyone gets 2 formation laps as they come around onto the circuit, so we get a bit more time just to sort of chill out and go through the grid and things. But with the way that we've now had this condensed timetable, it makes everything a lot more condensed when they're out on track.
Yeah, it really does. So 2 warm-up laps then, and then we are into it for what is the heats today before the finals, running to a different schedule. It's not been easy for anyone here today, from the drivers to the team managers to the organisers from the UKC, from the Motorsport UK team. You know, we all want to go racing, right? And that's what we're trying to do, to a different schedule.
We do indeed. So here's the starting grid then for the first Junior Rotax pre-final. Jacob Ashcroft, what hasn't he won this year? He's on pole position, exactly. Ryan Gandor will keep him company on the front row. Bit of a touchy-turvy weekend for Gandor, so it'll be good for him to get some recovery. Luke Holmes-Ballock from Teddy Cooper, the second row of the field. Behind that, of course, to rank up the back end of the top 5. Sebastian Clark alongside Sebastian Lusch. Looking quite quick this weekend, so too Noah Barham and Eva Morris, who keep each other company on row 4. Albert Friend from Dylan Morton, the top 10. Then behind that comes Will Archer and Finley Smith on row number 6. Loman Wilcox from Hasnain Khan, row 7 from Alex Lynn and Jacob Jack in 15th and 16th. Rafi Branscombe from Cody Lepridge-Trell in 17th and 18th place. Then comes Hani Sadiq and Louis Ratcliffe inside the top 20. Daniel Clancy, Ed Spain, the top 11 rows from Sam Collar and Riley Bishop in 23rd and 24th position. And that racks up our grid for the first Junior Rotax pre-final. So they're going to go for another formation lap. And the crucial thing here, we had a lot of discussion obviously about track evolution and things. They only had a 3-minute session to set this grid. The intensity and the stakes that we've got at play for grand final tickets is insane.
Yeah. It really is, Zach, and that is exactly what it's all about. It's a sort of go big or go home event at the best of times, one of these sort of one-day events like this with a big prize at stake. But now we're on the condensed schedule, and as you say, they've only been out for that qualifying practice session for 3 minutes a little bit earlier on. Session completely different as well to what we finished with yesterday. A lot of these drivers obviously were here for the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship yesterday, where we crowned our 5 champions. So it's not even like they learnt anything yesterday that they can bring into today, because it's a completely different racetrack. It's a completely different event.
Yeah, and you can see that while they're going around those formation laps and through the time practice, you know, they are going to be sort of warming their tyres up, getting acclimatised to different things. And also the crucial thing that we were talking about as well, the grass is wet, right?
Yeah.
And I know you don't want to be on the grass because that's not where you want to be, but the consequence for being there is so much higher on slick tyres in weather like this than it was yesterday. If you go there, you're a passenger essentially at the wheel. Nonetheless, the drivers are lining themselves up. We'll get ourselves ready for 8 minutes plus the lap of racing, so very intense sprint racing from here to the checker flag. Jacob Ashcroft, our newly crowned UKC champion, on pole position alongside the KR Sport machine of Ray and Gandor. Will put foot to the floor and we'll go racing for the first time for the Rotax National Trophy. A pretty equal start between the front lot. In fact, actually, Ray and Gandor dropping in behind Luca Holmes-Ballock, who started on the front row, and already a couple of cuts off and into the barrier.
Yeah, off and into the barrier, and I was amazed it was only a couple of them there, because they were all bumper to bumper going into that one. The visibility is okay, but we are on a circuit that is a drying circuit here. There's a dampness and a moistness in the air. As we look at them now, then just stretching their legs down what is into the infield section of Sector 2. The first of 2 180 hairpins there. Looks like Jacob Ashcroft has got himself out in front already, just looking over his shoulder, seeing who is the man behind him, as it looks like a KR Sport machine is just moving up the inside, just keeping the heat on him in the opening stages of this one.
Yeah, and every corner they go through, they're going to be learning something different. Where's that traction going to be? Where's that grip going to be? The track very green in of itself, but here comes the move from Ray and Gandor. Jacob Ashcroft gives him the squeeze, goes very wide, and Luca Holmes-Ballock says, thank you very much, lads. I'm going to be coming through. The 3:36 of Sebastian Lusch, and this is absolute drama now for the world champion of Jacob Ashcroft. Yeah,
this is awesome racing to kick this one off here, Zach. Look at that. Jacob Ashcroft drops from first, and we'll see as they cross the start-finish line now, down to 5th in a moment, in the blink of an eye. This is what karting's all about, from first to 5th in less than a second. And now, though, the job is on for Jacob Ashcroft to push himself back up the track, as there's action everywhere we look, Zach, and yellow flags flying just under the bridge up there.
There is indeed. The 191 has gone off. That's Albert Friend that's collected someone else with him as well. And again, the consequence for going off in conditions like this, so much more than if it was completely bone dry. That grass, like I say, you go off and you are a passenger. Bit of a hip check on the exit of that hairpin as well. Someone got off the apex quite slowly and were completely to the unexpecting eyes of those behind. I think they have pulled over with a bit of a problem. So that means our race leader, Luca Holmes-Ballock, is leading. Now the number 7 of Noah Barham. From that is Ray and Gandor. And then comes the 3:36 of Sebastian Lusch. The 82 is the one going slowly. I think that's Louis Ratcliffe.
Yeah, that is Louis Ratcliffe there, just coming to a stop at the back of the pack. But the pictures here on the screen then of the 228 of Luca Holmes-Ballock, who was the benefactor of that opening lap moment that saw Jacob Ashcroft rock back. But, you know, Jacob Ashcroft in 5th at the moment. He's not going to stay there. He's going to start climbing up the longer this one goes on, I'm sure. But good pictures and good visibility as they're going under the bridge and around the this looping section that brings them over the bridge now. The fog here definitely appears to be lifting now that we're racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a completely different circuit to what we saw earlier on. A change for the leaders. Noah Barham squeezes his way up the inside of Luca Holmes-Balak. Barely a bit of room, but a point forward there from the 228 saying, let's go, let's get away from the likes of Ray and Gandor. But defensive there from Noah Barham, not taking any chances. I think Jacob Ashcroft in the background momentarily took 2 wheels to the grass just to try and avoid some carnage. Nonetheless, Noah Barham now leads. However, with still 5 minutes plus the lap to go, I doubt he's probably going to stay there for much longer.
Yeah, he may not. But yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it, as well? That was Noah Barham there. That's our driver. There's Louis Radcliffe there from Sam Pollitt Racing. That was the 82 when we saw him go off a moment or two ago. But yeah, 228 then leading out in front. Luca Holmes-Balak, well, now second place actually. This number 7 of Noah Barham out in front. But yeah, it was Luca, wasn't it? It was just wagging his hand there at Noah, saying, come on, let's not squabble. The two of us can get ahead and get away from this lot, which is what we always see in karting, isn't it? A couple of karts get involved in a battle, everything just bunches up behind them. So it's in the interest of both of them if they can work together and hopefully leave the pack. But already, look, Constantine are up. Luca Holmes-Balak then up the inside on the 180 hairpin, goes to the move, makes it stick and does. Oh, wow, as Noah Barham drops back to probably 4th or 5th in that one moment.
Yeah, exactly. Jacob Ashcroft, one of the beneficiaries. So too Ray and Gandor trying to go to the outside. And Luca Holmes-Balak completely goes back on his word from a lap ago, saying let's go forward. Straight after that, tries to go for a move, leading Barham into a bit of a false sense of security or something in that vein. It just goes to show how quickly that pendulum can swing one way then the other. Momentum is absolutely important around a circuit like PF International. You've got to keep those revs high. You've got to keep that momentum flowing. We saw it time and time again yesterday. As soon as you lose a little bit of their momentum, you go wide through a corner, everyone behind with the pack racing dynamic that we've got, they're just going to be coming through in troves.
Yeah, they are. And you were commentating all day yesterday up here, Zach, and it was in those hairpins in the infield in Sector 2 where we saw a lot of the overtakes get done. As we've got karts running super wide up onto the grass up there, that's going to do their tyres no good getting back onto the track with wet, slippery, grass-covered tyres.
Yeah, exactly that. Jacob Ashcroft was straight through into the race lead there. I think it was Holmes-Balak and Sebastian Luch that just sort of ran each other off the road there, and going through that right-hander down the hill towards the hairpins. Naturally, you're going to want to run wide, but if there's a bit of contact, you sort of hook onto each other and drive each other wide. You're not getting that power delivery forwards, you're sliding sideways, and that's where Jacob Ashcroft, with a bit more traction, was able to get himself down the inside. We can also see the 34 of Finley Smith down the inside of the 18 of Hasnain Khan, who's worked his way nicely inside the sort of the mid-pack of the top 10. 3 minutes plus the lap still to run. It's now going to be Jacob Ashcroft. Somehow he's worked his way back into the lead, but with conditions like this and how it's constantly evolving and constantly changing, I'm not entirely surprised.
Yeah, I mean, look, the calibre of the man says it all, doesn't it? The young driver has won literally everything, and, you know, as he's going through Junior Rotax now, starting to win things multiple times as well, and this is what's going to happen. Those drivers in second place right now, Holmes-Balak and Gandor, are going to have to work really hard to reel him in. I don't know whether we will, as we see a bit of KR Sport action, making a move up the inside there. Can't quite see the number. Is that Clark there, the 251, getting an overtake done at the hairpin. Shout out as well, fastest lap at the moment goes to Eva Morris from KR Sport. Kart number 132. She's done a 58.08 and she's back in 16th.
Yeah, there was a couple of karts going off, a bit of a squeeze there. That's Sebastian Luch, the 336, that's now dug into the grass. That's how slippery it is. He's beached out there, can't rejoin the circuit, and I think it was, again, just getting squeezed. Not entirely sure who with, but just, you know, running as close as possible, and then as soon as you try and turn into the corner, very little grip. A side-by-side moment here, Ray and Gandor with the slipstream. Yeah. Very little wind at PF International. That was the case yesterday and today, probably why it took so long for the fog to lift, but that slipstream still working its wonders in terms of how much of an effect you can get when you're behind another kart.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good move there, wasn't it, from Gandor? Kart number 8 just ducked himself down under what fairing they do have, under the Nassau panel, and just tucked his head in and got the overtake done, and now he's sitting ahead of Luca Holmes-Balak. Behind them, Noah Barham, who was leading, don't forget, at the opening stages of this one. But in the flash of a second of action, he lost that lead, and the lead now sits with Jacob Ashcroft, who has a gap of 0.77 seconds back to second place man there, Ryan Gandor.
Yeah, indeed. So he's getting a bit of pressure from behind from Luca Holmes-Balak, and I wonder what the consensus between these sort of chasing drivers are, between Balak, obviously, Gandor, and Barham. Do they sort of work together? Do they try and get after Jacob Ashcroft? Or is it just going to be consensus that we fight for second? With just a minute and a lap to go, they are going to be getting, it's going to be quite close. 3 more, including this one, side by side a bit further back as well, as I think that could have been Sadiq and on Khan as well. So that's the battle for 5th and 6th place. But I wonder how much these guys are going to work together and how easy it's going to be for them to go and catch Jacob Ashcroft in front.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they will catch Jacob. The sensible thing is to work together. But look at this squabbling at the back of the pack as they're 2 abreast. 4 of them go in there. This is great racing in the back. Oh, he's got a Chaos Sport wheel just clipping another car. Can't see who that quite is.
It was the 251. That would have been Sebastian Clark.
Sebastian Clark then just on his way into the barriers there on the infield just in Sector 2, and I think that's probably race over for him.
Yeah, he's absolutely. And as well with the quick turnaround that we've got, they only get 1 pre-final, so this is going to be disastrous later on in the final. If you DNF here, you're going to be at the back for the final. That is just how cutthroat it is. In fact, even if you make it to the final, because we've got 2 groups of junior Rotax, it's going to be so cutthroat, and that's why this condensed schedule is so intense for these drivers. They have to absolutely nail it. They've crossed the line. The clock has tucked 0. However, they still get this lap plus the extra lap to complete. So Jacob Ashcroft is leading still from KR Sports' Ray and Gandor. Then comes Luca Holmes-Balak, and then Dan Holland Racing's Noah Barham with the fastest lap now as well, using that slipstream. They really do have to get a move on. And if I was Luca Holmes-Balak, I'm thinking, is it still attainable to go and get that lead, or do I try and do myself the favour of getting in second?
Don't know. I think he would probably, if I was him, I'd just be aiming for the second. I think the lead is gone. I think Jacob's off and away. Now 0.78 is his gap back to second from Jacob to the second place man then. That is Ryan Gandor. But look at this. Yeah, it's definitely the battle for seconds. These 3 karts then are bumper to bumper going through the infield now on definitely a much drier looking surface, a much less foggy looking racetrack. Oh, look at number 7 there. That's our man, Noah Barham, just ducking his head down, trying to eke out every bit of speed he can from that kart there. Having a look up the inside as well. Does Noah Barham, can he go from 4th to 3rd or maybe 2nd? Having a look. No, the door gets closed for him as they go over the bridge and running wide using all of the red and white runoff. Look at this. Fantastic racing here then. Ryan Gandor now just kind of putting himself in a position where hopefully Holmes-Balak cannot get by.
Yeah, a bit of contact actually. You could see, I think, Luca Holmes-Balak's front wheels dip up ever so slightly. The flag marshal is getting ready with the checker flag. We know Jacob Ashcroft is probably going to win this one. Who's going to be finishing second? Ray and Gandor holds it by about half a kart length from Luca Holmes-Balak, who's trying to keep Noah Barham at bay. These are crucial positions for the final a bit later on. This decides where they start and decides whether or not they have that opportunity to get that Grand Finals ticket in Bahrain. Out of the final corner, and it's another victory to add to the tally this weekend. Jacob Ashcroft will see the checker flag first for the first time of racing of the Rotax National Trophy here at PF International. Ray and Gandor and Luca Holmes-Balak will complete the podium, and again a very crucial and cutthroat race in the junior Rotax field. Not a bad way to start the day.
A brilliant way to start the day. Some great racing there, and exciting for me because obviously I was running around the paddock yesterday doing some social media interviews and getting winners interviews, and didn't actually get to see much of the racing, but really exciting here at PF International. Lots of overtaking, lots of excitement, and with the format of today then it really is sort of go big or go home, and I think we're seeing that in the moves and the drives that the drivers are doing.
Indeed so. Well, there are the results after 8 minutes plus the lap of racing. Jacob Ashcroft will take victory from Ray and Gandor. Then comes Luca Holmes-Balak in P3 from Noah Barham, and Hani Sadiq in P5. He was up 7 places. In fact, actually, no, he was up 14 places from P19, Hani Sadiq. Hasnain Khan in P6 from Finley Smith and Ed Spain in 7th and 8th. Then comes Loman Wilcox and Alex Lynn, who worked his way up quite nicely inside the top 10 as well. Cody Leputrell from Dylan Morton, P11 and P12. Then comes Daniel Clancy in 13th. Teddy Cooper, Jacob Jack complete the top 15. Then comes Ralphie Branscombe, Will Archer and Albie Friend, who got involved in an incident on the opening lap, the 191, recovering somewhat to P18. Eva Morris and Sebastian Clark compete the top 20. From Sebastian Lusch and Louis Radcliffe, 2 front-running drivers, will be starting at the back end of the final if they make it that far today in the Rotax National Trophy. That's going to do it for the first Junior Rotax pre-final. We've got another one coming up, and this one, if you're sort of sat there on the dummy grid right now, you're looking at that track, you know it's going to be slippery. How are you then maybe going to approach this race slightly differently to those that raced yesterday when you had a much more grippy circuit? You know where the overtaking opportunities were. Now it's more slippery. It's a bit more of a headache.
Yeah, it's a big headache for all of the teams here this morning, getting the kart set up. Completely different racing to yesterday for those drivers that were here for the final round, the Ultimate Karting Championship. And well done to everyone who raced on the Friday and the Saturday. And congratulations to our 5 new champions in the UKC. I think, in fact, everyone that's here today was racing yesterday. I don't think we've got anyone that has just turned up for today. We may have, but I'd have to have a look down the entry list. So I think everyone did indeed race yesterday, but a very different day to what we've got here today. Just recovering those karts on the track then, if you're watching us, the 336 is getting recovered of Sebastian Leuschen, and the 251 of Sebastian Clark there as well, Seb Clark. It was a bit of a moment, bit of an incident. Hopefully they can get the karts fixed. There's not too much damage done, and they'll come back out for the final, but albeit starting at the back of the grid.
I think if we're able, we're going to take a bit of a replay at some of the incidents that happened over the course of that last race, just while we're waiting a couple of moments for the karts to be recovered and we can get back out on circuit. So it would be nice to just have a second look as to what happened. So this was the race start, for the most part pretty clean, considering they're going into pretty alien conditions. Just a little bit of a hip check from a couple of people, and that was, to be fair, a pretty sizable whack into those barriers.
Yeah, a sizable whack up that grass bank there as well. Quite a steep grass bank, so it shows you how fast they're going. Sliding on the wet grass, though, into the soft barriers. Couple more, then disappearing just the bottom left of your screen there. And then, look, rolling backwards here, which can often be quite tricky. You roll backwards onto the track and, oh, well, you're just at the mercy of who's coming through. More action as we pick it up here in the opening stages on this replay of the first Junior Rotax here on the day. Sweeping through that big, lovely left-hander as they come out of the bridge section here. This was our man, was it, number 228 there, Luca Holmes-Balak. He was involved in all of the action there. And out in front was Noah Barham, of course, number 7. He was leading for some of this, wasn't he? Then he dropped back with that moment where he went from sort of 1st to 5th, just picking up, look, 4 running wide here. So good. Oh, and here was the big moment. Wow. There it was. Look at that. 251.
So he's completely just been launched there, and again, it's how sensitive these karts are, how sensitive they're set up with, how stiff they are and stuff. The 251 was Sebastian Clark. That was the contact with Sebastian Leusch that saw him go up and into the barrier, and that's, again, race potentially even day done. Jacob Ashcroft was the eventual winner, of course, of that race, and, well, just adding another one to the tally. That's going to do him a lot of favours coming a bit later on in the final. They get only one pre-final, each of the classes or each of the drivers, before then the final a bit later on. Out onto circuit now is the Junior Rotax pre-final B. We'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time. But looking at what I've got in front of me, should be quite an entertaining race. We had a lot of the big hitters in pre-final A. However, coming into pre-final B, still a lot of people to keep an eye out for. Kean Bernard is one of them. He was very, very strong, the 182 over yesterday. So too Jack Robinson was not afraid to get his elbows out. Max Colbert and Lucas Howe will complete the second row of the field for pre-final B, followed by Jensen Chalk and Alfie McBain on row number 3. Jared Fox-Whiteley, look out for him over the course of this race, was very racy. So too Kai Clark, who keeps him company on row number 4. Completing the top 10 just behind these guys, Jack Beasley and Joseph Mills, the top 10 from Eli Baden, and Rory Armstrong. A chain snap yesterday, a couple of technical issues, so it's been interesting to see what he can do from 12th on the grid. Blair Smith, Thomas Harper, the top 14, with Eason Seng and Charlie King in 16th. Then comes William Webb and Bella McConneville in P17 and 18. Connor Large and Thomas Jackson complete the top 20. Jake Rafferty and Riley Morgan in P21 and 22 from Charlie Wolfett and Drew Priesner, the front 12 rows of the field, and completing the field in of itself. 2 formation laps, so it gives us a moment just to breathe and digest the race that we've got ahead of us, and I'd expect something pretty similar to what we just saw in pre-final A.
Yeah, I think you're dead right there, Zach, and we're expecting these youngsters just to have a lot of sort of energy and excitement coursing through their veins. Don't forget, these drivers who are rolling out onto circuit right now have only done 3 minutes out on the track today already. Normally by this point they'd have done a lot more laps, they'd be a lot more tuned into it. So 3 laps is what they've done in what was a qualifying practice session this morning, and now we're into this. They've got the heat and then they're straight into the final. So you've got to do as well as you can in this one to give yourself the best chance in the next one, because the next one is the final. But I do think, Zach, as we sit up here in the commentary position, we've got a clearer setting. Surface should be drying. The racing line should be drying a bit now that we've had a few laps on it already today. So could be good. Should be exciting.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. And yeah, we were speaking about the weather, and James, actually, the production manager, got a bit of a meteorology lesson a bit earlier on about high pressure, low pressure, how it influences the weather and things like that. It was quite interesting. And yeah, we had quite a a nail-biting morning, let's put it that way, with the weather and things, but it looks like a completely different circuit, purely because we can actually see the circuit now, which was not the case a bit earlier on. Nonetheless, drivers getting their final tyre temperatures up and awaiting the lights on the gantry. Cian Bernard, the 182, alongside the 19 of Lucas Howell, and Jack Robinson surely will be joining him on the front row. Lights out, and we go racing in towards the opening couple of corners, and already a bit of carnage. I think that was Jack Robinson actually being spun round. He was the one on the front row, and there's 4 or 5 cuts involved there. One of them, the 74 of Charlie King, has gone round, and another spinner going up the bowl towards the bridge. And there you can see already out, and I think that just goes to show how low the grip conditions are. It looks dry, definitely won't feel it.
Yeah, we're going to do well to sort out all the numbers and drivers in that one there. There was suddenly like a scattering, about 6 carts going up to the bank to the left as the bridge, as you look at it. It's that first corner. It only takes one driver to clip the wheel of another, and suddenly it's all gone on. But out in front then, the benefactor, I think Cian Bernard avoided all the trouble, didn't he? And he's out in front right now as we look at it. And he is obviously a driver who has won many things in his short career already in karting, starting just a few years ago. But the rise of Cian is what it's been so far in the time that he's been behind the wheel of a kart.
Yeah, he's been doing a fantastic job this weekend. Generally, he's done. I'd say he's been aggressive, he's been consistent, he's not really had the results to back it up, unfortunately. As we make our way to complete the opening lap and back under the bridge once more, it's Cian Bernard from Jensen Chalk up 3 places. Jared Fox-Whiteley, I said look out for him, he's already up a couple of places. Side by side though for the lead, as Cian Bernard is under a lot of pressure there from the 118 of Chalk.
Yeah, he really is. Cian does it, and Chalk makes the move. Cian's gone backwards there, so now Cian drops down to second place, and that's Jared Fox-Whiteley, the Jax Motorsport driver. I think they're in third, going to get himself up to second. Cian's going to drop back to fourth. Cian didn't look happy to me on that opening lap. He was out in front, but he doesn't look happy. He doesn't look comfortable in the kart. Out in front then at the moment, it is the 118 of Jensen Chalk. There we go, Jared Fox-Whiteley behind him. Brilliant super final from Jared Fox-Whiteley yesterday in Junior Rotax, chasing down Jacob Ashcroft, by the way.
Yeah, he was in the lead for quite some time, and it was reminiscent of that comeback drive that we saw from him in Lark Hall a few months ago, where he went from 16th place to on-track victory. He didn't quite get it after the stewards' decisions, but that was a sensational drive. I think yesterday it was only 13 places gained, God forbid. He did all right. Let's put it that way. It was a close call all the way to the end, and he's just so good. He's not, great in qualifying. I say not great. He's not perfect in qualifying, but no one is. He qualified P7. He's got himself into that zone, locked himself in, and is now chasing after the race lead. You can always count on Jared Fox-Whiteley to give you some action, and while he's eyeing up a move for the lead. Not the best of exits though out of that right-hander, and Kai Clark is looming large, and he's going to actually go for an almighty send to the inside there. Oh. That's going to open the door for Kai Clark to come through as well. Yeah, that really is. That was a bold move, but he's made it stick. Can he continue it? Yes, he can, and he now finds himself out in the lead. So we've got our front 3 karts now, then Cian Bernard starting to close that gap. It looked like those front 3 were making a gap on Cian, but they're not. Cian now reeling them back in, and we've got a front sort of 2, 4, 5 karts that are sort of heading out off and away down the road. That's our lead group, and the peloton, if we're talking cycling, is behind this lot right now. So let's see what happens then. Fox-Whiteley out in front from Jax Motorsport. He's had the taste of leading laps here at PFI International already this weekend, and he wants more of it. Really, really upbeat when I grabbed him and a little chat to him yesterday in scrutineering post-race. So good luck to you, Jared. But up the inside, look at this. KR Sport driver of Clark just making a move on him. Has he got it done over the bridge? No, he hasn't. As they come now into the infield section, he's going to have a little look up the inside, coming into the 180 hairpin. And does it. Fox-Whiteley lets him through then. Yeah, nicely done from Kai Clark. Just saw the gap, was committed enough on the brakes and found a way through. Jensen Chalk under a bit of pressure. He was overtaken by Cian Bernard going into the opening S's. Now Lucas Howell is the one applying a little bit of pressure to him, and that's allowing our top 2 to break a little bit of a gap, and I think that's why we didn't see too much opposition from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Knowing the threat from behind, he knows he can stay with Kai Clark for the next couple of minutes. He'd rather a 1v1 than get everyone else involved. Yeah, good call, and that's smart driving if that's what he's doing, as those 2 drivers now extend their lead out in front. The 118 there of Jensen Chalk just leading that sort of chase group. Look, they're all tapping the helmets. They're kind of talking to each other saying, come on, focus, we're still in this. Number 19 there is our man Lucas Howell, just running 4th, TH course driver. And Cian Bernard from Sam Pollitt Racing then now sits in 5th, and he's dropped down from the front of this race, which is where he was leading in the opening couple of laps, starting on pole. Yeah, exactly that. So it just goes to show how changeable these conditions can be and how changeable this grid is. Lucas Howell up the inside. That's going to open the door for Kian Bernard to try and get an up and under, but the exit not quite as good as he'd have liked to. I think that's Thomas Jackson in the 116 trying to find a way through as well. So this has completely allowed Kai Clark and Jared Fox-Whiteley to get away. If you're sort of Jensen Chalk, you're sort of saying, guys, come on, they're right there. If they start to battle, we can get involved and fight for a lead as well. Unfortunately, some people in this train will be thinking of sort of settling for a podium or so because they can bank on that result, they can guarantee that result rather than the chance that they can go and catch for the lead. 3 minutes and a lap left to go though. They've not got very long to make that decision, and they've not got very long to go and chase that absolute monster of a gap now, nearly 2 seconds.
Yeah, 2 seconds out to our lead pair then, and that's exactly what happens in karting. How many times have we seen this where that chasing pack get involved in sort of trying to overtake each other, and the two leaders just stretch their legs and they're off and away down the road, and that is what we're seeing there. So Thomas Jackson was the 116 that we just got a flash of there. He's moving up his positions at the moment. Kian Bernard has a look up the inside then on one of the hairpins, makes up a place. So well done, Kian. Now just getting a little gentle nudge in the back there from the driver that was behind him. Didn't quite see who that was, probably Thomas Jackson. As the rest of the group then all now start to jockey for positions. Out in front though, Kai Clark and Jared Fox-Whiteley leading this one with 2:20 on the clock. A little gap now. Look what we've got here. So that's the gap back to Kian in third. So Kian is in third, I think, or fourth. Lost quite where we are on the screen there, but let's have a quick look out the window. Yeah, Kian there leading from, as they cross the line, we'll see in a second. Our screens update. So Kian leading from Thomas Jackson, that's the 116, who's just behind him there.
Yeah, so Kian Bernard doing some good work just to get himself up and in front of Thomas Jackson, and also good work to try and get away from that chasing pack. What you often see is they'll bunch up and then, like an accordion, they'll spread back out again as they all get into their own separate skirmishes. However, we're not seeing that right now. We've got a train of a good few karts that are fighting away, one of those being the 254 of Max Colbert trying to nip his way up the inside of one of the karts. However, the grip favoured actually the outside line in that particular occasion. Now still following our leaders, Kai Clark and Jared Fox-Whiteley, the 4 from the 42. A minute and a half plus a lap to go. It'll be 3 laps at the line if my maths are correct, maybe even stretching to 4. We'll have to wait and see as to how that one's going to work out. I think it's going to be 3 as Kai Clark and Jared Fox-Whiteley, now they've got a decent gap. When do you think Jared Fox-Whiteley is going to sort of press the button and try and find a way through?
Well, if I was him, I'd be leaving it as late as possible. Probably the last lap, maybe penultimate lap, but I'd probably say last lap, and I'd also probably say have a look at the infield where the 180 hairpins are, because that's exactly where Jacob Ashcroft overtook him yesterday. He just sort of ran wide and lost his concentration for a second. Ashcroft outbroke him to just take the lead yesterday. So, yeah, if I was Jared, I'd wait till the last lap and I'd have a little look on the inside, on the infield, and these 180 hairpins here then. Super circuit gives us loads of overtaking here at PF International.
Yeah, honestly, the infield section and the racing that we've had at PF International, I was saying to you yesterday, because you didn't get to watch much of the racing.
I didn't see much of it
and I was just sort of like, yeah, they did an overtake there, and there, and there, and then there, and then everywhere. Apart from really, I mean, we saw a couple through the last 2 corners, but it's pretty obsolete to go for that because you just ruin all your momentum. But everywhere else on the circuit, effectively, is fair game, and that's exactly what we saw over the course of yesterday. So, don't count out. There's no specific place that Jared Fox-Whiteley is necessarily guaranteed to make a move, because it can happen everywhere. And equally, the counter-attack can happen everywhere. They're just going to make it onto the penultimate lap with 5 seconds to spare. So they get this one, plus the extra one after this one. Jared Fox-Whiteley, though, is, well, right up the backside of Kai Clark there. Also, Jensen Chalk has broken away from the chasing pack, so much so that if Fox-Whiteley and Clark battle too hard, I mean, we're banking on this being a 2-horse affair at the front. It might not be if Chalk can just get himself focused and stay in that lead fight.
Yeah, good luck to Jensen Chalk from MLC Motorsport. Currently at the moment sitting in third. That's 118 there. Chasing down our 2 leaders. What we've got here up the inside here, picking up some midfield action. 270 is our driver there, who is, I've lost him, Jack Beasley, who's running as a privateer, currently in 6th at the moment. So good luck to you, Jack. Keep hustling. See if you can make a 6th, a 5th or a 4th maybe.
Yeah, he's on the cusp of that one, just on the back end of Lucas Howell, as we'll make our way on to the final lap of the second pre-final of the day, and to complete the Junior Rotax action of the early afternoon. Quick look over the shoulder from Kai Clark, and still under pressure. But Jensen Chalk, that gap under a second. Chalk is moving up on these two. He's the benefactor of what's going on up front at the moment. Yeah, look, we can actually see as they sweep around out of the bridge, up round the outside. Look at Fox-Whiteley. He's trying to get a move done, but doesn't. And look at Jensen Chalk now on the back of Fox-Whiteley. So we've got a 1-2-3 lead group now.
Chalk runs wide, going to try and go around the outside and get the undercut done. He's having a look. Go on, Jensen. This is great racing on the infield from him. But out in front then, Kai Clark just glancing over his shoulder, seeing what's going on behind him. He's got to hang on the final lap.
Yeah, he's got to indeed. Into the chicane for the final time. He's got about a kart length or so in favour of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Jensen Chalk has given it a good go. Now I think it's a fight for second as Fox-Whiteley is settling, trying to deter that move. There's not quite enough space into this long sweeping right-hander. Kai Clark through the final couple of corners is going to hang on, and he's picking up exactly where he left off yesterday with that race-winning pace. Out with the final corner, sees the checker flag first, and Kai Clark will take victory in pre-final B for the Junior Rotax and the Rotax National Trophy here at PF International. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Jensen Chalk complete the podium. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time. But once again, that was quite a tense finish. And for a moment, we didn't think Chalk was going to get involved. And just like that, as soon as the battle started, he was right there involved.
Yeah, that was brilliant stuff from him. So great driving from Jensen Chalk. Kian Bernard finished up in 4th after starting on pole, and Lucas Howe back in 5th. But yeah, really exciting racing on that one. It was all about Kai Clark and Jared Fox-Whiteley, but then that man Jensen Chalk started to get in the mix, didn't he, with a couple of laps to go. But it was a tale of maybe too little too late, but good racing from him.
Indeed so. Let's run you through the results then of the second pre-final of the day. Kai Clark takes victory from Jared Fox-Whiteley and Jensen Chalk on the podium. Kian Bernard and Lucas Howe will complete the top 5 from Alfie McBain and Jack Beasley, who actually went backwards, unfortunately, in the last couple of laps in the 270. Max Colbert, Joseph Mills and Thomas Harper will complete the top 10. Jack Robinson, unfortunately, going backwards, but got involved with a couple of skirmishes, recovers to P11 from Jake Rafferty and Bella McConneville in P13. Eli Baden, Rory Armstrong completes the top 15 from William Webb, Drew Priesner, Blair Smith, Eson Seng and Charlie King, the top 20. And completing our field, Thomas Jackson and Connor Large, unfortunately not completing and seeing the checker flag 3 and 5 laps down respectively. That's going to complete the Junior Rotax action for the early afternoon. And next up, of course, it's going to be the seniors, which after yesterday, I mean, again, should be some good racing.
Should be some great racing in seniors. And again, they've been wetting around all morning like all of these drivers have, and finally getting a chance to put the karts out on track in anger, having only done 3 minutes this morning in that qualifying practice session. So yeah, our seniors should be fully set and ready to go. And now also as well had the benefit of seeing some karts out on track in 1-2 heats already. This one, the 3rd heat that's coming up next. So word will be spreading around the paddock in amongst the teams under the awnings of how the karts have been set up. So in the bigger teams, certainly, the Dan Holland Racings, the SPRs, the Guy Cunningtons and everyone else who's here, Strawberry Racing, word will have spread. And so hopefully we should see some fast lap times.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the senior Rotax on a slightly bigger engine relative to the juniors, but you know, the exact same chassis. So the handling fundamentally is pretty similar. Although you're going into the corners with a bit more speed, there is very similar handling, very similar grip level. So that sort of, if you've got a teammate in junior Rotax, that influence and experience from them is going to be amazing for you. However, with the track as green effectively as it is, with how slick it is, not a lot of rubber laid down, very cold, the track is going to be changing session after session. So there's not too much that you can actually read into it with. Senior Rotax out onto the field, and we're looking forward to this one. We've got a stacked grid of drivers, and we'll run you through that in just a moment's time. I can tell you for free, it'll be Macaulay Bishop on pole position. He had a stellar weekend over, of course, this one and the season in UKC as well. Those rounds that he could attend, he was very, very quick in. Ewan Charman will join him on the front row from Tristan Rene and Jack Lilly on row number 2. Kai Hunter completes the top 5 alongside William Pemble making up the outside of row number 3. Jamie Perrelli and Charlie Cox on row number 4. Completing the top 10, Harrison Crowther and Joshua Turnbull, who's looking for a bit more fortune today, got caught up in a couple of incidents, and we'll see what he can do from P10. Alexander Cole and Adam Wooden, the top 12 drivers. Morgan Hudson-Brown, William Antrobus, the top 7 rows from James Philip King, and Mikey Walker on company for row number 8. Lex Quintons, Callum Kinder, row 9, with Caitlin Seabrook and Jack Baker, the top 20. Behind that, Miles Roby and Matt McGilvery, P21 and P22. Then comes Benjamin Baker and Kieran Ives for the OTK chassis at 24th. Taylor England, James Johnson, 25th and 26th. Then comes Braden Hill in 27th. Ethan Head alongside him on 28th. And the final, Reese Bailey in 29th and final position. 2 formation laps, of course, for the pre-finals. They get themselves that experience that they didn't have because, again, we'll reiterate, they only had 3 minutes of qualifying on what was a vastly different circuit this morning. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. But look out for Macaulay Bishop. He had a win streak of 8 races at one point this season. He didn't compete in the first 2 rounds, but since round 3, he was competing and obviously winning. Despite missing 2 rounds of racing, or maybe even 3 rounds of racing, he still finished P5 in the championship, which is insane.
Yeah, credit to him. Macaulay's quite a talent, quite the driver. Been in karting now for many, many years. But yeah, you're dead right there. In just the few rounds, the 3 rounds that I think he competed in the UKC, he ended up finishing 5th. So full credit to him. Let's see what he can do in this one. Just lining up behind him, though, Tristan Rennie, great racer from Craft Motorsport. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. Ewan Charman there. From Hunter Motorsport, also a great driver. Then we've got like Kai Hunter, Jack Lilly, Jamie Perrelly, who actually finished 2nd yesterday after Cian Geraghty got himself just dropped down the order. So yeah, a lot of big names in this one, a lot of testosterone, a lot of excitement, and a lot of energy getting ready to go. So really, really excited to see how this one plays out.
Of course, let us know in the YouTube chat your predictions. What's been your favourite race thus far? What race are you most looking forward to at the end of the day? Whether you're watching on the UKC or the Alpha Live YouTube channel, give us your predictions. Got one coming in that Benji Baker will go from last to P1, mark my words. Going to be quite difficult in an 8-minute plus a lap race, but, well, weirder things definitely have happened. There you can see Macaulay Bishop rolling his way to the start-finish straight. He's alongside Ewan Charman on that front row and awaiting, of course, the lights on the gantry to go out to set us off for the 3rd race of the day. 8 minutes plus the lap and foot to the floor in Senior Rotax as Macaulay Bishop will lead fairly comfortably ahead of Ewan Charman. He gets off-sighted and off the road, actually. The driver that started on the front row maybe just got forced wide a little bit from Tristan Rennie, and he's tumbled all the way to the back end of the field. Yeah,
it was that Ewan Charman that we saw just going from 2nd there backwards to about 4th or 5th. Just got nudged, didn't he? Didn't actually stay on the grass too long, but it's not done him any good whatsoever. So we now looking at Tristan Rennie then in 2nd place as they all head to the infield. This is where you've got to get some moves done early if you can and make up some places then. But Macaulay Bishop out in front. Looking behind him now then, as we've got the O plate there, which is of course Kai Hunter. So Kai Hunter up to 2nd, then Tristan Rennie, and then it looks like a Jack's Motorsport kart to me, just behind that in 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. Indeed. Kai Hunter has been making some moves. Started this race in P5. He's already made some moves up into 2nd and trying to pressurise Macaulay Bishop, using, of course, his years of Senior Rotax experience to come to the limelight. 7 minutes plus the lap still as we complete the opening lap of this race. Macaulay Bishop will lead from Kai Hunter, will lead from Tristan Rennie. Then comes Jack Perrelly and Jack Lilly in 4th and 5th. Then comes Crowther and Pemble in 6th and 7th as they make their way up the hill over the bridge.
Yeah, but the big stat that I'm noticing there on the timing ladder is that Ewan Charman dropped all the way back to 17th after that opening corner incident there. So from 2nd to 17th. That is not good news for that young man.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination, and the knock-on effect this is going to have for that final bit later on. Ideally, with how it's going to work across the 2 heats, you need to finish in the top half of the field, and with the amount of drivers that we've got on this one, I think a top 13 is going to get you to the back end of the final starting grid if that's sort of how it's going to work. So he's got a bit of work to do over the course of the next 6 minutes plus a lap if he wants to get himself there, because as a driver, he's more than capable. You know, it's never a good thing, but the good thing it's happened is that it's happened on the opening lap, so he's got the time at the very least to try and recover something.
Yeah, he can try and recover as best he can as this one goes on, and he's got about 5 minutes 50 seconds to do it. But out in front then, look at this, there's old scores to be settled here between Macaulay Bishop and Kai Hunter, and behind him Tristan Rennie and Jack Lilly and Jamie Perrelly then making out the top 5. But yeah, this is going to be great. I'd really like to see Kai Hunter get up on the rear bumper of Macaulay Bishop and see these 2 big names of Senior Rotax karting go wheel to wheel. There's no love lost between the 2 of them when they're out on track. So we are in for an exciting race as now that lead group there with Tristan Rennie in 3rd just stretches ahead with a gap back to 4th, and the 4th place man then Jack Lilly.
Yeah, these guys always give us a bit of good action. A point forward there we could see from one of the drivers. Not definitely the situation a bit further back as they're fighting very, very hard. One of them, the 96 of Will Pemble, fighting away with the likes of William Antrobus and Joshua Turnbull just in front of him. The 31 of Harrison Crowther was the driver in the red and green that we saw point forward. Side by side just in behind him though, between the 40 of Perrelly and the 312 of Charlie Cox as they battle just in the just over the shoulder of Crowther. So he's focused on getting forwards. Those behind him definitely not really, as they are being very aggressive at the front though, and of course it's defensive stuff from Kai Hunter as he's trying to stay in front. Macaulay Bishop has to hang on to 2nd place as we've got 3 karts fighting all for the lead.
This is absolutely brilliant. So Hunter has got past Bishop, and then Tristan Rennie is just staying on the back of those 2, just biding his time, picking his moment. Macaulay Bishop, just a brilliantly talented driver, but you know it's him. Watch his helmet just tilt to the side as he goes around the corner. He's got that almost laid back casual style. Kai Hunter though just stretching out ahead, much more sort of aggressive in the way that he sits in the kart and drives it. But it works for both of them, and they've got enough trophies between the pair of them to show just how good these two drivers are. Tristan Rennie has got his eyes on both. Look, Macaulay Bishop just tries to make a move up the inside. Is he going to get it done as they go under the bridge? He does. He's got better straight line speed.
Yeah, very nice done there from Macaulay Bishop, using that slipstream and, of course, some of that engine power as well to go his way. He's come through, and you can always tell a lot about a driver by how they sort of sit in the car, how they hold the steering wheel. Some people will hold the top of the steering wheel. They'll be quite direct, as Tristan Rennie being quite direct to the inside of the first hairpin. Nicely done there as he finds a way through on Kai Hunter. Gets a bit of a push from behind from the O-plate. And again, the priority here, this is Kai Hunter going, okay, I've been overtaken, but if I launch a counter-attack, and I think sort of two in the moment, you can sort of say toodaloo to the guy in front of Macaulay Bishop as he's getting away. Yeah,
absolutely. Kai won't settle for that, and he will be back on the engine box of Tristan Rennie before we know it, and making a move to go overtake him. But look, behind him, 31, Harrison Crowd then from Guy Cunnington Racing now joins our lead group as we have a front four then who are battling out. And back in 5th place then, Jamie Perrelly, the number 40 car of Jax Motorsport, who took the 2nd place yesterday at the final round of the UKC. Everything we expected from senior Rotax then is delivering as, look, Kai Hunter has a look up the inside, sweeping it through under the bridge then and over the bridge, getting past Tristan Rennie as then they drop down with that hard right-hander and come into the infield. Great racing, this is brilliant. Macaulay Bishop, though, has a bit of a lead on the three of them, doesn't he, as they bunch up into the first of 2 hairpins.
Yeah, that point forward from Harrison Crowther, by the way, when he was dealing with the likes of Charlie Cox and Joshua Turnbull, when he pointed forward and said, let's go and catch, he meant it, and he's definitely proving that. And it just goes to show that if those guys would have worked with him, they could be in this fight as well. And again, it proves in Bucklow why these drivers do what they do. He's now involved in the lead fight. He's now has to work, of course, with Rennie and Hunter to get back after Macaulay Bishop, because time very clearly of the essence in this race. And you can see what's happened to the chasing pack behind that Harrison Crowther left. They've bunched back up again and are now settling for what is effectively a P5. Not a bad position by any means, but it could have been better.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this group here. They are all bunched up, aiming for a P5 or maybe a P4, but it's likely to be a P5 at the moment as our lead four out in front. Look, we've got that sort of chase group then who are fighting for second as Macaulay Bishop just stretches himself off and away down the road, picking up some mid-pack action here. A whole load of drivers who are really fighting to give themselves the best possible chance for the next one this afternoon after a quick lunch break, which will be effectively the super final. Timed practice or qualified practice, heat, final, done.
It's an intense day, isn't it? I mean, it's crammed down, and I think it adds so much more stakes. You've got to be punchy from the get-go. You can't wait around and go, okay, it's fine. I was a bit slower in the heat, so I can make up for it later on. Now you have to be on it from the first race, which after the experience they had yesterday, they've had a whole day of racing and practice. They should be warmed up. They should be all good to go for a condensed day of racing today, which I absolutely love. I think it adds so much more stakes to the matter. Just under a minute and a half to go, so probably about 3 more laps, including this one. Macaulay Bishop leading just shy of a second clear from Kai Hunter, and Harrison Crowther now has worked his way up into P3. We're following that battle now as Tristan Rennie, the 173, is trying to chase down the 31 just in front in that red, green and white machine. He's going to send one to the inside of Kai Hunter and opens the door. Actually, Tristan Rennie slots his way through. That was aggressive, but Kai Hunter has got the awareness not to crash into either of them.
Yeah, he hasn't, and he's going to make that one back. He's a wily fox, is Kai Hunter. He's been here and done it before. He knows what it's all about. So he's having a look up the inside of Tristan Rennie, and yes, gets the move done. There he goes on the O-plate. Just further back, though, as this action is unfolding, that man who started in second on the grid, Ewan Charman, who dropped down to 17th, he's now in 10th, and he's on the fastest lap with a 56.23. So he's making his way back up, but he's not going to have time to trouble the leaders in this one as we're eyes on then this battle between Kai Hunter and Tristan Rennie. Currently at the moment sitting in 3rd and 4th, Harrison Crowther up to 2nd, and the gap then to Macaulay Bishop 1.27 seconds. So it looks like Macaulay has this one wrapped up with probably 2 laps still to go.
We say wrapped up quite tentatively because, anything can happen, especially with conditions as they are. I think they are definitely improving, but just looking out the window and the gap visibly is quite large between the number 6 of Macaulay Bishop and now the 31 of Harrison Crowther. They've made their way through the infield section with a lap and a half left to go. The battles continue all the way down through the field. And look at Ewan Charman. We spoke about him falling backwards. The recovery that driver has had. Fastest lap, back inside the top 10, and of course still more opportunities to come with a couple more karts just in front of him. So keep an eye as to where he's going to finish in a couple of laps' time. I think we can just about see him going into this fast right-hander at the back end of the circuit.
Yeah, we absolutely can. Look at all the battles that are going on in the midfield here. This is what Senior Rotax is all about. So exciting. As we rejoin the action, then out in front, there's that man, Macaulay Bishop, with Kai Hunter now chasing him down. Harrison Crowther, just eyes on there, number 27 as well. Who have we got there in 27? Down Holland Racing, that's Josh Turnbull that we're seeing there on screen, currently sitting in 8th place. And Ewan Charman then now up to 9th, still holding the fastest lap.
The checker flag is awaiting the arrival of Macaulay Bishop, but who's going to finish second is up over the grass. That's Ewan Charman, I think, maybe. It's one of the Honda Motorsport cars, I think.
I think Charman was a little bit ahead. I just glanced at 421 earlier in that picture, but definitely a Hunter Motorsport car whizzing up onto the top of the bank, cutting the lawn for us up there.
Yeah, it's a very expensive lawnmower, is one of these Senior Rotaxes, let's put it that way. But yeah, he's able to get it back onto the circuit, albeit with a much more lower down position than what we saw a bit earlier on. However, out of the final couple of corners, they're side by side between Kai Hunter and Harrison Crowther. We have to see our race leader across the line. He'll see the checker flag first. It's Macaulay Bishop that takes victory in Senior Rotax, who's finishing in P2. Kai Hunter just across the line will take it from Harrison Crowther. Tristan Rene, 0.01 of a second across the line between that drag race. And you were right, yeah, it wasn't Ewan Charman. He takes P10 in the end, and a very strong recovery drive for him there. Yeah, good race, and exactly what we'd expect from Senior Rotax.
So good, so good. I'll be honest with you, Kai, I was kind of looking at the timing screens and looking out the window. I missed the moment where Kai Hunter must have gone from like 3rd to 2nd or whatever happened there, because Harrison Crowther was in 2nd, ended up in 3rd, of course. So I did miss that moment, but super exciting stuff.
Let's run you through the results then. After 8 more minutes of racing action, Macaulay Bishop will take victory by 3 seconds ahead of Kai Hunter, Harrison Crowther and Tristan Rene, who were separated by virtually nothing across the line. Charlie Cox completes the top 5 with Jamie Perrelli in 6th and William Antrobus in 7th. Joshua Turnbull from Jack Lilly and Ewan Charman recovering to P10. William Pemble P11, Mikey Walker in 12th. Then comes Alexander Cole, Morgan Hudson-Brown and Kieran Ives, the top 15. Lex Quintes, Mac McGilvery, Caitlin Seabrook, Adam Wooden and Jack Baker at the top 20. Then comes Miles Roby, Benjamin Baker, James Philip King from Callum Kinder, James Johnson, who, by the way, the triple one, we'll have to shout him out. He was the test driver that put everything on the line this morning to see the track as we went racing. The 26th place driver, Ethan Head, Taylor England and Braden Hill. But yeah, a moment of appreciation for James Johnson, who went out on circuit all by himself to test the conditions. Yeah,
so well done to him. Thanks, James. I think actually, am I right in saying he wasn't here yesterday for the final round of the UKC, and I think he had to do some warm-up laps or practice laps to be eligible to race today, so that was also why they sent him out, so that ticked that box as well. So yeah, big thanks to him for taking a look at the circuit in the fog this morning.
I don't know how much of a look you could have taken a look at the circuit, to be honest. It's sort of, you're looking at the steering wheel, guessing where the track is. It was quite impressive. It was quite daunting, actually. You'd see him blitz down the pit straight. You'd see him go under the bridge, and you wouldn't see him for about 30 seconds until he reappears just in front of the timing building down in towards into the hairpin. So yeah, quite a good way to spend the morning, I guess. Quite a scary way to get you woken up and get the adrenaline flowing. That's going to do it for the first Senior Rotax race of the day, but Senior Rotax B is going to be coming in a few moments' time. And well, again, exactly what I think we would expect from Senior Rotax is going to be coming back in when they're back out on circuit.
Yep, they will. And do keep the chat coming in on both the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the UKC YouTube channel, wherever you are watching us right now. Who we got here? Nathan Jensen Racing says, I think any race where Kieran Ives wins is my favourite, so good luck to Kieran Ives. Nothing is too difficult for my goat, Benji Baker. So where did Benji Baker finish up, by the way? He was going to go from last to first. We finished in 22nd in the end, but I think he made up a couple of places.
He made up a couple of places, not quite last to first. I mean, it's fine. Nonetheless, we've got Senior Rotax back out onto the circuit. We'll run you through the grid in a few moments' time, and very similarly to what we saw just a moment ago, quite a stacked grid. Leon Hasty will take pole position from Max Taylor in 2nd. Then comes Jack Thompson and Oliver Liversedge in 3rd and 4th position. Behind that, Keane Geraghty, our newly crowned Senior Rotax UKC champion, starts from 5th, alongside the man he had to beat to get there, Jack West. Finley Buck and Louis Harvey will complete row number 4, with Harry Bartle and Neo Clark completing the top 10. John Brown and Joshua Graham in P11 and in P12. Freddie Ingram, who had a couple of issues yesterday in the 69, will be alongside Harry Hertzgraver on row number 7, alongside Freddie Werlock and Lewis Sumner in 16th place. Nathan Smith, Benjamin Lee, row number 9, ahead of Louis America and Daniel Kilpatrick in P20. Then comes Agnes Scrivener and Sam Kelbrick on row 11. Matteo Palazzo down in P23.
What's going on there?
For the Italian driver in 23rd. Deacon Russell will be alongside him in 24th. Then comes Dominic Darling and Elliot Surtees. Elliot Foster from Marcus King, who of course was involved in the incident yesterday. I'll be surprised if he starts this race from 28th. Charles Green alongside him in 29th. An absolutely insane recovery if Marcus King is out there, out on circuit. But Matteo Palazzo, wow, I mean, I know the track conditions changed and things between the 2 qualifying sessions and what have you, and I guess with a 3-minute qualifying session, but 23rd for a driver like Palazzo, he's got a very hard job ahead of him.
Yeah, he really has. Perhaps didn't have the cart dialed in for the qualifying practice session this morning because I doubt he had like such a difficult drive or a bad drive this morning in inverted commas. So yeah, perhaps just didn't have the setup quite right. So he's got a job to do in this one. But out front, yeah, some big names. It's going to be exciting. I'm pleased to see that Cian Geraghty and Jack West are lining up side by side on the grid. Those 2 drivers are going to be fighting out, giving us some excitement for sure. Behind them, Finley Buck, really good driver as well. Louis Harvey, yeah, that sort of mid-pack 7th or 5th, 6th, 7th on the grid. But starting out in front, Leon Hasty and Jack Thompson. Best of luck to Jack Thompson, kart number 65 from Hunter Motorsport. And Max Taylor starting in 3rd from Craft Motorsport. Trying to get as much warmth into the tyres as they possibly can here this morning. The actual air temperature is pretty chilly. I don't know how warm or kind of rubbered in the track will be yet, but I'd say not very much. So don't think the grip's going to be at an all-time high for this one.
No, I wouldn't imagine so. They're still going to be dialing in, getting those tyres up to temperature. They back up the field then, all, I think, 18 or so rows of them, 14 rows of karts. Leon Hasty and Jack Thompson will start this race from pole position. In fact, actually, Leon Hasty and Max Taylor alongside each other on the front row. We'll put foot to the floor and we'll go racing for the 4th time today with Senior Rotax pre-final. Being a good launch for Leon Hasty, the 38 on the left-hand side of your screen. A good launch from the 65 of Jack Thompson, though, immediately down the inside of the S-plate of Max Taylor as they work their way up the bowl and over the bridge. So far, quite a clean start.
Yeah, a really clean start. I was kind of, while you were watching the screen here on our commentary position, I was just looking out the window. Are we going again? Do we have a clean start? Are we going again?
I think it's a false start.
It's a false start.
Can
We're rolling around
can
again.
see the chevrons, yeah.
Yep.
I thought it was all right, but yeah.
It looked clean to me from where we were sat.
The clerks must have thought that people were out of formation and want them to go around again. So that's the way it's going to go. It gives us another opportunity to sort of assess that start. And again, it was a good launch for Jack Thompson. And to be fair, what's been happening most of the weekend is if you can get a good launch from P3, as long as you're on the inside for turn 1 and you're directly behind the guy that starts in pole, you can just... The guy in second is... I mean, it's almost better to start third than it is to start second.
Yeah, I can well imagine that as we sit here and look at the layout of the circuit going through that complex turns before they're under the bridge and away. But yeah, I mean, the good thing was obviously we're going round again because probably the formation on the start was not how it needs to be, and that's why we're going again. But the good thing was there was no incident and nobody up onto the grass as they went through the chicane under the bridge.
Got an answer for the Matteo Palazzo thing as well. It completely went straight over my head. I blurred the lines between junior and senior Rotax. It's his first race in a senior. He's usually a junior. So now he's now in the bigger cards. That completely went over my head. Thank you to those in the YouTube chat for pointing this out to us because we're clearly oblivious in the commentary box. So he's done quite well considering, and he'll get more and more experience as the day goes on. And what a way to jump yourself into the senior Rotax field and get yourself mixed up. Nonetheless, we'll have another go at the race start. Leon Hasty and Max Taylor the front row from Jack Thompson and Oliver Liversedge just in behind. Let's try this again, shall we? 8 minutes plus the lap of racing, and senior Rotax pre-final B is go. And immediately darting across the circuit there was the number 9 of Jack West. He started on the outside of row number 3, darts his way to the inside. So far so clean at the front. I think a bit of a scruffy start towards the back end, a few bits of contact as they work their way now up over the bridge, but a good start for Leon Hasty. Yeah, great start for Leon Hasty. I was just trying to keep an eye on that second place man, Max Taylor from Craft Motorsport. Where did he end up at that one? Has he dropped back? As we just see here then leading out in front right now. Going through the infield then, everyone's staying on circuit, which is good news as we are looking out of the window here then now through the infield. Kart number 28, then 38, Leon Hasty making his way into the lead and staying there. So from pole and staying there, which is good news for him. Just picking up some of the action there through the rest of the field. Hunter Motorsport just running in second at this point in time right now. Jack Thompson, number 65, has stayed there, which is good news. Yeah, it is indeed. So with the opening lap in the books, it's a good launch for Leon Hasty. And just in behind that, yeah, Jack Thompson was able to work his way through. We'll see where Max Taylor is as they break the beam for the first time. But a good couple of kart lengths. Cian Geraghty up a couple of places from 5th place, already starting to mount a challenge for second. Filled now with confidence after, of course, that victory in the Senior Rotax Championship was very, very close. He got a penalty in the super final, and that was quite cutthroat whether or not he'd get it or not, but in the end it was his championship. So now he's fighting, of course, for that grand final ticket. Look to go to the inside between a couple of cuts. There is the S of Max Taylor, is trying to work his way forward after a pretty woeful start, dropping down into the pack, now trying to get his composure back and work his way back forwards.
Yeah, Max just seemed to run wide on that sort of opening turn there, and then just going under the bridge, and he was already back in about sort of 6th or 7th, now up to 5th as it stands right now on the timing zone. Ahead of him is the 190 of Oliver Liversedge, and then we've got Geraghty, Thompson, Hasty out in front, but clean racing from them all in the early stages, which is good to see. Everyone wants to do their best and get themselves into that final in the highest position possible. Out in front though, here's your leader, number 38, it's Leon Hasty, also had the fastest lap, but that's just been superseded by Cian Geraghty, who goes with the 57.14, currently in second, and Jack Thompson just behind them, just a 10th or two just back.
So a bit of side-by-side action for P2 as well. So Cian Geraghty takes the lead of the race as that's wide between a couple of carts just in the background. I think one of them, Jack West, getting forced over there. One of the Jack's Motorsport machines in the sort of the lime green, the blue and the white. I think that could well be the 190 of Oliver Liversedge. Indeed it is. They'll now assume the inside line into that second hairpin, trying to keep the number 8 of Graham at bay. However, the 8's switchback manoeuvre there was far too good to hold off from Liversedge. So Graham finds his way through and up into 8th place. Side by side between a couple more carts as Graham continues that momentum, overtakes Max Taylor, and through as well goes Liversedge as he tries to see that open gap and, well, spots it very well, finds his way through and up past the S-plate.
Yeah, nice move from Josh Graham there from KR Sport, just putting one up the inside there in that infield section on the hairpins, where we're seeing a lot of overtakes here this weekend at PF International. Cian Geraghty, though, out in front. Behind him, Jack Thompson, Leon Hasty there. Harry Bartle now picks up the fastest lap. Shout out to him. We've obviously seen loads of great racing from Harry Bartle over the years, previously going wheel to wheel with Jacob Ashcroft a couple of years ago in the UKC. Up the inside then goes a Tony Kart driver there from Strawberry Racing. Just looking at that one on the infield.
Yeah, nicely done as they make their way through and out of the second hairpin. So Cian Geraghty still doing a fantastic job, is just to hold on to that lead. We're following there the 38. That's Leon Hasty, who started this race from pole position. Another driver, by the way, in his first weekend in senior Rotax. He's adapted very, very well to the new power and is working quite nicely around the one of the best circuits in not only the UK but also in the world. Just shy of half distance completed in this race. 4 minutes plus the lap still to go. It's Geraghty from Bartle, from Hasty, Thompson, and now West, the top 5. We're following there the 95. That's a bit further back into the pack. That's Brown versus Neo Clark at the back end of the top 10.
Yeah, close racing there at the back end of the top 10. This is the thing with karting, and certainly this is the thing with an event like today where it's go big or go home. Doesn't matter where you are running in the field, there's close, tight racing going on. It is as aggressive as ever. Look at this, we're picking up, then continuing with those two, John Brown in the 95, Neo Clark then in the 28. Thule Motorsport man just chasing down the number 95 of John Brown. More action then, lots of close action throughout the whole of the field. There's number 95, eyes on him, John Brown, just tucking in, doing everything he can to fight off Neo Clark behind him. Picking up a Jack's Motorsport driver on the inside as well. But out in front, Cian Geraghty's still there, not on our pictures at this point in time right now. There we are looking at number 12. Number 7 back with the action then. Here's Cian Geraghty.
Into the first couple of corners, and he's just controlling this race very well. And one thing that I've always said about Cian Geraghty, not the greatest in qualifying. I mean, he's definitely gotten better over the last couple of weeks, but it's always in the race that he shines through. He'll get a great first lap, he'll keep his composure, and he'll fight forwards and sort of have that consistency throughout the entire race. Very rarely do you see a mistake from Cian Geraghty. Up the inside goes the number 9 of Jack West, though. On the inside, that was on Leon Hasty as he makes his way into the second infield hairpin. Nicely done from the Dan Holland Racing machine, the number 9, with West on the back of his overalls, which is always handy to recognise him with. 2.5 minutes plus laps still to go, so about 4 or 5 more laps of this race. Cian Geraghty got a decent hold over Harry Bartle, but only half a second. One small mistake and that gap's going to come back down. Yeah, absolutely, and full credit to that man who we've got our eyes on the screen right now, Jack West, number 9. That was a really bold move from him. Hang on, who here? We've got a drop down bumper for what looks like a KR Sport car. Was that a Deacon Russell, I think.
Deacon Russell. Then looks like he's running slowly somewhere out on the circuit. Yeah, but credit to Jack West, great move. Had to hold on tight to the steering wheel to make it stick, and he did. And he's running ahead then of Leon Hasty right now as we rejoin the action with number 65 there. Hunter Motorsport driver, I think it was.
Yeah, indeed. Jack Thompson, the 65, up there in fifth place, running quite well now, making the apex of that first hairpin. Under a bit of pressure is the 131 of Finley Buck, his first weekend in seniors as well, getting overtaken by the number 8 of Joshua Graham. He goes through and up into what will now be sixth place. Finley Buck, of course, a couple of weekends ago at Dunswell in the juniors, took a sensational victory while Palazzo and Ashcroft were too busy battling each other. Finley Buck just sort of said, you know what, lads, I'll find my way through and I'll go and win. It was a sensational drive from Finley Buck. His pace was there and definitely is proving to be so here in senior Rotax. I mean, the handling, like we were saying before, the handling between the two shouldn't be too dissimilar, but it's that extra speed, that extra power that, of course, Joshua Graham is very much using down towards the opening couple of corners.
Yeah, brilliant move from Joshua Graham there, but so well done to him. But you're dead right about Finley Buck. I remember that well now. He was beaming from ear to ear. He almost surprised himself that he took the victory, and full credit to him. And it's great when it happens, and the driver genuinely enjoys it that much.
Yeah, and of course, when we were speaking about sort of self-belief and things and sort of self-efficacy, and you've got that mindset in your head sort of saying, you know what, this is what I believe I can be, this is what I believe I can go and do. You sort of manifest those own results. If you manifest failure, you're going to get failure naturally, right? So if as long as you're keeping your confidence, you can't guarantee results. Motorsport is completely brutal. We've seen that all weekend long, but you can almost do yourself the better favours and increase your likelihood. So when you've got that confidence, you use it in bucket loads. I think that's sort of what we're seeing from Keane Geraghty. He not only is he quick, he also knows he's quick because he's just won a senior Rotax championship yesterday. Joshua Graham, though, continuing that momentum up the inside of the 38 of Leon Hastie.
Yeah, absolutely. Keane Geraghty is a man riding high on confidence coming into this one for sure, and he was feeling quite comfortable going into the super final yesterday as well, because I think he knew he only had to finish sort of 10th or above, so he was pretty relaxed about the whole affair. And even with that 5-second penalty dropping him down to 9th, he still did take the overall win in the championship, so well done to him. Coming into this one then with an air of confidence from a driver who knows he can get the business done, and currently is out in front then. It is Kieran Geraghty and number 2 then of Harry Bartle. It's the action we've got on the screen right now. They're pretty close. Behind them, Jack West, the gap back to him a little bit more. Continuing the action though, picking up here, look, carts side by side. Chaos Sport just twist. Oh, we've got a bumper off there, just hanging off on cart number 26, is that?
That's 28. That's Neo Clark. Yeah, we saw it yesterday with, I think it was, who would have been? I'll remember in a moment. But yeah, it fell off the back end. It was Josh Gollin in the 177s. That's come back to me. Yeah, it was hanging off, got a meatball flag for it, and had to come back into the pit lane. So I wonder if they're keeping an eagle eye on that one as to monitor that situation. Final lap of the race, though. Keane Geraghty is leading them round. He's got Harry Bartle for company, and that gap has been closing. He's only got one lap of opportunity to go for the move. He's getting squeezed 2 wheels onto the grass there, but late on the brakes from Harry Bartle. He finds the space, just about drawing side by side. Here comes Jack West getting involved as well with the 2 OTKs just in front of him. Harry Bartle trying to find a way through, but Keane Geraghty just able to hang on. Now the number 2 has to thwart the attack from the number 9. Can't quite do that. Can Jack West? He can't find a way through. That's going to open the gap for Keane Geraghty. Now side by side and chopping the nose off there from the number 9. The switchback is there to the penultimate couple of corners. He's up over the curb. That's going to open the door for Joshua Graham to find a way through. The checker flag is going to wave, and Keane Geraghty is just going to hang on in an absolutely chaotic final lap. Our UKC 2025 Senior Rotax champion will win the pre-final, but who finishes second? Jack West takes it from Josh Graham.
Yeah, and Harry Bartle there was doing everything he could to defend that second place, and he was making it work for about 3 or 4 corners, and then suddenly there was a moment where he just couldn't do anything about Jack West. Jack West gave him the nudge, and Josh Graham followed West, and Bartle ended up in 4th. That was karting at its absolute best. As we look at a number 77 with a wheel missing on the inside somewhere.
Yeah, it kind of needs that, I'd imagine. The 77, let's have a look on the timing screen. It will be Charles Green that unfortunately doesn't have that rear right wheel, and that's going to be unfortunate, of course, for them. That's another about 9 minutes worth of racing. We'll run you through the results in a moment when we can. But yeah, another fantastic race, and what an end. Also, speaking of the meatball flag, Neo Clark did get one. I think he just finished the race in time as to not serve it. He just finished outside the top 10 with P11. Sets him up, I think, towards the rear end of the field for the final in a bit later on. Keane Geraghty, though, will take victory from Jack West. Joshua Graham, Harry Bartle and Finley Buck. A fantastic debut in seniors for Finley Buck there in 5th. Leon Hastie just in behind in P6 from Jack Thompson, and Oliver Liversedge in 8th. Freddie Ingram from John Brown, the top 10. Behind that, of course, a very close battle all the way through that train of karts was extensive. Neo Clark, Max Taylor, Louis Harvey, Daniel Kilpatrick and Agnes Scrivener inside the top 15. Then comes Benjamin Lee, Freddie Werlock, Louis Merica, Lewis Sumner and Elliot Surtees, the top 20 drivers. Harry Hertzgrover from Dominic Darling, Matteo Palazzo slowly working his way forward in P23. Then comes Elliot Foster, Sam Kelbrick, Charles Green, Deacon Russell and Nathan Smith in 28th place. We had to read through that quite quickly because already we've got the next heat making their way out onto circuit. This time, of course, for Mini Max.
Yeah, so Mini Max heading out on track right now. We are running to a tight schedule here. They were due to go off at 13:49 and we're on 13:52, so we've lost a minute or two somewhere, but we got a lunch break, so we'll get it back. So Mini Max straight out right now then, or Mini Inter, heading their way out as we see what happens with this one. But wow, an exciting end to senior Rotax for sure.
Well, let's see what the Mini Inters can bring. Tom Reed taking pole position. Emerson McCann alongside him on that front row. We've got Ryan White, Otis Cleary, the front two rows. Of course, behind that will be the rest of the top five. It's Alfie Ward, Arthur Farrow, the front three rows from Sebastian Behrman and Josh Cook in P8. Jackson Hilton from Max Jolly, the top 10, with Eddie Duncan and Harry Ratcliffe keeping each other company on row 6. Ian Campbell from Hamish Gordon, then comes Riley Blakemore and Leo Livings, the front 8 rows. Ronnie Smart, Buddy Hugo, the top 9 rows, from Hakeem Bart and Casper McAllister, the top 20. Adam Bart, Ollie Brunt, James Darling and Jacob Underhill, the front 12 rows. And behind that, Austin Oman, Hugo McCluskey, Emily Davey from George Quinlan and Clark Naylor, the 29th and final driver to take to the field. They queuing themselves up in their rows and, well, looking forward to this one. Tom Reed on that front row alongside, of course, Emerson McCangy-Uren, who actually coming up on the qualifying results should be starting fourth in this race. So I think that's where he's going to be on the timing screen. Let's see what he can do from P4. Let's see what Tom Reed can do from pole position.
Yeah, interested to see this one. Emerson has been winning everything this year, and so best of luck to him on the day out here. He's obviously already got his Rotax Grand Final or World Final ticket. In fact, I think he's got about 3 or 4 of them at this point in time from all the things he's won. So let's see what he can do. But yeah, Tom Reed lining out in front then. Other names as well, Ryan White. Let's see what he can do. Emerson McAndrew there fourth. Otis Cleary, Alfie Ward, another good driver there. Further back down the order, Max Jolly starting lower down. Let's see what we can do. We're going with it, Zach.
We are indeed. A good launch from the number 9 of Lucian Smith, actually. I think we are going to get a false start. Yeah, we are indeed. They're going to go around again. I did think, actually, they only got one formation up. Anyway, they're going to go around, and that gives them an opportunity to, again, acclimatise to the conditions. The track is completely fine. We can see everything, which is always good. But, yeah, a good indication is that green and yellow chevron flag to indicate you have to go around again.
Yeah, I think there was a quick decision there just before the start of that one to only do one warm-up lap to gain back some time, so just the one lap. But then obviously with the full start, as it were, we now go again, so they're getting a bit more warmth in the tyres, and then they'll start to concertina up and get in the 2 lines that they should be in. I mean, it's a brilliant position here at PF International. The start marshals have the gantry that sticks out over the start-finish straight, so they can see if they've got 2 straight lines. They can see the views that you get here from PF from a marshal's and steward's point of view are second to none. So, you know, if it's not quite right, they're going to see it.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, a good opportunity to say a massive thank you to all of the marshals, clerks of the course, timekeepers, ambulance crews, everyone behind the scenes at UKC that makes everything tick as efficiently as it does. It's not been an easy weekend by any stretch of the imagination, but it's been run as efficiently and as safely as possible. And we've got it all to owe to all of those guys. And a big thank you to all of the drivers as well for some of the most fantastic racing that we've seen all season long. And today, of course, what's at stake if you are now just joining us? At the end of the day, those that win the final get their ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain to potentially crown themselves as a world champion. We've got a couple of them on a few of these grids already, even those as young as those in the Mini Inters. One of them with as many Grand Finals as he has fingers on his left hand is Emerson McCann, and he's counting them up quite a lot this season, and we'll definitely be seeing him in Bahrain. Nonetheless, we've got, well, more rows of 2 and definitely more tidy this time through, and no, we haven't actually. A few more of them have gone sideways. The number 4 of, I believe that could be Ryan White, who's gone wide.
Yeah, is that Ryan White?
Yeah, it is,
Was he on the inside? Sort of looked like he had an exhaust problem or an engine problem or something there, just banging the engine, and a lot of blue smoke coming from somewhere as he started to slowly come just past where the spectators are. So they'd have had a better view than we did for that one, actually.
Yeah, so I think there would have just been a small problem. A couple of people got a bit sideways as well just before the lights went out. So again, that's going to bring them back down. So we're going to go for a third formation lap instead as they make their way around the PF International circuit. So they'll get themselves back up again. And as a driver, you're probably looking at this being quite frustrated, I'd imagine. You just want to get going again, and unfortunately, that's not been the case. There is the number 9 of Lucian Smith, who should be starting this race from the front row on the left-hand side of the grid. It'll be the right-hand side of your pictures at home as they run, but he's actually the other way around with Tom Reed, so I'm not entirely sure as to what's happened there with the grid. 8 minutes plus a lap still to go. They've got about a third of a formation lap still to run. Who do you think is going to come out on top?
Good call. Well, good question, rather, and I wouldn't want to call it. I think there's too much at stake here, and there's too many young drivers with too much whizzing through their minds, knowing that they've only got this one heat and then the final. And they haven't had much in the way of practice today at all, so I wouldn't want to call it. And the speed with which we've seen leads change here today already this morning or this afternoon, I don't know who's going to take this one, is my answer to that. Can I sit on the fence, Zach?
I guess you can for now. When we get to the finals, you're not allowed.
All right.
You have to give a call for that one. Pre-finals is fine, I'll let you off. But there we go. We can see the number 4 of Ryan White has lined himself up onto the grid there. So we'll see who's going to be taking to the start. Nonetheless, let's try this again, shall we? 8 minutes on the clock. Lucian Smith from pole position. Alongside him is the number 5 of Tom Reed, and we'll go racing. A good launch from the number 1 of Emerson McAndrew, and he tries to take the lead of the race. Goodness me, that from the number 1 plate cars as he muscles his way through there. Some sheer bravery coming in from the 2025 Mini Inter British and UKC champion. Now he's completely clear. I think he actually got overtaken again through turn number 3, so a bit of a jostle going on as the 22 is now the one that leads. Otis Cleary gets the launch as they're guessing the conditions. It's the first time they've been out since this morning as Emerson McAndrew has to defend from the number 9.
Wow, full of credit. Dan Holland racing and out in front in 1 and 2 as we've got some action in the mid-pack there, just someone riding up on the wheels of somebody else. Who is that? It's the 126 of... what driver is 126? Can't quite see as the action changes now, but 126, Harry Radcliffe of Sam Pollitt Racing there, just going off onto the grass and then rejoining the action. But yeah, brilliant there from Otis Cleary to get himself out in the lead, and Emerson with the bold move then sees him move up to second. So it's Dan Holland Racing out in front as they went under the bridge. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, really good opening lap, and again, they are mini, but they definitely are mighty in the mini inters. They always give us some good racing action. Otis Cleary will lead from Lucian Smith showing up in second place. He's found a way past Emerson McAndrew, but that's quickly going to change as the gap opens up through the bowl and up over the bridge. So a good launch there from Emerson McAndrew just to find his way up the inside, getting muscled off the road. Nearly there was Lucian Smith, the KR Sport number 9.
Yeah, and just looking as they exit that bridge section, they really do use all of the runoff. You don't want to be taking too much grass up there because it's still wet, it's still damp. But our leader there, Otis Cleary, was, well, he was way wide and then put himself back onto the circuit. Into the midfield, here we go then. They're all bunched up as we would expect. And Emerson McAndrew are currently sitting in 3rd place right now. Lucian Smith then in 2nd for KR Sport.
Yeah, it's been quite a busy opening few races, and especially in the mini inters. 6 minutes plus the lap still to run, and Otis Cleary, well, he's completely clear of the rest of the pack. He is just bolted from the start while everyone else is sorting themselves out, getting settled into the race. He's out getting into a rhythm, finding that consistent rhythm, and a quick look over the shoulder we saw there from Emerson McAndrew. The gap back under a second as he sets the fast lap of the race. He took 7/10 of a second out with Otis Cleary that last lap. Probably won't be too much longer until we see them fighting for the lead once again. Yeah, absolutely. He's going to start to close that gap as well. Won the championship yesterday, but was a little bit disappointed with his finished position, 2nd in that super final. Was on the receiving end of a little bit of argy-bargy as we went into the closing stages. But look, up the inside then, number 5 was that Tom Reed, puts himself up to 2nd place, just getting the better of Emerson. Now we have some action here. You got 175 there, that's Josh Cook. He's just got himself up to 3rd, I think. Yeah, he has indeed. Nicely done. As we saw the 183 of Alfie Ward go a bit wide through the hairpin. Emerson McAndrew finds a space. However, Josh Cook, the 175, goes straight through. What a move that was from the KR Sport machine. While McAndrew was tight on the line and forced Tom Reed wide. The 175 just sort of said, okay, cool, I'm going underneath the pair of you. Very nicely done indeed. What this is doing, though, is giving Otis Cleary more of a safety net to fall back on, and that timer is still ticking down with these laps coming through. Yeah, it is, and that gap from Cleary back to Cook there now is almost a second, 0.95 the gap back, so he's got a clear gap out in front. So Otis Cleary wants to stay there as I look out the window, and it is a very visible gap. But look at this then, Emerson McAndrew in 2nd place, and behind him there we've got that driver that is Josh Cook, I think, just pushing on the back of him from KR Sport. Indeed. So fast laps of the race coming in. We're in the low 101s from our sort of race leaders. Leo Livings actually is the driver with the fastest lap. The ultimate best of everyone's personal best sectors is a 1 minute dead 0.45 coming in. That's absolutely rapid as the track continues to sort of improve. 4 minutes plus a lap still to run. Otis Cleary doing a fantastic job of running out in front, and well, he's just settling into a very nice consistent rhythm, and those behind him continuing to battle. This is where, if you're Tom Reed or you're Josh Cook, you're sort of going, okay, cool. And especially Emerson McCann-Duren, you're going, okay, cool. Let's just calm down for a lap or two. Let's get onto the back of him. And now we're not fighting for second. We're now fighting for the lead. And it's worked. 2 laps, they settled down. McCann-Duren back within half a second of Otis Cleary. And with it comes the fastest lap of the race. Yeah, well done to Emerson there. Just with that 1 minute and 60.43 is his fastest lap as it stands right now. So well done to him. But great racing up the inside here. Someone getting a move done in the midfield there. Couldn't quite see the number on the kart or who that is, but more action in that hairpin section on the inside. Looks like that kart there from KR Sport. Was that a number 9? Was that Lucian Smith for getting a move done there? Well done to him. Yeah, good little move there from Lucian Smith. Not the start he'd have wanted from pole position, but with how changeable these mini inter races are, qualifying inside the top 10 isn't really that important. Track position, especially at PF International, so important. Bit of a bump there from Josh Cook to Emerson McCann-Duren. Sent him a little bit wide. However, it's not been too much of a knock-on effect. Now we've got 2 Danaher racing machines being chased down by that KR Sport kart. Now Emerson McCann-Duren will bite the bullet, go for the lead of the race. The 22 has to settle in behind. Josh Cook practically pushing him through. Now we'll try and send the move to the inside of turn number 3. Can't quite do that, but nonetheless, McCann-Duren takes the lead of the race. Tom Reed tries to go for 3rd. Yeah, he does, and eyes on Tom Reed, because I think he's a man that could just move up through this field. He's been chasing in that 4th position. He's not going to settle there. Look at this, KR Sport, then fighting Strawberry Racing on the inside. Emerson out in front, a place where he's been many times before. And just behind him, then Otis Cleary. So it's 1 from 22 as they are on the infield. This is really good. Look, there's a whole huddle of drivers, a bunch of drivers there just behind our 2 leaders. Any one of them could take 3rd and then start to move forward. But look at our top 2. Now, of course, 2 Danaher racing cars. Yeah. Presumably, we've seen teammates work together. We saw yesterday with Matteo Palazzo and Kai Clark working together. They sort of alternated. You can win one race, I'll win the second race, and then they had second in each of the other ones. So they were able to sort of meticulously plan where they were going to start for the final later on. So we could see that with McCann-Duren and Otis Cleary. However, the fight behind them, Tom Reed, Lucian Smith, now Sebastian Behrman up into P5. A good drive there. He went backwards initially, but has worked his way forwards into the top 5. I think the highest place we've seen him all weekend. Yeah, well done to him, as he is now making his way, like you say, up to P5 from wherever he started. So that's a really strong drive from him. But look at this, out in front then, still got our 2 leaders, but behind them the squabble for 3rd place as they come into that hairpin section in Sector 2 on the infield, where we've seen loads of overtakes this weekend. Just watching a KR Sport driver, I think Lucian Smith again, trying to make up the places. Like you say, after starting on pole position, that's 175 there. So that is Josh Cook, actually, is making up places just on the inside of that action there. Yeah, so this train is now really bunched up. You can see the O-plate of Max Jolly, who started this race in P10, has climbed his way up into the... he's only gone forward 1 place, but he's got plenty more opportunities just in front of him. 50 seconds plus the lap, so we're heading on to what should be the penultimate lap of this race. It all depends as to when McCann-Duren cross the line, but I think this should just be the penultimate, if not 3rd to final lap. McCann-Duren leads Otis Cleary as a spin there and a very bent steering. That front... it would have been front right, it's bent left, and that is definitely not how it should be. Was that the 34? It was Jacob Underhill there from Infinity X Karts. He looks all right, but he's got some damage to his kart there, sitting off at the side of the track somewhere. Couldn't quite work out where that was. Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. A couple of sends to the inside. The 183 of Alfie Ward makes up a few places just on the exit of that hairpin. The momentum, especially in these lower powered mini intercarts, so important off the back of those hairpins. If the 2 carts run in a bit too deep and you can get a slightly later apex, get that drive off the corner, can do you a lot of favours. Here comes Lucian Smith with a good drive off the chicane around the outside. Tom Reed tries to give it a go, but decides to tuck back in to not allow Josh Cook a look to the inside of that long sweeping right-hander. Yeah, good drive from him as our eyes then rejoin the action, and we've got cart number 5, which was Tom Reed, putting a
Some good times and some good laps, but out in front, Emerson McAndrew-Uren with his teammate Otis Cleary behind them then. It's number 1, it's the 22, under the bridge and up and around they go. They've got clear air now behind them, and you can see how much the track is drying up there as well. It doesn't look at all damp up there, so probably starting to get some good grip and some good feels through the car as they sweep their way around through that elevated bank section as they exit the bridge. Back to the infield now then, and look, drivers looking up the inside. Strawberry Racing, someone trying to make a move there. Lower back down the order.
Yeah, there's moves being made here, there, and everywhere. Lucian Smith is one of them as Tom Reed assumed the inside line through that second infield hairpin. Final lap of the race, though, as Emerson McAndrew leads Otis Cleary. So final opportunities coming in. And a point forward there from Cleary. He wants to secure what will effectively be a P2 start for that super final bit later on. Effectively, where you finish here in the mini inters dictates where you're going to start later on. Emerson McAndrew, though, once again picks off exactly where he left off yesterday. Checker flag will wave. Emerson McAndrew will add to the tally of race victories this weekend. And Otis Cleary will join him along with Tom Reed on that podium. We'll run you through the full results in a moment, but again, the mini inters giving us a mighty race.
Yeah, mini inters, mighty race. Well put, Zach. I love that. Really exciting, and that'll put a smile on Emerson's face as well. And I think he's going to be happy. It's his teammate behind him. A little fist bump I can see. I love that. Nice work, Emerson. Not on the camera screen, but just as we look out the window there as they go down the back straight, they just pulled alongside each other, and Emerson offered him the fist bump, and he gladly took it. So that was really cool. Nice work. Tom Reed as well. Credit to him, number 5, getting himself on the podium. He was in the mix for all of that, wasn't he?
Yep.
He was always there or thereabouts. So credit to him for getting that 3rd place.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll read you through the full results. McAndrew from Otis Cleary and Tom Reed, the podium. Lucian Smith, Josh Cook complete the top 5 with Alfie Ward and Max Jolly in 6th and 7th place. Sebastian Behrman from P8, then comes Arthur Farrow and Eddie Duncan inside the top 10. Behind that, of course, a very contentious battle all the way through the field. Austin O'Man, Ronnie Smart in P11 and P12. Then comes George Quinlan, Riley Blakemore and Jackson Hilton inside the top 15. Hugo McCluskey from Hamish Gordon, Leo Livings, Ian Campbell, Ryan White down in P20, well spotted in the number 4 machine. Then comes Buddy Hugo, Casper McAllister, Hakeem Bart, Adam Butt, Ollie Brunt, James Darling, Emily Davey from Clark Naylor, Jacob Underhill, who we saw have a few issues, and of course that damaged kart from Harry Ratcliffe, the 30th and I believe final driver to take to the grid, and well, unfortunately not be classified in the end of things. Didn't take the checker flag. That's going to do it for, of course, the mini inters. Next up, we'll head to the Micro Max, and again, like the minis, these guys had some barnstorming action yesterday, the likes of Dean Singh Pahal fighting towards the front end of the field. Looking forward to this one.
Honestly, Zach, I love Micro Max racing. It is so fun, and it's great to see. They jump straight out the car and they start running around the paddock. They're playing football. They're on scooters, although not on scooters because they're not allowed in the paddock. But you know what I mean? They're just having the time of their life. But when they get out on track, they are serious little racing drivers. And Dimitar Usanov there out in front from JPD UK, winning yesterday in the UKC. And Harris Barber, Masiokas, McGill, Gamble, Lloyd, all these names. Brilliant stuff. Really looking forward to it. Micro but mighty, if we can overuse that one.
Yeah, we'd like to find another M word.
Yeah.
We'll look at a thesaurus in a moment. Benedictus Masiokas will take pole position from Harris Barber, Freddie Baker and Dimitar Usanov, who made some incredible moves yesterday, starts 4th. Ralph Martin, Sebastian Crawford, the front 3 rows from Noah Wilco, and Alfie Garrett working his way inside the top 10. Struggled a little bit for pace this weekend. Carter Jackson, Jensen Darlow, the top 10 from J.M. Prakash, and Ethan Lloyd, the 66, look for him to go forwards in this race. Oliver Woodall from Arlo Gamble in P13 and 14, then comes Freddie Walker and Arthur Bowers in 15th and 16th. Chloe McGill, who was rapid yesterday, starts 17th from Ansel Murray in P18. Teddy Murphy from Ria Peacock inside the top 20. Then comes Isaac Garth and Archie Gupta, the front 11 rows. Lani Eden from Albert Farrow starting this race from 24th, and the final grid slot on the field for the Micromax. Didn't notice Dean Singh Pahal. He's not racing, unfortunately, today. He, of course, was very quick. Tried to beat Masiokas to the title. Missed out, I think, in the end by about 14 points or so. Did win the British here a couple of weeks ago, so was filled with confidence in that one. Unfortunately, won't see him today. So we've now got Benedictus Masiokas and Harris Barber that front row. It should be a good race.
Yeah, it really should. Let's see what happens then as they roll their way around. I didn't know myself that Dean wasn't racing here today. He's a spirited young character, so it's always nice to see him when he is racing, but not with us for this one. Out in front, though, here we go then, just crawling it around. Hopefully we'll get a nice race start from these micros and they can show the minis how it should be done.
Exactly. Maybe they can get the title of Mighty instead.
Yeah.
They run their way out of that final corner. Benedictus Nicklas Masiokas assumes the left-hand side of your screen. It's the right-hand side of the grid. Foot to the floor, and we go racing for Micromax pre-final. A good launch from the O-play as Dimitar Usanov in that black and yellow at number 4 tries to dart his way to the middle of the circuit. They run their way through. All is good as they make their way onto the opening lap of this race. Good launch from Masiokas. We've also got Freddie Baker made a move on the inside, I think, of Harris Barber up over the bridge for the first time. And so far, so good for our race leader.
Yeah, so far so good. Another RCE man there getting a shout out. Freddie Baker moving up through the field in the early stages, but Masiokas then out in front as it stands right now. Yeah, look at this first time then through the 180s. There's somebody going backwards, losing a bit of power there. Can't see who that is, but getting overtaken there on the first of those 2 hairpins on the infield. We're going to see loads of overtakes in this one. It really is quite something. Here we are then, picking up the action for the first time up close through the section there that takes them from Sector 2 into Sector 3 down to the bottom end of the racecourse onto the right-hander, then the left-hander, then the right 90 back down the start finish straight here at PF International.
We complete the opening lap of the race. There was a couple of yellow flags through the first sector, but I think that's all clear. Just to be, well, just saw come up on the time screen, just been told in my ear as well. Arlo Gamble, the 72, under investigation for having the car running on the dummy grids. Ethan Lloyd picks his way past on Ralph Martin. He's made some incredible progress already from 12th up now into 5th. So far, so good for Masiokas, though. He leads by about a second, but well, if that is the case, that's pretty much a slam dunk penalty, unfortunately, I think, for the 72 of Arlo Gamble, who currently is running P8.
Yeah, be a shame for the youngster. I had a little chat to him yesterday and he did a great little social media interview, so it'd be a shame if that's the way it works out for him today, but fingers crossed it doesn't. Out in front, though, it's Masiokas from Barker, from Barber then, Freddie Barker and Harris Barber. They're RCE in second, Strawberry Racing in third. Ralph Martin's in fourth, Ethan Lloyd then, another RCE driver. Yeah, great race from him so far, from starting 12th on the grid, currently running in 5th. Here we go then, and as we see so many times in karting, we get a leader out in front and then we get a chase group behind, and that's what we've got at the moment, because the gap is a full second between Masiokas and Barker then suddenly in second.
Yeah, I've just seen a comment come in the Alpha Live YouTube chat as well, saying, I reckon these guys will be better to watch than the big karts. Honestly, fair enough. Genuinely, these Micromax and the Mini Inters are absolute quality. And you often find that with the lower powered karts, because the slipstream means so much more and they're so much more raw in terms of their racecraft, you see some fantastic action going on. 5.5 minutes plus the lap still to go, and looking forward to the conclusion of this one. Masiokas, though, is still running quite well at 1.18 seconds clear. You can see that O-play of the SFR Motorsport machine home dry and clear of the rest of the pack, and it's because they're battling so hard. Ethan Lloyd, the 66, trying to dart his way through some of the pack. We've got 5 karts here lined up for second, led the way by Harris Barber. Look to the inside from the 92, Freddie Baker. He finds his way back into the podium positions, and there's a point there from Ralph Martin, clearly not happy about something.
Was that Ralph Martin flashing his arm out to the left there with a little bit of a grievance with somebody? And actually, interestingly, Alpha Live, who are bringing you these pictures right now, do a superb job, by the way, covering all sorts of motorsport all over the UK. Quite often, their race of the week comes from mini or micros, so they cover all sorts of karting and all sorts of racing, but race of the week is often from this little lot. Yeah,
honestly, they are intense. I'm going to have to Google in a moment some synonyms that mean mighty that begin with them, just to give them some sort of credibility and some sort of title. But yeah, race of the week, if you haven't, and this is your first time watching on Alpha Live, hello, welcome. Make sure you like, subscribe, and sticking around for all the motorsport as Ethan Lloyd picks his way through on Freddie Baker there for third place. Stick around for a lot of more motorsport, because it's cracking racing just like this. A point forward and thinking they want to work together. However, stuck on the infield there, that's the 98. We were speaking about potentially using the international circuit. That's not been the case this weekend. But yeah, one of the karts there stuck as another one. The 87 goes off this time.
87, that was Ansel Murray we were looking at first of all, and then it was Isaac Garth from SPR, Sam Pollitt Racing, on the 87. But it's RCE teammates who are duking it out right now, Freddie Baker and Ethan Lloyd. We've got 92 and 66 going wheel to wheel, giving us the excitement. As you look up the inside there, kart number 72 making the move on kart number 8. So that's Arlo Gamble then going up on Seb Crawford.
Yeah, these races have been pretty hectic from start to finish. Still got just under 4 minutes of it to go. And you saw there a tap from the side of the helmet from Freddie Baker, just to sort of say, look, come on, what are we doing? We're fighting with teammates. We can see the leaders just in front of us. Do we want to fight for third, or do we want an opportunity for both of us to get onto the podium? Right now, only one of us is doing that, so at least work with me for a moment as they continue to battle up over the bridge. The 72 of Arlo Gamble still under a bit of an investigation, I think, for his dummy grid infringement, side by side between a few carts, as well as they work their way down towards the first infield hairpin. A huge send to the inside from the number 7. That's not quite worked out for Chloe McGill. She's not quite able to get it stopped. Underneath, though, goes the likes of Dimitar Usanov as he is able to hang on. I think that's the 53 as well of Noah Wilco up in 9th place. So these guys giving us a fantastic battle. Led this train by the number 8 of Sebastian Crawford.
Yeah. Really exciting stuff, Zach, here as we just saw that bold move from Chloe McGill. She's a confident racer, so good in her social media interviews and so good just in and around the awning, and a bold move from her trying to get the overtake done but couldn't make it stick. Finds herself just tucked in behind number 71, I think it is, of Teddy Murphy right now. There's going to be action from that pack there as we just pick up on the number 8. That's Seb Crawford there of Origin Motorsport leading our pictures. There she is there, number 7 in the pink helmet and the Sam Pollitt Racing livery with the pink flashes. Keep your eyes on her and keep your eyes on that name as well. One to watch for the future for sure. But look, out in front, look at this. Benedictus Masiokas from SFR, the O plate currently leading this one as it stands right now. The gap back 1.41 seconds to Harris Barber. Behind them though, Freddie Baker then 1.72 adrift. There's a lot to go in this one. We're still just under 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Looking at the infield here. There's our man leading the race, though. There we go. That's what we're talking about now. Benedictus Masiokas on the O plate and Harris Barber behind him then in cart number 12 from Strawberry Racing.
Yeah, it's been a good race so far. Still got a couple more laps to decide who's going to win this one. You would probably put your money on Benedictus Masiokas as he's 1.4 seconds clear of Harris Barber. And with how strong the slipstream is and how important this pack racing is, you know, once you get clear and once you're out of that slipstream range, it's so much harder for those behind you to go and catch, even with that bit of a bump draft, especially when you're a driver as good as our 2025 Micromax champion, Benedictus Masiokas. Harris Barber still in second place from Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Garrett, the top 4. Ralph Martin is up there in P5. But expect that to change as the race comes to its sort of closing stages. Harris Barber in that number 12 under a lot of pressure as Ethan Lloyd could well be eyeing up a move in that blue helmet. Darting to the inside, Harris Barber goes defensive, doesn't cover it off all the way, but the space opens up on the outside for the 66. Tries to go the long way around, that doesn't work, and Alfie Garrett finds a way through quite easily up in a 3rd place.
Yeah, that was really bold there from the RCE driver, trying to go the long way round, but it didn't quite work out for him. So Alfie Garrett just slotted up the inside, picking up the action there. There's Harris Barber, number 12. Look, just runs wide, but then up the inside of him goes, I think, number 66 of Ethan Lloyd. So RCE doing a really good showing in this one here in Micromax, in what is basically the super heat before the super final, if you will. Coming through that S section now then, and they're going to find themselves just moving through sector 3 as they're coming to the close of another lap. So yeah, the GP of Alfie Garrett in actual fact just ahead of Harris Barber. So Alfie Garrett is on the charge. Full credit to you, fella, well done. Look at Harris Barber though, he's not letting him get away with it as they just head through the bridge and up and away. This chase group is really something.
Yeah, they're keeping us on our toes all the way through. The timer is going to tick to 0 on this lap. This is the penultimate one of the race, the penultimate superheat as well before we go to lunch, and then, of course, the finals this afternoon. That was a very convicted point forward there from Alfie Garrett. He sort of said, no, we're going forwards because I don't want to battle. I want to try and catch. However, Ethan Lloyd, I don't think, is quite getting that memo. Neither too is the 32 of Ralph Martin. Sends the move to the inside. Harris Barber gets underneath the pair of them, draws alongside the number 12. The number 32, the 12 is the one on the inside through the chicane as they work their way through. Nicely done. And, well, immediately, Alfie Garrett wants to go forwards. He's done exactly that because they're battling behind. Yeah, and well done to Alfie Garrett, finishing up yesterday in that super final at the final round of the UKC in 16th place, now running in second in this one, and that's why he's got the GP plate on his kart. So, yeah, obviously didn't have the best of days in the super final yesterday, wanting to make up for it today, running in second. In third, then, it's Harris Barber. Ralph Martin, then, number 32, up to 4th. We've got action here as they go under the bridge. Looks like Eddie Lloyd there in 66, or Ethan Lloyd, forgive me, Ethan Lloyd from RCE in that blue helmet there, just moving up through the field as well as they go under the bridge and then sweep up over the top and back down the other side. Yeah, it must be a mega bit of track. I've driven it once or twice in a sim, but never in real life. It must be a driver's favourite as they make their way down in towards the hairpin, picking up quite a lot of speed in that descent as you're hard on the brakes, and a huge snap of oversteer there from one of the drivers. That was the 53, it looked like. Yeah, Noah Wilco just outside the top 10 now. Dropped down a couple more places because of that. On to the final lap of the race, though, and Benedictus Masiokas looks to be home and dry in this one. Who's going to finish second, though? The GP plate seems to be pretty far in front of the chasing pack. He has got Harris Barber for company. Ralph Martin doing his best to hang on for fourth place as the 66 of Ethan Lloyd tries to find a way through there. Well, bumper to bumper as they come through the final couple of corners. Benedictus Masiokas will have to see him across the checker flag, though, because he will see it first. He will take victory for the Micromax pre-final, and our 2025 champion is doing a fantastic job so far today. Alfie Garrett and Harris Barber second and third, and a complete swarm of cars come across the line next. I don't want to know. I think the entire pack was separated by less than a second across the line. So a good end to the first Micromax race of the day. Of course, we'll see these guys back out later on for their final. There'll be the second final of the day after lunch. Here's the results. Benedictus Masiokas leads home Alfie Garrett and Harris Barber for the podium. Ralph Martin, Ethan Lloyd, the top 5. Freddie Baker in 6th from Dimitar Ustinov and Chloe McGill in 7th and 8th. Arlo Gamble from Sebastian Crawford inside the top 10. Behind that, it's the likes of Teddy Murphy, Arthur Bowers, Noah Wilco, who dropped down a couple of places on that final lap, from Jensen Darlow and Carter Jackson, the top 15. Freddie Walker from JM Prakash, then comes Oliver Woodall and Isaac Garth from Rio Peacock inside the top 20, that 666 there. Archie Gupta from Planny Eden and Ansel Murray, the 23rd and final driver to be classified, though only 22 finishes across the line. Well, that was a good end to a very strong Micromax pre-final. We've got one more to go before lunch, and that's the 177s. And these guys, again, have given us quite a lot of action all throughout the weekend. Edward Matthews, of course, was crowned the 177 champion yesterday with some pretty good results. He'll line up second on the upcoming grid. So, yeah, again, the 177s should be all right.
Yeah, it should be really good, and congratulations once again to go to Eddie Matthews, kart number 79 from Dan Holland Racing, taking that Rotax 177 Ultimate Karting Championship crown for 2025. And I remember chatting to Eddie at round 1 when we did his winners interview when he won at round 1. And at that point in time, he's saying, well, I was just going to do round 1 and see what I think, and I might, I may or may not do another round. Well, he did stick at it. He did all the rounds, and he took home the championship. So well done to him. Harrison Crook finished a little bit lower down the order, though, yesterday, down in 10th. He was another driver that was pushing at the front. But credit as well to Will Ellswood, who took the win yesterday in that super final. Wasn't challenging for the championship overall, but took the win in convincing fashion. So big names throughout the field in Rotax 177, and supported by all of the teams that are here. So we can expect some great racing as we look out of the window. And I'm seeing a green flag from our start marshal up on the gantry, which means they're going to roll out of the dummy grid area and get themselves off and away around the circuit. I would imagine one warm-up lap before we have the lights go out on this one, just to keep on time, I would think, today, Zach.
Indeed, so let's run you through the grid. Ollie Goodyear from Ed Matthews, the front row. Samuel Cornwell and Nathan Chafer complete row number 2. Will Ellswood from James Lingard, the 23, starts from 6th from Scott Smith and Rob Simpson on row number 4. Jimmy Galloway and Ryan Taylor-Truman will start inside the top 10 from Archie Elliott and Jack Taylor in 12th. Louis Large from Cole Edwards in 14th, from Josh Gollan looking to make amends for a pretty poor day yesterday. Not to his own fault, but he'll be alongside David Mitchell on row number 8. Then comes Harrison Crook, Steve Thompson in P17 and P18. Then comes Ian Branfield and Matt Lear in 20th position. Jonathan Relton, Will Milner 21st and 22nd. Then comes Ashton Parsons and Jake Davis in 23rd and 24th position. Mark Gilly, Dan Milner, the 13th row of the field from Scott Clee, and Reg Hayward all the way down in P28. That 3-minute qualifying definitely hampering him a little bit. Arthur Thacker from Dan Wright in 29th and 30th. And the crucial thing about the Rotax 177s, they were the first people out on circuit for their qualifying. The track is going to be completely different than what they saw a bit earlier on in the day, and that's going to be something that with these 2 formation laps they're going to need to make the most of.
Yeah, and not making the most of the formation lap was the driver that I mentioned in our little preamble there, kart number 72, Harrison Crook. Didn't make it around that warm-up. I think he put it off somewhere down the bottom end. And I'm not sure. I don't think he's rejoined yet, has he? Or he has rejoined. He did rejoin. So not a good little warm-up lap from that man, Harrison Crook.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff for him there, because his pace yesterday, similar to quite a lot of people in this field, was pretty strong at the front end of the field, gave us some quite aggressive racing. So nice that he's joining us, albeit, like we said, a bit further back than we'd sort of imagine from him. Still the usual 8 minutes plus the lap, the shorter races in the early part of the afternoon. And a bit later on there, you can see him coming into your pictures, that blue and white 72. Look out for him as he makes his way, probably, I'd imagine, hopefully forwards in the pre-final. And again, for the minis, the micros, and the 177s, because there's only one pre-final, it effectively comes down to where you finish in here is going to dictate where you start later on. So you've got to do yourself quite a lot of favours in this pre-final. Of course, it's not be all and end all, but definitely can give you a nice little leg up a bit later on. There you can see the 55 of Ollie Goodyear that will start from pole position alongside the newly crowned champion of Edward Matthews. We'll go green flag racing for the Rotax 177s, and immediately up into the race lead goes Edward Matthews from the outside of row number 1. Now up through the bowl and towards the bridge, you can see a few carts going side by side. I think we have about 4 or 5 rows of 2 as they make their way up the ascent over the bridge now. So far, so good for our newly crowned champion.
Yeah, so Dan Holland Racing's Eddie Matthews out in front, then leading this one, supported by his mechanic sister Jess, done a great job all season. That kart will be tuned so well. Just think about this, folks. This is Rotax 177. How many laps have these drivers done in their lifetime? The experience in this field right now is going to show. The racecraft is going to show, but who's got the fitness, who's got the arms, who's got the legs to see it through for 8 minutes plus a lap, as we're under a yellow flag right now. I can see, in fact, no, full course yellow, in fact. We've got the yellow and black flag.
The Battenberg is being held up. Not entirely sure as to what.
Didn't see what happened, did you?
I've not seen anything.
Just having a little look around the circuit right now. From where we're sat, we can't quite see what happened, but it's probably 2 carts somewhere have gone off over
on the bridge.
Just behind the bridge, top edge of the bridge there. So some carts obviously swept around that uphill rising section after the bridge and are now on the grass. So we're under full course yellows. Carts will continue staying in race order then.
We're getting confirmation, or at least some sort of speculation. It could be the 73rd and 135. Yeah, Reg Hayward and Ashton Parsons haven't broken the beam for the opening lap, and that'll be those 2 that were involved and have brought out the full course yellow. Of course, the marshals and response teams will be there to attend should it be needed. Hopefully, of course, the drivers are all okay. But yeah.
Sorry interrupting you, Zach. I'm just looking out the window. I can see at least one of the drivers leapt out the car, happily walking up the grass to chat to some spectators. There we go. Oh, there we are.
That's Reg Hayward, yeah.
Reg Hayward there from Coles Racing. Super job from the medical team here this weekend at PF International. Shout out to the ladies and gents in the ambulances. So thanks ever so much, as always. Back to the action, though, because we're still going to run under this full course yellow for another lap, maybe, till we get going. The guy's just trying to keep some warmth in the tyres. Circuit looks like it's pretty dry now as well, Zach, so as we look out the window here. So we will start to get a bit of rubber down and start to get a bit of grip on the circuit.
Yeah, it's warming up quite nicely. And yeah, a couple of questions about Rotax 177. It alludes to the combined weight of driver, kit and kart. 177 kilos is the minimum weight, just to keep things nice and fair. But yeah, has the same power delivery and same chassis as the junior and senior Rotax. Well, the same power as seniors, same chassis as both of them. With 5 minutes left to go, we're still going to be under full course yellow for another lap. I think just while they get the karts recovered and out of the way and to a safe distance. This plays into the hands quite nicely of Eddie Matthews. He's going to want this full course yellow to drag on for the next 5 minutes on the lap. He's fine with it. But the rest of them sort of probably want to get on with it.
Yeah, we're still under it, so they kind of put up a bit of speed as they come down under the start-finish gantry, but the flags haven't gone green yet, so we're not racing yet. Yeah, Eddie Matthews could be content with just letting this one play out, but I imagine he wants to have a little go as well. He wants to have a race, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. I can see the flag marshal with a green flag in his hand, so I'm assuming that he's on standby just to sort of confirm whether or not we're going green flag racing at the end of this lap. I would imagine it should be the case. There you can see the 2 karts that have gone off, the 73 and the 135 of Ashton Parsons and Reg Hayward. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Plus, of course, the lap that we've got. Hope everyone is enjoying the coverage here on Alpha Live or on the UKC YouTube channel. Say hello to whoever you are watching. Make sure you've liked, subscribed, and make sure you're sticking around for all of the motorsport content that's coming out on Alpha Live. And keep an eye. What do you think has been the race of the week so far? What's been your favourite race of the weekend, those that were here yesterday? What's been your favourite race of today for those that have been here today? Let us know your thoughts, feelings, what's going on out on circuit, and let us know who you're cheering on for and where you're watching from in the YouTube chat. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary booth. We're about to go back to green flag racing, I would imagine, very shortly, or at least I very much hope so.
And as we are hoping to go back to green flag racing, Zach, I'm going to break the news to everyone watching around the world right now that the sun is coming out. There's actually, my thighs are getting warm here in the commentary position. There's a bit of sun beaming from our left through the glass. So we're actually warming up here
That's
at PFI.
Always good. It's been very overcast, very miserable this morning. Of course, we were delayed a little bit, but green flag waves, and well, just as the sun comes out, we go back to green flag racing. It must be a sign. Edward Matthews leads us across the line from Nathan Chafer and Ollie Goodyear in third place. Then comes Will Ellswood and Samuel Cornwell at the top 5. Keep a lookout for them. A couple of slow starters in the back actually didn't get off to the best of starts, and with quite a big gap to those in front. I think getting the green flag as they were on a corner definitely won't be helping with that one. 3 minutes plus the lap still to go. Firmly a sprint race to the checkered flag, and Eddie Matthews leading Nathan Chafer pretty comfortably from the top 2, but you could see there Chafer bouncing through that hairpin. I know you obviously want to lift up that inside rear tyre, but that was sort of oscillating and bouncing quite a lot. It doesn't look very comfortable to drive.
No, I'm sure it isn't, and you kind of, you know, when you get a little bit longer in the tooth, you start to think, I don't need these bumps and jolts to my lower back when you're sitting that low to the ground doing 50 or 60 miles an hour, I'm sure. But yeah, picking up the action here, and the scene is very much changing. Look, now we've got sort of sunshine on the circuit, and they're going to be going from light to dark as the shadowy sections of the track, certainly going under the bridge, up and away, are going to start to play difficulties if you haven't got the tinted visor on. Because I don't know how many of them will be wearing a tinted visor, because they've probably worn the clear or the yellowy one, thinking that they were going to have a foggy race. Yeah,
exactly. They want as much visibility as possible. It was. I can see a lot of people with clear, can see a lot of people with tinted. It just depends. They're not a massive pain to change, so they probably could have done it at quite short notice. Either way, we've now got Eddie Matthews still leading the charge, but a much closer battle with Will Ellswood chasing in. Same to Ollie Goodyear. A couple of karts running wide off the exit of that second hairpin. I think one of them was Sam Cornwell in the 168 change for the lead, as well as the 17 of Will Ellswood has jumped his way up a couple of places. Chafer tries to follow through, and Eddie Matthews has gone down from first down to third place in the span of just a couple of corners.
Yeah, so Eddie Matthews just coming off worse out of that little interaction there. Chafer there, the privateer, the number 10 kart, puts himself up to second place right now. Out in front then we have, I think, Will Ellswood, number 17. Yeah, he is. He's just tucking in behind the fairing, crossing the start-finish line. So it is now Ellswood from Chafer, from Matthews, from Goodyear then. And then James Lingard, former UKC champion, now sitting in fourth. I think I'm right in saying he won, forget what age group he won in, but he won in what was our first series back in 2020, I feel. James Lingard, just throwing facts from my head there that may not be wrong, but I think they're right.
Don't ask me, I've only been here for this year, so I've not got that historical knowledge. Inside line for James Lingard, throwing up over the curb there. That was a nice up and under from the other kart involved. I think that could well have been maybe the E-plate of Taylor Truman that just able to capitalise there, but James Lingard firmly squeezed to the inside, up over the curb, at least with 2 wheels. 50 seconds plus the lap, so we're heading on to the penultimate one. One of the karts going slowly. Is that potentially the number 10 of Chafer? We'll have to confirm when they next come through. And stopping out is the number 10. So Nathan Chafer, who was running in the lead group, is now out of this race.
Didn't quite see what happened to him, but yeah, we'll find out exactly in a moment or two, because they're coming under us right now. They crossed the timing beam of the start-finish line. Chafer just dropping down. You see it on the graphics ladder on your screen then. Just drops himself down. Oh, I can see blue smoke as they go under the bridge. Is that Chafer or is that someone else? Looks like an exhaust manifold maybe with a hole in it, or just come awry.
Yeah, we'll take a look. Actually, we're just getting told there was contact at the final corner. We'll have a look when we can. Let's have a little gander as to what's gone on. So you can see the 132 in front has already got a bent rear bumper. There was contact at that final corner that sent a couple of them up. One of them, the E-plate, that went a bit wide. That was Taylor Truman. Not entirely sure if that would have caused the plume of smoke that we saw going into the first couple of corners, but something definitely come awry. The clock has struck 0, so we're going to be heading on to the final lap in just a couple of moments' time. Will Ellswood is able to lead from Edward Matthews, from Ollie Goodyear in third place. Then comes Scott Smith. He's climbed his way up a few places, up now into fourth place, and trying to mingle his way amongst the top lot.
Yeah, and that UKC champion for 2025, Eddie Matthews, was on the fastest lap with a 57.4. Just got pipped with a 57.36 as Ollie Goodyear, privateer, crosses the line, currently running in third right now. Matthews back up to second, though, after leading the race in the early stages. There's our lead 3 then, just going down the far side of the circuit right now. Matthews has a look up the inside. Third place man then trying to run around the outside and get the undercut done. Will he and carry the speed on Matthews? Looks like he has. Goodyear then moving himself up and away.
Yeah, good launch and a nice way to just send it up the inside. Final lap of the race, though, of course, and you've just got to be finding your way through, not make any drastic errors or put the car in the wrong place to fend thin air or anything like that. Will Ellsworth looks like he could well be able to just hang on. Ollie Goodyear not able to make the progress on the inside of Edward Matthews through any of these final couple of corners. It will be quite close to the line, but it is going to go in favour of Will Ellsworth, who will see the checker flag first and will win the final Rotax 177 pre-final of the season. And well, Will Ellsworth will be very happy with that one. That's going to put him on pole position for the final a bit later on. Eddie Matthews from Ollie Goodyear in P3, from Scott Smith and James Lingard, the top five. We'll run you through the full results in a couple of moments' time, but all in all, not a bad race at all. That sprint to the finish definitely threw up some question marks as to who was going to take victory. Will Ellsworth, in the end, was the one to do it, from Edward Matthews and Ollie Goodyear, the top three. Scott Smith, James Lingard, the top five, from Sam Cornwell, Rob Simpson, Ryan Taylor-Truman, David Mitchell and Jack Taylor, the top 10. Completing at the back end of that one. Louis Large, the O-plate, finishes in P11. Harrison Crick climbed his way up a few places to P12. Josh Gollin, Cole Edwards and Steve Thompson, the top 15. Then comes Archie Elliott, Will Milner, Scott Clee, Jake Davis and Arthur Thacker, the top 20 drivers. Jonathan Relton from Mark Gilly, Ian Brownfield, Matt Lear, Jimmy Galloway. A retirement, though, unfortunately, for Nathan Schaefer, Dan Milner, Reg Hayward and Ashton Parsons. Unfortunately, they'll be starting towards the back end of the final, should they be able to get their carts fixed and sorted for that one. Well, not a bad way to spend, I was going to say our morning, but it's been our early afternoon cycling through the first 7 races. Still got 5 more to go with the finals, and, well, still got 5 tickets to Bahrain to hand out this afternoon.
Yeah, we do. And also, remarkably, after the fog delays this morning, we appear to be on schedule. I'm looking at my watch, it says 14:36, and we were due for lunch at 14:35. So it looks like we are on the timetable schedule that UKC posted earlier on. So yeah, good news all in all. And it does feel like, you know, we've had the morning and now we're going into the afternoon, because it's a short lunch break now, but it's not. We've been in the afternoon all day.
No, exactly. Yeah, we spent the morning looking at fog. If anyone, if you've got static on your TV, just that's basically what we saw all throughout the entire morning. Hope everyone is having a good day so far. Those, of course, here joining us at the circuit, obviously a much better day now. It's actually warming up quite a lot. Thank, of course, to everyone that's joining us in the YouTube chat. Make sure, of course, you're sticking around for this afternoon, where we get to hand out some of those prizes. Yeah.
And I will just give a shout out to who have we got here? We've got Julie and Bonner Hingley watching from Mallorca. Obviously, probably Matty's parents, maybe. They're wishing all of the Ultimate R drivers. So good to know people are in sunnier climes in Mallorca watching us here in chilly Grantham, even though the sunshine has just come out. Yeah,
exactly. It's been a much better start to racing than we had earlier on. And the drivers, I'm sure, are going to be very happy that we've been able to go racing. Are you with me this afternoon?
I think, Zach, I'm going to leave you and get myself to the winners' enclosure and try and grab some live winners' interviews when they hop out of the carts. TBC. So if you don't see me after lunch, that's where I am.
Awesome. All right. So, yeah, all good. This afternoon, we've got the finals coming up. Of course, a short sort of lunch break just to give everyone a moment to breathe and digest everything that was happened over the course of this morning. And I'm sure as the sun continues to come over, it's going to be a very nice warm afternoon. So stick around, of course, those that are watching along live on Alpha Live or the UKC will be back in around about 15 or 20 minutes or so for the Super Finals. Welcome back then from the lunch break here at PF International. We continue our day with the Rotax National Trophy. Now it's time for the finals. And those that joined us this morning will see that the track is a very different atmosphere this afternoon. The sun has come out, so much so that I'm sure those that forgot their sun cream are probably looking with a bit more of a different pigmentation in their skin this afternoon. So very much looking forward to seeing what's going to be going on over the course of the afternoon's racing. With the finals, we had some fantastic pre-finals. Shout out to Tim as well, watching along at home. He's watching on his 65-inch TV screen, which is always good. Tim Bullard watching along at home, and that's a pretty big screen to be watching some karting, so he definitely gets a very good view from home. Big shout out to everyone that's been watching along over the course of today as well. Your support is very greatly appreciated. We've got the first final coming up very, very shortly, of course, with the mini inters, and these guys, of course, young enough to be building sandcastles at the beach, and they're here very much racing very, very hard across all of the weekend and all of the season that we've had in the UKC in 2025. Most notably, of course, our champion in the form of Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Absolutely rapid in 2025, no matter what he's done. I went to check his Instagram bio just to see what he's won, because he's got all of them in there, and he's written an essay across his Instagram bio just to sort of see how much he's won. Just to list off the 2025 ones alone: British champion, UKC champion, British GP champion, Rotax MAX Challenge International Trophy champion, the Czech Euro champion, and that's 2025 alone. He has been incredible in mini inters and absolutely a star of the future. The mentality that him and his family have and their approach to training, remarkable, and sets the standard really between sort of the good and the great that McAndrew-Uren is. He'll of course be fighting with the likes of Otis Cleary and Tom Reed. Josh Cook up there as well over the course of the for the start of the race. Unfortunately, we've got a small delay going on with some of the tracks, so we're going to be having a bit more of a longer break between now and the start of the race. So unfortunately, it's going to be a bit longer until we get to the finals. But I promise you, those at home, it will be worth the wait. In about 15 minutes' time, we'll be back out on circuit with the mini inter final, and we'll see you then.
Hello and welcome to the 2025 UKC Rotax National Trophy. I'm Kev Harris and I'm pleased to say that along with Zach Sweeney, we'll be bringing you all of the action from the commentary box on what promises to be a great day's racing. And this event sits nicely at the end of the UKC season, which wrapped up here at PF International yesterday when our 5 champions were crowned in each of those championship classes. So, with the UKC season all wrapped up for another year, today is simply a standalone go big or go home event for almost 200 of the country's top drivers. And it will see the winners being handed those golden tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain in December. A lot to play for then, and what a setting to do it on. The circuit here at PF International, well, it really is going to be a great proving ground for an event of this scale. So here we are at PF International, a circuit in the UK that is truly unique. At 1,382 metres and 15 turns, it's one that both the drivers love racing around, the spectators love watching. And since 2011, let's not forget, it's held that Grade A international licence, which allows it to host CIK FIA international karting events. So let's take a look at a lap in a bit more detail. So here we are then, this is the start of a lap. Obviously it's a rolling start from the bottom end corner there, and then you got this front straightaway which brings you under the start finish gantry and all the digiboard, and then it's hammer down when the lights go out and you're into that right and that left, and then it's off and under the bridge. So the exit to the bridge then sees the karts on this big sweeping left-hander rising up before they get themselves back over the bridge in the hard right 90. Back down the back straightaway. The thing to be aware of here is on a sunny day, they're going from dark to light. And for some drivers, that could be a bit tricky. So after the bridge section then, we have this back straight, which brings the karts at full speed into a hairpin. It's a complete 180 and then a second 180 through this infield area. And then we're off to sector 3 because it's almost the end of the lap. So we pick the karts up here in sector 3 then. After a 90 left and a 90 right, we have another 90 right, and then it's this lovely big sweeping right-hander and a sweeping left-hander. This is a circuit that I know the drivers love racing around. And this is where the lap ends here, a sweeping left-hander, and then it's a hard right-hander, pedal to the metal, flat out, all the way down that start-finish straight, and hopefully the checkered flag.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and after a slight wait, we are back for the finals of the Rotax National Trophy here at PF International. My name is Zach Sweeney to talk you through all of the action, and we'll have some post-race interviews with Kev Harris down in Parc Fermé after each of the races. First up will be the Mini Inter final, and we had a fantastic pre-final with these guys a bit earlier on in the day. 5 more races and 5 grand final tickets to hand out to some of our drivers. A couple of them, of course, have already won them in other means, so it's a good opportunity for other drivers to maybe stake their claim and get that ticket over to the grand finals. So, for those that have been watching at home, it's been a pleasure to bring you all of the action. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. So it's been a long day, and again a bit of a headache, I'm sure, for those behind the scenes to try and make everything and balance everything as correctly as possible. There we can see one of the drivers that will be taking to the grid in a few moments' time. There, of course, Emerson McAngie-Uren, the number 1 plate. He has been all right this year, I think. It's satisfactory to say the least. I mean, with I think it was 20 race victories in the UKC over the course of 6 rounds. He lost, I think, 3 over the course of a season or something in that vein. He's, of course, took a front row in qualifying earlier on today, won the pre-final, will start this race from pole position. He's already won a ticket to Bahrain. In fact, he's won 5 of them. His mission is to try and win as many of them as possible. Of course, if he's already won one, then he gets passed down to sort of the next eligible driver, and how they work out and things we'll sort of have to wait and see with that one. But the bottom line is, if you win the race, you get your ticket. That's sort of how it's meant to work. They're making their way out onto circuit, so we'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time, but that's what's at stake here at, of course, PF International. Emerson McCann-Duran will start this mini-inter final from pole position with Otis Cleary alongside him. Tom Reed and Josh Cook complete the second row of the grid from Alfie Ward and Max Jolly starting inside the front 3 rows. Sebastian Behrman and Arthur Farrow complete row number 4. Behind that, completing the top 10, Eddie Duncan and Austin Oman. Ronnie Smart and George Quinlan will complete row number 6 from Jackson Hilton and Hamish Gordon on row 7. Leo Livings from Ian Campbell in P16. And then comes Lucian Smith and Hugo McCluskey in 18th place. Buddy Hugo and Casper McAllister complete row number 10 from Hakeem Bart and Adam Bart on 11th row. Ollie Brandt and Ryan White behind that from Riley Breakmore and James Darling. Then comes Amelie Davey from Clark Naylor on the 14th row of the grid. Jacob Underhill, Harry Ratcliffe, row 15 from Alfie Mayer, Ray and Townsend, P31 and P32. And that completes the grid for the mini-inter final here at PF International, where the race winner will get their ticket to Bahrain. And, well, Otis Cleary, alongside Emerson McCann-Duran, will be looking to do exactly that. He needs to win this race. He needs to be a very worthy adversary in order to find his way up to the top. So, let us know in the YouTube chat, what are your predictions? Who do you think is going to be coming out on top in this one? Will it be Emerson McCann-Duran to tick off another grand final ticket? Will it be Otis Cleary? Will it be anyone else that comes out on top after 10 minutes plus a lap of racing, slightly longer for the finals? And, well, after the sun has come baking down on us here at PF International, it's a much warmer day today. We put our foot to the floor and we go racing. Emerson McCann-Duran sets us off for the mini-inter final. Josh Cook in the 175. KR Sport Machine ducks to the inside, tries to mitigate the damage of being on that left-hand run in towards the S's, but so far so good. Of course, for our race leader, they funnel their way through and up over the bridge now for the first time. Few karts running side by side. Josh Cook running his way side by side, probably with the 183 of Alfie Ward as they begin their descent now towards the hairpin. So far, so good for McCann-Duran. Defensive to the inside, of course, goes the 22 of Otis Cleary. He's dropped down a couple of places on this opening lap, so has got a bit of work to do to climb his way back to the front. Our race leader, though, seems to be pretty comfortable for the time being. More side-by-side action. A jostle between the 10 and the 24. That's Sebastian Behrman and Arthur Farrow, probably in the battle of about 6th or 7th place. Now they put their foot down at the exit of the chicane now into this fast right-hander that leads you almost immediately. Basically want to keep the kart turning into this right-hander. Sweep it over to the right to open up that fast left. Then into the final couple of corners where you've got to put your foot down and maximise that exit. And there we can see some of our other younger drivers that will be taken to the Micromax final in a couple of moments' time. Just after this one, 9 minutes plus a lap still to run. It's Emerson McCann-Duran from Tom Reed, Otis Cleary and Alfie Ward, the top 4. Then comes Josh Cook completing the top 5. And what has been a very wild weekend here at PF International. What a way to cap it off. Emerson McCann-Duran looks over his shoulder. He didn't quite get that victory in the UKC yesterday. A send to the inside from a couple of karts there. Nicely done from the 183 of Alfie Ward. That on the inside of Otis Cleary. Josh Cook followed him through and is now going to try and go for the double. And that is going to open the door for Otis Cleary to get his revenge on Alfie Ward and finds a way through up now into what will be 4th position. But McCann-Duran didn't quite get that victory yesterday in the mini-inter final. He didn't quite get that 6 from 6 in the UKC Championship. He's going to be looking to get some redemption from that. And at the very least, take that victory and get himself an extra grand final ticket. Lovely shot through the fence there just to capture the sensation of speed through the final right-hander. Back out onto the pit straight. And maybe some of those Micromax drivers looking on and seeing where they maybe want to be over the course of the next couple of years. Maybe a couple of tips they can learn from the mini-inters. With just under 8 minutes left to go. The track warming up and, of course, those tyres with it probably going to be getting a bit more temperature than they felt a bit earlier on. The grip going to be feeling ever so slightly different, I would imagine, out there on circuit. A send to the inside, though, or at least a very convinced think from Otis Cleary. Sent it in quite late on the brakes, didn't quite get the inside line, and that is going to open the door for the 183. Cleary didn't get the exit from the hairpin he had wanted to, and immediately Ward found a way past. McCann-Duran still leading, though, from Tom Reed in second, closing him down in that number 5 machine. But you can see the LN kart chassis, the Dan Holland Racing kart leading the way. Also another one, the 22, chasing down the 183 of Alfie Ward. They don't want to battle too harshly, because that, of course, is going to open the door for some trouble when the likes of McCann-Duran and Tom Reed start to sort of get away. Quick look over the shoulder and a point forward from the 57 there Just saying, come on guys, let's work together, let's get to the front end of the field. It's a one-day championship, the Rotax National Trophy. There's no previous results that influence this apart from the pre-final and the time qualifying. However, we've got a bit of a move there, up over the grass there. Emerson McCann-Duren, he's going to tumble to the back end of this field. Tom Reed found his way to the lead, got very aggressive. And you could hear the crowd's reaction to that one. Tom Reed now through into the lead very aggressively. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of discussion around that one. But McCann-Duren forced over the grass. That's going to open the door for the likes of Josh Cook to get involved. But defensive goes Tom Reed. He knows he needs to get his elbows out. He wants this ticket to Bahrain. He knows what is at stake. Josh Cook with him as well there. He himself has not won a ticket. Tom Reed has. So he just wants to win for the glory. But Josh Cook now in the 175 has not yet got that ticket to the Grand Finals where he could potentially crown himself as a world champion. The race far from over though. Just under 6 minutes remaining. Emerson McCann-Duren has dropped to 6th place, but still firmly within a shout. He's cleaned his tyres off and now needs to work his way through. Let's take a look at a quick replay as to what happened. So Tom Reed, looking over his shoulder, reacting to where Emerson went and just went deeper and deeper until he ran out of space. There's a bit of a dip in the grass as well, went bouncing over the curb, bouncing over the grass. We cut back nicely timed into the same bit of section. McCann-Duren under a bit of pressure from those behind, but I don't know, what do you guys make of that one? Looking over his shoulder, maybe in a bit too reactionary. Maybe McCann-Duren could have backed out. Either way, it's happened, and they have to continue forwards. So Josh Cook now leads. Again, looking to secure that ticket to the Bahrain Rotax MAX Grand Finals. Alfie Ward just in behind, and an issue there for the 66 driver off the road and out of the kart. That's going to bring an end to their day, unfortunately, for Clark Naylor. Just under 5 minutes to go, another lap in the books. Josh Cook still leads. The only swap on that lap, Tom Reed and Otis Cleary inside the top 5. Contact warning coming in for Sebastian Behrman. So he's had a couple of issues. The 75 is going quite slowly as well, and in fact completely pulled over back into pit lane. That's Hamish Gordon now out of this race. Any changes amongst our front lot? Not quite. Josh Cook still able to lead. He had such a good day yesterday. I remember one of the heats is, Tom Reed looks to go to the inside, the number 5 on the 183 of Alfie Ward. Now Otis Cleary, the 22, looks to the inside through the chicane and capitalises quite nicely. But Josh Cook had a bit of an up and down day. He definitely had the pace to compete, but unfortunately didn't quite follow through on that. The 183, though, following through on a nice move to the inside of that right-hander. Otis Cleary tried to see it coming, but couldn't quite do that. And a bit of a gap now starting to form between the top 3 and the rest of the pack. And if you're sat there, Emerson McCann-Duren or Otis Cleary, thinking, come on, guys, let's not be battling for this. Point forward. You know, if we finish 2nd, 3rd or 4th, it doesn't matter. We need to win this race. That's the be-all and end-all. You know, of course, you get your podium and things like that, but you want that ticket to Bahrain. So Josh Cook, like I say, making amends for yesterday. He had the pace to, just wrong place, wrong time at a couple of moments, and put him on the back foot, but he's firing back on all cylinders today. Inside line for Tom Reed on Austin Oman, the number 6. Having to relinquish that space. Now into the hairpin. 3 minutes plus the lap still to go. It's looking pretty good for Josh Cook. Tom Reed back through in a second. That's that number 5 machine. You can see the timing screen, of course, will update at the end of each lap. Alfie Ward now has Emerson McCann-Duren for company just over his shoulder. Open up that final right-hander as much as possible. You can see using just a little bit of curb to open up the track as much as possible because the exit down here is all important. Emerson McCann-Duren to the inside. Finds his way through. He's got a bit of a gap to go and catch, and it's going to be it's going to need some cooperation. I think we've got a change for the lead up at the front as well. 175 of Josh Cook fighting away with the number 5 of Tom Reed. Tom Reed back into the race lead. Cook now trying to launch a bit of a counter attack. Tom Reed tries to go to the inside to cover him off, but he can't quite thwart the attack from the KL Sport machine. Josh Cook back into the race lead. Look over the shoulder, checking this situation. How's it going? Is he under attack? And it wasn't as aggressive with Josh Cook. Tom Reed maybe thinking he needs to tone it down a little bit. He is under investigation, though, is Tom Reed for, I imagine, maybe 1 or 2 things over the course of this race so far. Contact warning for Josh Cook as well. So both of them are sort of in that weird grey area where they do have to be a little bit careful, and they'll see that on the gantry as well, what's going on. So they'll know that in their head as they're racing around, but their focus has to be going forwards, and it's just been confirmed on the timing screen as well. 5-second penalty for Tom Reed. So that's going to drop him all the way to the back. And again, he is going to be seeing that on the gantry. He's going to go for the lead anyway. It's Tom Reed getting involved with Josh Cook. He would have seen that message as well. He knows he doesn't necessarily need to win this race. He just needs to be the first driver within 5 seconds. Side by side, nearly, as Austin Oman tries to go to the outside of the first hairpin. Tom Reed is going to get away. Do not battle for second and let him pull out 5 seconds, because that's the next problem. Tom Reed now has the track position. They need to stay within 5 seconds of him. Obviously, you want to win it on track because there could be an appeal or something in that vein that could get it gone. And Mr. McCann is closing them back in. We've got a minute plus a lap, heading on to what will be the penultimate lap of this race. And it's going to be tricky, almost impossible for Tom Reed to pull out a 5 second margin. 50 seconds on the clock, 2 laps left to go for the mini Inter final. Who's going to get their ticket to Bahrain? Provisionally, of course, at the end of this race. There are still some other things to be decided, but Tom Reed has got his already. He goes wide through the boulder. That's going to open up the inside for Josh Cook. Around the outside goes Tom Reed to keep the race lead. Inside line for that right-hander. That's going to open the door for Austin Oman to go through. Emerson McCann as well. Now into the hairpin. A look to the inside as well from further back, and a huge send from Lucian Smith. The 183 of Alfie May gets the up and under. Emerson McCann has to avoid them. And a driver that good, you can probably bet that he's got a bit of a target on his back. And he goes wide out of that second hairpin, draws alongside Lucian Smith. Still got a lap and a half left to run in this one. But a reminder that Josh Cook and Austin Oman, neither of them have their ticket to Bahrain yet. If they get themselves to the lead of this race, it will be enough to get them into an opportunity where they can compete for a world championship. 0 seconds on the clock. This is the final lap of the mini Inter final. Look over the shoulder, duck of the head. Tom Reed is pushing hard, side by side, and having to react quite late there. Josh Cook trying to go to the inside of Austin Oman. Doesn't want to lose momentum. Alfie Ward right there with him. Up over the bridge for the final time. Downhill now towards that hairpin. As it stands, Tom Reed has got his ticket. Side by side though, Austin Oman trying to find a way through. Oman has got a ticket already. So Josh Cook is looking pretty good. However, he's side by side with Alfie Ward. Needs to be careful not to lose out here. Lucian Smith draws alongside him. It's all come undone for Josh Cook. So Tom Reed has to go defensive here. He's already got his ticket to Bahrain, but wants to take another one just to sweeten the deal. Through the final couple of corners, the checker flag will wave. I don't really see much more that Austin Oman can do. Battling all the way to the end there. Josh Cook to the inside of Ryan White. There's contact between the two of them. The checker flag will wave. And for the first final of the day here at the Rotax National Trophy, it's Tom Reed, Austin Oman, and Alfie Ward, your podium. What a conclusion to that race. From start to finish, that had us on the edge of our seat. Emerson McCann in the end finishes P13. Tom Reed, of course, with the penalty, so that means that Austin Oman will take the victory. He's got his ticket to Bahrain. Of course, already having won one, so it'll go to the next eligible driver, however they end up working it out. Alfie Ward, the podium. Lucian Smith up there as well. Blimey, what an end to that race. You could definitely tell just how much it meant to each and every single one of those drivers. How much each of them wanted to go and win it. Always going to be a tough one. They're going to fight with absolutely everything that they've got. Hopefully we've got time to jump down to Kev and have a word with them. But yeah, Austin Oman, the number 6, will be the race leader after the penalties applied. Just got confirmation as well that it will be Alfie Ward, the 183, the next eligible driver to get his ticket. So he finished P3 in that race, fought hard for it. But he gets his ticket to Bahrain, with Austin Oman and Tom Reed both already getting those and finishing P1 and P2 in that race. Alfie Ward completes the podium and, like I say, gets that ticket to the Grand Finals. Lucian Smith from Harry Radcliffe, the top 5. Then comes Arthur Farrow and Sebastian Behrman. Ryan White from Otis Cleary and Josh Cook fighting very hard all the way to the bitter end, but contact, I think, with Ryan White right at the end sees him out of contention. Ronnie Smart, Leo Livings, Emerson McCann getting beaten all the way down to 13th place there, unfortunately for him. Max Jolly on the O-plate, 14th from Casper McAllister in 15th. Jackson Hilton from George Quinlan in 17th. Then comes Hugo McCluskey and Riley Blakemore. Eddie Duncan, the top 20. Buddy Hugo from Ian Campbell, Ollie Brunt, Hakeem and Adam Bart in 24th and 25th. Almost inseparable, the two Barts there. Always line up together on the grid and always finishing together on the results, it seems. Jacob Underhill, James Darling, Emily Davey, Hamish Gordon and Clark Naylor, the top 30 drivers, with that wrapping up the Mini Inter final. Next up, of course, will be the Micromax. Hopefully we can jump down and have a chat with Kev if he's ready in pit lane. And we'll be good to have a chat. So we'll head down to Kev and have a chat with our race winner.
Lovely, thanks, Zach. And I'm here with a man who is very happy in the sunshine right now, Austin Oman. Austin, great to see you, pal. Tell me what you just said to me when we were off camera.
It's my first big win in Mini. We've had a few other wins, but this is the big one.
It really is the big one. Well done to you. Didn't finish first on the road, second on the road, but ahead of you, Tom Reed, with that penalty. Drops down below. Quite a race, wasn't it, out there?
Yeah, I mean, fight for the death. You really had to be at the front at the last lap to get the good positions.
And you did indeed get the good position. Well done. You knew also as well that you already had that Rotax Grand Final ticket, so that wasn't really on your mind, was it? It was just about winning on the day.
I just wanted to win the race, have some fun.
Mate, and win the race and have some fun, I'm sure you did, so well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
I would like to thank my dad, Nigel Horner, Sam Pollock Racing and everyone that watches me.
There you go, that sounds like enough to me. Well done to you, Austin. Go and high-five the rest of your team and get through scrutineering. Congratulations, my friend. First winner on the day.
Thank you.
There he goes. Right, let's go back to Zach Sweeney and then the comms. A happy man giving a high-five to his dad. It's up to you.
It's time for the second final of the Rotax National Trophy here at PF International. It's time for the Micromax, and Benedictus Masiokis is in prime position to go and get that ticket to Bahrain. Very much looking forward to what we've got in store for us over the course of this weekend and the rest of the day that we've got. Benedictus Masiokis will start from pole position alongside Alfie Garrett. Harris Barber and Ralph Martin for the OTK chassis make it all up on the second row of the field from Ethan Lloyd and Freddie Baker. Dimitar Ustinov and Sebastian Crawford row number 4. Then comes Teddy Murphy and Noah Wilco inside the top 10. Jensen Darlow from Chloe McGill in P11 and P12. Freddie Walker, J.M. Prakash inside the front 7 rows. Carter Jackson, Arthur Bowers 15th and 16th. Oliver Whittle and Ashi Gupta complete the top 18 from Lanny Eden and Isaac Garth, the top 20. Ria Peacock from Ansel Murray, Albert Farrow and Arlo Gamble, 23rd and 24th position for each of those. An unfortunate pre-final for those guys earlier on in the day sees them at the back end of the field. However, all eyes to sort of the front end of that field. Masiokis, who hasn't got their ticket to Bahrain yet, won, of course, the UKC Micromax Championship yesterday. Of course, fending off Dean Singh Pahal, who got a ticket as part of the British, probably why part of the reason he's not racing today. But Masiokis hasn't. He's very worthy of one. The green flag waves and we'll go for a formation lap for the Micromax. And again, these guys, they are micro. We haven't quite found a synonym for it yet. We call the minis mighty. We need something else for the micros. Any suggestions in the YouTube chat, give me a shout, let me know. But these guys always deliver us some good racing. And when you've got something as prestigious on the line as a ticket to the Rotax MAX Grand Finals, you are going to lay everything out on that race circuit. It's beautiful weather now here at PF International. Lincolnshire hasn't really wanted to decide what it's going to be doing today. And a lot of discussions over some digestives in the control room this morning as to how we're going to get things going on throughout the rest of the day. There was a lot of doubt over whether we could even run the meeting. And, well, look at it now. It's a completely different climate to what we had earlier on. Now it's perfect, just in time for those finals. It's getting a bit toasty in the commentary box. Just had to roll my sleeves up. And I'm definitely sure they're going to be feeling it out there on the circuit as well. One of the most important races these drivers will take to in their entire year of karting. And for the Micromaxes, you know, they're very young. They're on their very first step in this very long journey to the top of motorsport. So let us know who you're cheering on for at home. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top in this Micromax final? Joining us here on Alpha Live, of course, Of course, Albert Farrow and Dinsing Powell were the only two entered this weekend that had a ticket already. Albert Farrow's at the back end of the field, so it's completely wide open as to who's going to take that one. Benedict Desmasiokis, Alfie Garrett on that GP plate alongside him. Let's see what can happen with 10 minutes plus a lap of racing to decide who gets that ticket to Bahrain. It's foot to the floor. And we go green racing here at PF International. A good launch from the front row. Alfie Garrett trying to jostle his way over to deter Ralph Martin from going for the move, but the GP plate forced to concede there. Harris Barber side by side with Freddie Baker in the battle for fourth place, and a near change for the lead as well, as I think the black helmeted driver is going to try and funnel his way through that. Of course, the 32 of Ralph Martin. So Benedict Desmasiokis drops behind a couple of carts. He's trying to fend off as well for second place. Bit of a gap starting to form, but a point forward there. Again, these drivers, they don't want to finish second, third or fourth. They need to be winning it if they want that ticket. 3 wide on the exit of that first hairpin. Alfie Garrett stuck on the outside and there's contact. Alfie Garrett gets sent round and one of the drivers nearly sent out of their car. Further contact between them as well. And that was a huge incident. Can see plenty of carts involved. And a red flag has been called out, absolutely. Hopefully the drivers are okay. Can see most of them getting out. Marshall's immediately onto the scene. So, of course, we'll update you in due course. They're going to line them back up onto the grid. And that was a big one, unfortunately, to start off the Micromax final. The majority of the field was able to get through, but I think that 3 wide moment just caused a little bit of a catalysation, really, more than anything, to send a few of them spun round. And quick reactions there from race control to get this race neutralised. Marshall's, again, immediately on the scene. Huge thank you to all of them and their responses this weekend. So we'll be under red flag for a moment. There you can see the drivers on the grid just being updated. Ambulance already heading around the circuit to the scene. So the race neutralised. I assume we'll go for a full restart when we can. Of course, just making sure that the drivers are all okay. Being spoken to definitely is alert and okay. But obviously the medics are going to go over and check that they're all good. So hopefully won't be under the red flag for too much longer, and we'll get this done as efficiently and most importantly as safely as possible. But as they sort of led for the first couple of laps, I mean, Ralph Martin got an absolutely stellar launch to the front end of the field, and that was able to give him a slight advantage. There you can see a couple of the drivers stood up and just being updated by some of the marshals as to what happened. Most of them absolutely okay. I think one driver got hit a little bit harder than others, but should all be good. So if you are now just joining us, red flag conditions for the time being. Just had a bit of an incident in the opening lap of the Micromax final, but everyone out of their car and being checked over by the relevant teams to ensure all is okay. There was a bit of a few bits of contact, and never good to see, but again, top work from everyone in response to be there and on hand to sort everything out. So those watching along at home, of course, on Alpha Live and UKC, let's have your sort of input with the races so far. What's been your favourite race of the day through the pre-finals? Of course, you've had the mini inter-final as well. What are you expecting from the Micromaxes? What are you looking forward to for later on? There you can see a couple of the drivers, Teddy Murphy and Isaac Garth, having a bit of a chat on the grid. Chloe McGill just in front of them as well. Plenty of opportunity still to come in this race. The drivers, of course, will try and keep themselves locked in the zone to get themselves going again to claim that ticket to Bahrain and that grand final. A couple of the drivers won it in 2024. A couple of them won it in 2023. I think Rory Armstrong in the juniors won it as a mini in 23. Jacob Ashcroft, still racing the juniors, won it as a junior in 2024 as well. He's gone on to win the European Championship and get himself back on the grid for the world title in Bahrain in a couple of months' time. So still looking forward to it. And of course the grand final in of itself alternated a few across loads of different circuits across the world over the last sort of 20 years, even beyond. Hailing some fantastic drives from some drivers that have gone on to be very, very successful in the world of racing. last year at Sano. Those that watched it, it was pretty good. I'm sure this year in Bahrain is going to be no different. Karts being recovered now. I think all the drivers have been attended to, and they're in the been briefed on the relevant next course of action. So shouldn't be too much longer until we get racing again. Of course, the most important thing is that everyone is safe and is okay. Hopefully, nothing more than a few scratches and bruises. So the time was paused with 9 minutes and 11 seconds left to go. I would assume that we maybe just go for potentially a full restart on that one, but again, we'll confirm what race control think with... So we're going to go to, just being told there could be about a 15-minute delay, just to give people the opportunity to check over the cars. Well, we're speculating on what's going to be happening next as to how things are going to work. Just waiting on relevant information, and when I get that, I'll pass it on to everyone at home as well. So we'll see what going to be the course of action, whether they get a bit of time to sort them things out, or whether they go straight back into racing. So we'll see, and they're just talking over what they can do with that one. But with 9 minutes and 11 seconds with the clock stopped, still plenty more racing action to sort of come, and again, I think it just goes to show how much it means to each of these drivers to put everything on the line and be aggressive. They need to be. Races like this, you know, it doesn't matter if you finish second, third, fourth. I mean, as good as it is to finish that far up, it only really matters if you win to get that ticket. So drivers, of course, sat on the grid just waiting for an update themselves. Probably sat directly in the sun, I'd imagine. Actually, yeah, they probably are. They are. So probably feeling quite toasty, especially those with sort of the darker coloured overalls and helmets and things. Probably wishing they could maybe drive around a lap or so with the visor up just to get some breeze into their face or something like that. Definitely know I'm feeling it in the commentary box. It was freezing earlier outside. Definitely not the case now. And up here in the timing tower, it's quite a sort of a greenhouse on the best of days, let alone when you've got the sun beaming down on you as it is. Approaching sort of 4 o'clock here in the UK, just past 3:30 now, and we've got our second final of the day coming up. After this, of course, we'll have the Rotax 177s, followed by the juniors and the seniors. So make sure you are sticking around all the way to the end of the day, because, like I said, there's racing all the way through. And, well, if you've not had an opportunity, there's a quick rave there from the 32 of Ralph Martin, driving exceptionally well. I think momentarily got himself into the race lead. There you can see in the carbon fibre textured helmet. There you can see a lot of people sat on the grass. Let's see if we can get a Mexican wave going from those on the bank in there. Let's see if we can start from one side or the other. Let's see if we can coordinate it. Probably not. But we can see a lot of them waving around. Definitely did not work there. But we can see a lot of you waving, so make sure you are giving us... Oh, no, we did get one. There we go. Brilliant. That's always good to see. Cheers, guys. Appreciate that one. But yeah, under the small delay, always good to see spirits being kept nice and high. But yeah, I'm sure everyone enjoying a nice day. I hope the grass is dry. You're very brave if it's still a little bit damp. I'd imagine it's probably dried up by now, but probably some damp bottoms if that was the case. But yeah, you can see just the support that turns out for each of these drivers. You know, they come in and they've got their teammates, their families, they're all cheering them on. Maybe some other spectators as well coming down to watch some good racing. And yes, rightfully so. I mean, these guys are the stars of the future. We talk about each and every single one of them, looking at them and analysing their talent and things, and a lot of them can go very, very far in the world of racing. Just been handed a couple of digestives as well, a nice little care package come in, which is always nice to have, and yeah, keeping me going in the commentary box. To be fair, actually, digestives are probably one of the worst things you can eat as a commentator, because your voice is going to get nice and dried out, but I'll save those for later. Let us know in the YouTube chat as well, by the way. We had a bit of a discussion a bit earlier on. Milk, sort of chocolate biscuits generally, right? When you've got the normal biscuit on the top and you've got the chocolate underneath, which way do you eat it? Do you have the chocolate face up or do you have the chocolate face down? We had a huge discussion. I'm team chocolate face down. We almost, I think, changed James Fitchew's mind on it. He was a chocolate face up kind of guy, tried it the other way around, then got it the other way, and he sort of saw sense a little bit. Another one I've saw a lot of debate on amongst Alpha Life crew members is whether or not you have mayonnaise on a bacon sandwich. I don't mind it, but let us know around the circuit at home. What do you guys think? Always interesting. Maybe if you're a racing driver at home, I saw a couple of people sort of saying that they they haven't been able to make this this round this weekend for whatever reason. If you're a racing driver at home or you're watching along and you're here at this meeting, any sort of pre-race rituals, any specific racing snacks that you want to go for? And seen a few driver profiles out there that say sort of chicken nuggets are a way to go. I suppose that's maybe a nice source of protein or something in that vein. But still, unfortunately, just under a bit of a red flag delay. So come on, give me something in the YouTube chat. Don't be shy. Give me your thoughts. How do you eat your digestives? Obviously, other chocolate biscuits are available, unless digestives want to partner with Alpha Live. That's also perfectly fine. But yeah, so I think we've just got a couple more things to obviously clear up, get the amulets back into place, and we'll update you obviously with when the racing is get back going again and how things are going to be playing out. You can see everyone lined up on the gantry. A lovely little shot we had of people on the gantry yesterday, actually. It was very majestic, one that we were quite fond of up here in the production booth. Dipped in coffee, always a good shout with your biscuits. Never a bad shout. I'm more of a tea guy, but yeah, dipped in. But obviously when you eat them, you obviously don't... Well, yeah, but once it's dipped in the coffee jam in YouTube, how do you then eat it? Because you don't just put it in the coffee and then drink your coffee. That'd be insane. Someone said they don't need to weight save, so got to be careful. Yeah, that's true, actually. When it comes to snacks, you've got to be careful of managing your weight. You don't want to load up too much, although maybe some of those in the 177s might need to make weight with some digestives. Someone coming in, never mind how you eat yours. If you were a biscuit, what biscuit would you be and why? Now that, you are asking the right questions in the chat. Now that is what I like from a critical thinker. What biscuit would you be and why? That's a good question. See, surely you wouldn't want to be a nice one because then you'd just be eaten and then that would be completely backwards and you'd be gone from the world very quickly. But let us know in the chat. So dip in the coffee, let it go soft, and then do your absolute best to get it out from the bottom without falling into coffee. Yeah, absolutely. The most depressing thing ever is dipping something in a hot drink and it falling off and you then having that soggy bit of confectionery at the bottom and then shove it all in one. Fair enough. I've got to respect the biscuit eating methods of some of the YouTube chats here in Alpha Live. If you're now just joining, this is pretty much what we get up to under red flags. We just sort of go insane for a moment. This is what Kev Harris is missing when he's down doing the podium interviews in the finals. And we're going to have a huge shout out as well to some of the staff at Rotax, one of them being Natalie, watching along at home, giving her support as well, and always good when you've got that Rotax support and all of the work that they do for karting. So really good to have, and thank you for watching along at home. Taylor Racing saying you're a party ring. I respect that. Underrated actually. I mean, they're quite hard, and sometimes you probably will chip a tooth or something, Taylor Racing. But you know, I respect the taste that you've got with the party rings. Still under a little bit of a red flag. We've got drivers now just sort of out of their carts and walking around, relaxing. There's a very nice shot of the exit curb there, looking up at the start-finish straight. One of the carts being pulled off the grid there. Helmet's coming off a couple of cuts as well, so we'll see. We'll have a look. Yeah, and when a good question coming from the chat as well. When it comes to full race restart, we'll confirm whether or not it's going to be a full race restart or how they're going to do it. Of course, Race Control being very, very busy today, and they've done a fantastic job just to get us racing this morning. There was a lot of doubt over it, but they've done it as efficiently, as effectively, and as amazing as they all are, and you know, it's always a time crunch and making sure everyone's happy, and a very difficult balancing act to get this going. So obviously we'll let them take their time and make sure it's done the proper way as it should be. We've got a bit of time to sort of wait around and things, so all should be good. Tim Bullard watching along at home, of course, with So, just had some very interesting information. The countdown that you can see on the gantry is the countdown to racing. So that 10 minutes and now 37 seconds, they do get a repair window. So what I was momentarily alluding on earlier, what could be happening is now basically they get some time just to make any repairs to the car. So those that did DNF, if they have any bent fairings or anything that needs swapping, they've got that time to do so before we go for a restart. Tim Bullard, like I say, watching along on a 65-inch screen, chocolate orange bourbon. Yeah, fair enough from George. Ginger snaps from Albi Lapper with a very interesting adjective, showing his youth there with that one. But yeah, so some diverse biscuit choices can always tell a lot about someone from what they indulge in with snacks. Some dancing going on the grid. There we go. We've got some driver with some hidden talents. So if they don't make it as a race driver, they definitely have a future as a dancer, or vice versa. 9 minutes and 42 seconds on the clock. So we're eagerly sort of watching that tick down so we can get back racing again. Of course, the drivers and teams, the mechanics more importantly, will be looking at that saying, can you go down a little bit slower, maybe accidentally add a minute or two on, just so we can make sure we get these things fixed. But yeah, I mean, and again, a huge shout out to all the mechanics of things. So we're now looking at the shot. I'm just getting info. I don't actually know what James Fitch is trying to tell me in my ear, to be honest. We're going to look at the cameraman now. There he is. So there's the shot. There's the cameraman looking down the grid. There he is. He's chilling. Dan is down there. Definitely got the cap on. Probably needs it today. And we saw his hair with it off, and it's probably better that it stays on, in all honesty, while he's out there on circuit. But there's a beautiful shot, and then you can see the zoomed out version of him on the grid. Looks like in two completely different times, actually, from this shot and then from the other one. This looks much darker and then the other one, you definitely capture more of the sun. There you can see it beaming down here at PF International. We've got a slightly off topic from someone in the YouTube chat, actually, but it's a nice pivot. Again, more the merrier when it comes to this red flag period. We've got 9 minutes to kill. Drop in all the tangents you like. Your daughter swears McDonald's fries dipped in vanilla milkshake is a taste sensation. Now, honestly, it's underrated and a lot of people will shy away from it, but McDonald's chips dipped in any milkshake, probably vanilla, is probably a good shout. Is pretty good. The contrast in the warm and the cold, the salt and the sweet, it does actually do a job. If you like sweet and salt popcorn, you'll probably like fries dipped in milkshake if you're okay with the texture. Chocolate hobnobs, always good. We like the digestives up here in the commentary box. Albie Lap is saying, when's the junior final? It will be the penultimate one. So we've got Micromax obviously starting in the next sort of 10 minutes or so. 177s, then juniors after that one. So obviously depending on obviously with delays and things, probably should be within an hour, I'll say tentatively, as we watch the rest of course of the racing. Albie Lap is saying he'll make his way down to come and watch the junior final. Always good to have that support and see that, but. Yeah, it's been a good discussion in the red flag. We had such a plain sailing early afternoon when I had Kev with me and I could bounce off him in the commentary box. Now I'm just sort of going insane reading the YouTube chat. And thanks to you guys, obviously, for keeping the engagement coming. If you are new here to Alpha Live, like I say, this is pretty much what we get up to under a red flag period. So thanks for your company. And we'll be back racing as soon as we possibly can. I'm just trying to stand as far back in the commentary box to stay in the shade as much as possible. We're going to be looking into that's Louis Diamond there on the screen, looking as majestic as ever with those very nice sunglasses. Looks like he could sort of buckle up for a ski or something with that shape. But there he is, probably as eager as we are to get the racing back underway. And don't be upset. Oh my goodness me. For those around the circuit that aren't watching the YouTube chat, someone just said, wonder if a digestive dipped in iron brew is any good. That is illegal. That should be illegal. That is absurd. What? No, I can't even see any logic in that one, unfortunately. Now I want to kind of try it in some sort of sadistic way. No, I'm not even going to be tempted. Albie Lap is saying it's blasphemy. I would agree. Anyway, with discussion, we've started something now. We're speaking about digestives and which way up you eat them and stuff. It started a whole thing. Great with the YouTube chat, but yeah, you can see drivers obviously getting themselves pumped up and ready to go back in. Those that, of course, didn't get into any contact on the opening lap will be straight back into their carts and ready to go. But I hope everyone has sort of been enjoying the coverage over the course of the early afternoon and now into say the pre-finals, where pretty good, in all honesty. I mean, yesterday's racing, all 23 of them-ish, I think even more than that at some point. A lot of races. I think even 27 or 28 races from start to finish. Yeah, they were amazing. Obviously, for the final round of the Ultimate Karting Championship today for the Rotax National Trophy, really good racing. This morning, very much on the limit, sometimes stepping just a centimetre or so over the line, and that's the racing, that's the excitement that we love to sort of see. Someone coming in, Maryland cookies are beautiful. They definitely are indeed. Just biscuits in warm milk. Yeah, no, I agree. Nice biscuits, always good. See, now we've got a good discussion going. Now we're really tapping into our different sectors of our brain, thinking about the criticality of each biscuit and drink combination. Hobnobs and Coca-Cola, absolutely not. Oh my word. 4 minutes left to go. The timer firmly is ticking down. It's definitely feels like a bit longer than 10 minutes, especially when we're not racing, but 4 minutes until we get things going again. Abby Lapper and Conor Large having a bit of a chat in the YouTube as well. So, like I say, if you're in either the UKC or the Alpha Live one, we've got both up, so don't be shy to have a chat with us and let us know your thoughts and feelings and see how it's going on. Have Minimax been racing this weekend? They have indeed. They've just concluded their final. We had an awesome battle from pretty much start to finish. So if you haven't gone and watched that, I would definitely implore you to go and do it. Okay, now people are just getting silly. Tomato sauce on a plain digestive. You cannot be serious. Hobnobs and instant smoothings. Yeah, that's more like it, Henry James, in the UKC chat. Tomato sauce. Unbelievable. No, I can't even. No, unfortunately, I can't. Yeah, you guys are just outrageous. Well, yeah, honestly, you're just going to get banned. You've got a lifetime ban from Alpha Life for even suggesting tomato sauce on a plain digestive. Absolutely not. That is, no. Everyone, I think anyone unanimously agrees on that one. Just get him gone. We get a bit distracted, don't we? Go on a bit of a tangent on the red flags. It just it brings out a different side of us. There you can see drivers suiting up, though, so definitely showcasing that we aren't far away from getting back racing again. Should only be a couple more minutes. Just looking at the gantry, how long have we got? 2 minutes and 30 seconds until we go racing. And yeah, a huge shout out to everyone involved here at PF International, at UKC, at Rotax for putting on this event, and all those in timekeeping, race control, the stewards, as much grief as some of those guys can get. And also, obviously, everyone involved, the ambulance, the response crews, the medics, everyone that makes this race weekend happen. It's been a very difficult, a very weird one, as we said earlier, but it's ran as effectively as it could, and we've had some great racing to go with it. It is all worth it in the world of motorsport. So, again, I think everyone, if you ever get an opportunity to sort of say thank you, definitely do so. The teams and the mechanics and how hard they've been working to optimise the karts, repair any damage and stuff. In terms of Minimax, it was Austin Oman that took the victory. He finished P2 on the road. Tom Reed took the victory, but had a 5-second time penalty, so Austin Oman then promoted himself up. And a good suggestion actually just come in. Stewards to start calling it the ketchup on a digestive flag instead of the red flag. Maybe that would be more suited for a black flag, because that's the flag you don't want. I mean, you don't want to get a red flag anyway, but if you receive the ketchup on a digestive flag, that is a punishment enough. So I think that we should swap it for a black flag as opposed to a red flag. No, people are just throwing out the most absurd suggestions now. Anyone around the circuit that's sort of listening to this and going, well, hang on, you've got no context as to what's going on. I don't even know how this started. We knocked down one domino and they've all just completely tumbled off. So if you're around the circuit and you haven't already, check out the YouTube stream and read the chat, because it's just been a downhill spiral, really, of sanity under the red flag period. Thankfully, we've only got, well, I think actually the time has ticked down to 0, so we should be going racing any moment now. And yeah, get 10 minutes plus the lap of racing action back underway. Of course, we'll reset the grid and get them going for their final, for the Rotax National Trophy. It's been a long day, and we've been under red flag for sort of around about 15 minutes or so now, maybe even a bit longer than that. But hopefully we'll we'll have some on-track action for you all very soon. I appreciate everyone's patience, by the way, and I'm glad that not too many of you have switched off under the red flag period. It's nice. So obviously, while you've still got a chance, go get your drinks, go get your snacks, whether that's digestives or crisps or whatever, whether that's ketchup on a digestive, you do you guys at home. But make sure you've got yourself fueled and ready to go for the rest of the day of racing. There we can see Arthur Bowers in a very nice helmet, but the green flag has been waved. So drivers, after final prep with the mechanics, are getting themselves rolling again, and I'm sure to the pleasure of absolutely everyone on a formation lap to set the stage for the Micromax final. That red flag period, of course, necessary, but we're back racing again to give everyone that opportunity to have repaired their karts, and now we're on circuit. So 10 minutes plus the lap. And a quick reminder of the grid, just the front lot. Benedictus Masiokis, Alfie Garrett should have been starting towards the front end of the field. Is he still out there on circuit? Can I see the GP plate? I can. So he gets a very good lifeline thrown his way. Harris Barber, Ralph Martin, Ethan Lloyd, the top 5 from Freddie Baker, the top 3 rows. So should be setting a stage for a good race. The drivers, of course, now will know the consequence of pushing a bit too hard on the opening lap. They'll try and avoid that if they possibly can, but it just goes to show how much it means to each of them. So now as they make their way towards the chicane, of course, Masiokis dropped back at the beginning of the initial race start. So Tim Bullard, of course, who suggested the orange Bourbons. What do I think of them? I've never tried them. They sound pretty nice. I do like Bourbons generally. Slightly off topic, but hopefully we'll have more discussion for that a bit later on in the day. In fact, actually, hopefully we don't have time for more discussion on that later on in the day. We want to crack on with some racing, and let's see who's going to be coming out on top. Who's going to be that ticket to Bahrain winner? Will it be Benedictus Masiokis? Will it be Alfie Garrett? Will it be anyone else on this field? 10 minutes plus the lap, of course, to decide that. Out of the final corner, foot to the floor. The lights on the gantry will go out, and that will set us underway for 10 minutes of racing. Ralph Martin ducking to the inside almost immediately as the 92 of Freddie Baker tries to duck his way through the under the bridge section now up towards the bowl. And so far, so good, I think, actually, for Alfie Garrett. He's been able to take the lead of the race from Ralph Martin. Benedictus Masiokis trying to hang on around the outside as well. A bit of contact as they make their way through this right-hander down the hill. And a point forward there. Masiokis, he pointed forward, then goes defensive, not trusting that the 32 won't go for a move. Tries to set up a bit of a switchback, but parking it nicely on the apex there. Of course, we're through the first hairpin. We have got a bit of a spinner, unfortunately, who's able to rejoin. They've gone round again. And that's a huge shame as Alfie Garrett drops down to 3rd place. Benedictus Masiokis sends the move for the lead. Now Ralph Martin goes to the outside. He's got Harris Barber on his inside through the chicane. And the number 12 is able to find a way through. 9 minutes. Plus the lap still ticking down. Masiokis with a I'll say comfortable, tentatively lead from Harris Barber in 2nd place. Now through the fast left into the very fast right to end the lap. Try not to use too much of the track limits. Look over the shoulder from Masiokis. This is a much tidier getaway from the field. 8 minutes and 40 seconds plus the lap, so probably going to be about 9, maybe even 10 laps more of racing side by side in that fight. Just in behind Alfie Garrett, that's the likes of, that'll be Ethan Lloyd and Freddie Baker that are battling away into the hairpin. Once again, you can hear the tyres absolutely squealing. Very small tyres on these Micromaxes. Trying to generate quite a lot of, will be generating quite a lot of heat as they make their way around the PF International circuit. Masiokis, the O-plate, is the one that leads from Harris Barber close in behind. Then comes Ralph Martin and Alfie Garrett in 4th. The GP plate, in fact, actually drops behind, I think, the 66 of Ethan Lloyd. Indeed so. So as they work their way around this long sweeping right-hander into the fast left, into another fast left, ending off the lap with a quick flick to the right. Look to the inside there from Freddie Baker on Dimitar Usunov. The number 4 keeps his foot in around the outside quite nicely there. So getting caught up on the curb was the 92. Chloe McGill, I think, maybe trying to think of a couple of moves into the bowl section as you ascend your way up the hill, and any slide through there, especially in Micromax, is going to be detrimental to get that power back going again. Dip down some human DRS in effect from the GP plate of Alfie Garrett. He's down into 5th place, side by side between the 92, working away through on what could have been the number 4, Dimitar Usunov. Sebastian Crawford as well. You can see that white and orange number 8 machine trying to get involved with the 999 of that being Arthur Bowers. We saw him on the grid getting himself nice and ready. He's definitely coming in firing all cylinders inside the top 10. The 999 actually in P9, that would be quite cinematic if he could stay there. Of course he wants to go forwards into this long right. Masiokas, the gap at the front has come down to about half a second to Harris Barber. The number 12 closing in that gap. Ralph Martin, of course, is still there with him. They want to work together as best as possible because none of them have got that ticket to Bahrain. No one inside the top 10. Well, actually, only other one person on this field, that of course being Arthur Ferrer, has already won a ticket to Bahrain. He's down in the field trying to work his way up. So realistically, it could come down to anyone to get that ticket. The 66 of Ethan Lloyd goes through on the 32 of Ralph Martin, up now into 3rd place. Ralph Martin going to try and launch a bit of a counter-attack, but the 66 goes to the inside to cover it off, brings it back to the left to try and open it up. Bit of contact to the rear end, and that could open up the door for the orange and green GP plate of Alfie Garrett. Defensive goes Ethan Lloyd, though, not taking any chances. That's going to open the door as Ralph Martin gets shoved off wide from Alfie Garrett as he takes that inside line. Dimitar Usunov trying to fend off a couple of carts just in his, just over his shoulder. Chloe McGill being one of them. She's had a very strong weekend in that number 7 machine. Been fighting towards the front for the majority of today and yesterday. 5 minutes plus a lap. So still about 6 laps or so of racing to tick off. Masiokas, about 0.4 of a second, his lead from Harris Barber, who on that previous lap set the fast lap. Only by 1/10 of a second, though. Was he quicker? In fact, actually even less than that. 0.06 of a second was he quicker. Any moves being made amongst the sort of the front lot inside the top 10, side by side, a bit further back. That's the 92 of Freddie Baker. I think also the 32 of Ralph Martin, who's really dropped back in the pack. So Freddie Baker goes up into 7th place. Ralph Martin drops to 8th, and that's just how changeable this field is. Harris Barber still the fastest lap, a 104.94. Through the fast right. Into the slightly slower, longer, sweeping right-hander. Almost goes on forever, especially in the slightly slower Micromaxes. Cross line, you can see the points being made from team members and friends, giving them that encouragement to continue on. So 4 minutes, 18 seconds still remaining. So these laps are coming down pretty quick. I think we're about halfway through this race, or just over. Masiokas with his head tucked down, he's completely locked in. He's just trying to fly as far forward as possible, try not to let those behind him catch up. He's got a healthy margin. Obviously any mistakes and anything like that will be detrimental, but he's now hoping that Harris Barber, Ethan Lloyd, Alfie Garrett all get into their own squabbles and allow them to get further and further away. A reminder that only the winner gets a ticket. So yeah, cool, it's nice if you finish 2nd or 3rd or 4th, that's cool, but you don't really get anything meaningful for it. You want that ticket to Bahrain. Side by side, Ethan Lloyd up the inside of Harris Barber. Alfie Garrett is going to go with him, and very quickly the pendulum is going to swing. He's going to lose 4 places in the space of just 2 corners there. Harris Barber goes from 2nd down to 6th. Chloe McGill able to tip him up, and now into 5th place for the number 7. And assessing that situation is Benedictus Masiokas, looking backwards. That last lap time, a 10th in favour of Ethan Lloyd. So 104.69 for Masiokas, a 104.50 for Ethan Lloyd. But time of the essence, he cannot afford to get drawn into any more squabbles, can Ethan Lloyd. And this is just allowing Masiokas not to have an easy race. There's no such thing as an easy race, but an easier affair than if he was, you know, in and amongst that pack. He got the gap that he needed, and he's just maintaining it. He's not having to try too hard to stretch it. He's not having it drop. He's maintaining it. And right now, that's keeping them at a good sort of, let's say, arm's length at bay. Although it is coming down. Maybe the bump draft from Alfie Garrett. Maybe some sheer determination, giving him that willpower to find a couple of extra tenths of a second a lap from Ethan Lloyd. He's been quick all weekend. He was on pole position yesterday across his heat. Definitely a talented driver. Didn't quite get the results in the race that he'd have wanted to for one reason or another. But it definitely seems that right here, right now, and probably the race that matters most for him, he is arriving. Let's see what the gap is. It visibly looks a lot shorter. Yeah, he's taken out 3 tenths that last lap. So 104.74 for Masiokas, so 104.37 for Ethan Lloyd. The fast lap of the race goes to Freddie Baker that last time through, a 104.3, which actually comes in quicker than the ultimate lap of the session, apparently. So he's done a sort of a Hamilton of Singapore 2018 with that lap. Just under 2 minutes left to go. So I think it'll be, next time by will be the penultimate lap of the race. It'll be quite close, but I think that will be the case. We'll have to wait and see. As Masiokas focusing on just managing this race. And I mean, he's not the quickest guy out there, you know, by far, but he's controlled this race from pole position. He did the hard work in the pre-final. Then he got quite fortunate with those behind him battling. Alfie Garrett goes a bit too deep for that right-hander, loses a bit of time to Ethan Lloyd in front. But now all he's done is manage the gap for the best part of the race. And if he does defend, it's going to come down to the final couple of laps. And that's what matters most. Across the line, they are going to make it. So this will be now the third to final lap. Next time by will be the penultimate lap. The time after that will be the final lap. Side by side, just in the background as well. That's the battle for 4th place. Dimitar Usunov fighting away with Chloe McGill. Harris Barber is up there and up onto 2 wheels there. Chloe McGill into the back end of Dimitar Usunov. Somehow has landed on all fours. Ralph Martin goes through. Chloe McGill, sorry, I should say, has dropped back in behind. And that's why from Dimitar Usunov opens the door for Alfie Garrett to go through. And now this battling is just allowing the top 2 to get away. It's going to be hard for any one of these 4 to go and win this race now. So it is between Benedictus Masiokas and Ethan Lloyd. 2 laps left to go at the line. And again, to decide that ticket to Bahrain. Neither of them have got one just yet. So whoever wins this race is going to be getting it. Masiokas, a UKC champion in 2025. Can he cap off an already brilliant weekend with that extra ticket? Can Ethan Lloyd maybe get some redemption from yesterday with a bit of a slipstream? 2 laps left to go and they've got the gap behind them. When will Ethan Lloyd go for the strike? Masiokas ever so slightly defensive into turn number 3. That's going to open the door for a bit of a switchback. Muscling his way through. There was barely a cart's width there, but Ethan Lloyd threads the needle. And on the first opportunity for a move, he finds his way into the race lead. Now with the slipstream, down the hill towards the hairpin. He's not taking any chances. Goes defensive. Masiokas stays firm on the left-hand side. Now into the hairpin. Under brakes. Gets the switchback. Gets alongside. He's got the advantage. Is he going to get ahead before the corner? Benedictus Masiokas takes the lead of the race once again. And of course that's going to allow the likes of Alfie Garrett and Freddie Baker to claw their way back in. Just a lap and a half left to go out of the chicane, and that was a good counter-attack there from Masiokas. Didn't allow Ethan Lloyd to get into any sort of rhythm or stride out in front. As soon as there was an opportunity to find his way back through, he took it. The gap behind them, probably about 1.5 seconds. A good couple of kart lengths, so probably free to fight onto this final lap of the race to decide who gets that all-important ticket to the Grand Finals. Defensive goes Alfie Garrett. I think he's realised the fight for the lead is probably over. Inside line, it's deja vu from the previous lap up onto the curb, but it's not worked this time for Ethan Lloyd. Benedictus Masiokas just able to hang on this time through. With each corner that ticks past is one less opportunity for Ethan Lloyd to find his way past. It's coming down to 2. Is there space for a move? We're following the fight for 3rd. Alfie Garrett on the inside, trying to fend off Freddie Baker. Of course, that lead fight is the one that we need to be following, because this is the one that decides that Grand Final ticket. Masiokas has pulled out about a half a kart length from Ethan Lloyd into the chicane, and opportunities are running out. Benedictus Masiokas has led every single lap of this race. He lost the lead once, but immediately got it back. Won, of course, the Ultimate Karting Championship in Micromax in 2025. He's had a sensational year, and the best way to tap it off is going to be with a ticket to Bahrain. Out of the final corner, the checker flag will away Benedictus Masiokas, who takes his ticket to the Grand Final with victory in Micromax. And you can see what it means to him with the celebrations. Ethan Lloyd, though, a worthy rival in that battle, and you can see just in behind the battle that ensued between the rest of the pack through to the back end of the top 10. But Benedictus Masiokas with victory here at PF International once more. And that final absolutely was worth the wait. It was just watching that gap between Lloyd and Masiokas come smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until finally Ethan Lloyd, with that momentum, found his way through. In the end, though, Masiokas was just able to hang on, and I'm sure he's going to be a very happy driver under that helmet. And he's probably got school in the morning as well, to be honest. He'll have to do all of this and then wake up tomorrow and go to school as if it's all normal, as if he's not going to Bahrain to race on the world stage. Obviously, congratulations are in order for each and every single one of them. There you can see the fist bumps being attempted between Masiokas and the 13 there, of that being Walker, Freddie Walker, congratulating his friend, of course, who will hopefully be able to have a chat with Kev when he's down there and have a chat with Masiokas over his race and what it meant to him, and if at any point he was sort of scared because when he got overtaken, I'm sure for a moment there was a bit of fear sinking in that he sort of needed to find his way through. We'll run you through the results anyway after 10 minutes, 10 minutes plus the lap of racing action. Benedictus Masiokas takes the victory, and with it that ticket to the Rotax MAX Grand Finals. Ethan Lloyd and Alfie Garrett in second and third from Freddie Baker and Harris Barber in fifth. Chloe McGill rounds up in P6 from Teddy Murphy, Arthur Bowers, Sebastian Crawford and Arlo Gamble, the top 10. Very, very close between each of those cars, and it continues all the way down to the rest of the top 20. Dimitar Ustinov, Oliver Woodall, Jensen Darlow, Freddie Walker and Ralph Martin, the top 15 from J.M. Prakash, Ansel Murray, Isaac Garth, and then comes Ria Peacock from Archie Gupta, the 666 and the 27, rounding out the top 20. Lani Eden, the 21st and final driver to be classified in the Micromax final. Of course, next up, we'll be heading to the Rotax 177s. Just 3 more races in the 2025 season, both with the UKC and, of course, for the one-day event with the Rotax National Trophy. What did everyone think of that race then at home? Was that worthy of a digestive dipped in coffee, or was it more of a ketchup on a digestive type of race? I'm definitely leaning more towards the dipped in coffee kind, because that was, well, pretty good to say the least from start to finish. I mean, like, again, we didn't have that intense lead battle for the majority of the race, right? It only came towards the end, but that sort of anticipation of seeing that gap come down and down and down, and wondering if Masiokas can hang on, if Ethan Lloyd, could catch him up and give us that battle. And we did have a bit of a skirmish between them. Obviously, happy birthday to anyone that's watching home, and it is your birthday. Just got one come in from Thomas Barwick. We'll wish you all happy birthday. And now, actually, head down to Kev, who's ready in the pit lane for some interviews.
Lovely, here we are then. I've got the race winner alongside me now. There's a big smile on his face, Benedictus Masiokas. Benedictus, huge congratulations. You just won yourself a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain. How about that?
It's amazing, and I always wanted to go to Grand Finals since the start of the year, and yeah.
Yeah, well, listen, it is amazing. What you did out there was really good racing, because you were under pressure from young Mr. Lloyd from RCE, weren't you? He was right on your tail. He overtook you at one point, so you had to get the win back, didn't you?
Yeah.
Talk me through the closing stages of that race. What was going through your mind?
After it started, I was pulling a gap, and then every lap I saw Ethan coming closer and closer. Then he overtook me, and then he defended, and I managed to get a switchback on him.
You really had to keep your head, because when he overtook you, you could have thought, oh no, it's all over, he's done me. But you took the win back and you took the lead. So well done, huge congratulations. Who would you like to thank? Who's been here watching you, and who's made it all possible?
My mom, my dad, RPM Racing Engines for the engine, Thule Motorsport, Dave, Teddy, Thule for watching, and Nathan.
And Nathan, and anyone else who knows you. Well done, my friend. Huge congratulations. Get yourself through scrutineering, and we'll see you for the podium a little bit later on. Well done.
Thanks.
There he goes, your race winner, Benedictus Masiokas. I can stand up a bit now because I have to crouch when they're down there, but he's just won himself a ticket to the Grand Finals. The smile on his face says it all. Zach, it's back to you.
Well, final number 3 is upon us. The Rotax 177s gave us quite an interesting pre-final earlier on in the day. Will Ellsworth fighting his way back through to take victory in that one. Will line up on pole position for this race. However, the UKC 2025 177 champion of Ed Matthews will be right there alongside him on that front row. We'll run you through the full grid in a few moments' time. But just to set the scene for what is in store for the 177s. Hello and welcome. If you are now just joining us, welcome back. Of course, if you've been with us for the entire day. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. The minis and the micros, well, they were absolutely mighty. Now let's see what the 177s can give us in sort of, well, quite literally a heavyweight title bout for that ticket to the Grand Finals. In Bahrain. We've been able to give out 2 thus far, and we'll be giving out just another one in, well, about 12 minutes' time. Will Ellsworth, Edward Matthews, the front row of the field. Behind that comes Ollie Goodyear and Scott Smith on the second row. James Lingard from Sam Cornwell, row number 3. Then comes Rob Simpson and Ryan Taylor-Truman on row number 4. David Mitchell and Jack Taylor complete the top 10 from Louis Large, and Harrison Crook starting this one in P12. Look for him to go forward. Same 2, Josh Gollin and Cole Edwards on row number 7. Steve Thompson and Archie Elliott line up 15th and 16th on the grid, with Will Milner and Scott Clee in 17th and 18th place. Jack Davis and Arthur Facker complete the top 20, with Jonathan Relton and Mark Gilley in 21st and 22nd place. Ian Branfield, Matt Lear 23rd and 24th from Jimmy Galloway. Nathan Schaefer, who unfortunately had an issue, was running at the front end of the field and retired at the pre-final, will start 26th. From Dan Milner and Ashton Parsons, another retiree earlier on in the day. Same 2, Reg Hayward and Dan Wright 29th and 30th. They've got a very tough ask ahead of them if they want to come out on top in this race. So the 177s about to make their way out onto the circuit. There you can see them on the pre-grid, anticipating the start of the race. A lot of them there you can see with a few battle scars over the course of their time and this weekend. Some of them obviously just stretching out that neck. Of course, a lot of these guys slightly older than some of the youngsters, so probably feeling it, I'd imagine, from a physical standpoint after a very long day and a very intense day of racing. Of course, we had the doubts this morning whether we'd even get going again. The hard work from race control got us out on circuit with plenty of time, an adjusted timetable, and a very intense format to give out these grand final tickets. So I hope everyone has been enjoying the coverage at home. Myself, Zach Sweeney, to talk you through all of the action. We just heard from Kev Harris down in pit lane. Of course, we've got the fantastic guys with Alpha Live to bring us all of the action out on circuit, and each of the camera ops, and of course the production being done behind the scenes. Nothing short of spectacular. So just waiting, of course, for the green flag to wave and to send us underway for the formation lap. These, obviously, the bigger karts, so the 177s, the juniors and the seniors still to come, will be 12-minute races plus the lap. So slightly longer than what we just saw from the minis and the micros. So these guys have got to be on it for just that little bit longer. And as the sun continues to sort of blare down here, I mean, it's setting, but it's actually getting warmer here in the UK. I'm definitely feeling it. Like I said earlier, probably for some people, if they forgot their sun cream this weekend, thinking that, you know, it's the middle of October, you won't need it, they might be looking at their skin. It might be a slightly different pigmentation because, yeah, it's quite a warm one out here now, especially those who are quite exposed. Thankfully, these guys are covered head to toe. Maybe, actually, if they're not wearing a balaclava, their neck could be a little bit exposed. They might have some awkward tan lines when they come back in, but I'm sure that's the least of their concerns when they're out on circuit. Shouldn't be too much longer until we get this race underway, probably only about a minute or so, and then we get that green flag and racing. But when it comes to the grid itself, we ran through, obviously, how they're going to be lining up. Obviously, Will Ellsworth, Ed Matthews, the front row. That is a very spicy one in of itself, so keep an eye out for that one. There you can see Ed in the 79 machine, just on the left there of shot. He's the UKC 177 champion. Wasn't even sure if he was gone. Wasn't even sure if he's going to do the whole season of racing in the UKC, and did, and won the championship. So very good stuff from him. The green flag will wave, and I've just been told that we're going to get 2 formation laps for these guys. So they're going to go around twice, and we'll get them lined up, obviously, ready for the racing. It's about to come. 12 minutes, like I say, plus the lap. Let us know in the YouTube chat what's been your favourite final so far. What are you expecting from the 177s? Anyone you're cheering on for? Can see Anthony Ellsworth cheering on Will Ellsworth. No surprises there, I'm sure. And I hope everyone is well, I hope everyone's a good day. And again, throw in your predictions with the 177s, because to be honest, I don't actually know who's going to be coming out on top. Will Ellsworth is a good shout. Matthews is a good shout. Goodyear's a good shout. Anyone really. realistically inside the top 10 could be a good shout with incidents and skirmishes and pace. They're all out there. So making their way through the final couple of corners now for their first formation lap. They'll go around, of course, again to get themselves acclimatized and ready for the final. Just had someone in the YouTube chat say, sometimes get cold hands out on track, come back in and can't feel them for 20 minutes. Definitely, probably what you'd expect to be feeling in October, maybe November, December time if you're out in a go-kart, but that's not been the case this weekend, I'm sure. Maybe this morning, but not at all. I mean, the wind definitely with the speed these guys are carrying, but it's quite a warm day. They're probably fine, I'd imagine, in the car in terms of that internal body temperature. Cheering on Archie Elliott in the YouTube chat. He'll be starting this race from 16th place, and it's going to be a tough ask for him to go forwards all the way to the front end of the field, but we'll have to wait and see what he can do. Can only really, I mean, he can go backwards. He's right in the middle of the pack, but definitely going to be looking to go forwards in the Lando Norris kart and catapult himself maybe into the top 10, maybe even further than that. Again, racing, especially today, has been so unpredictable. You cannot count anyone out until the checker flag. So Will Ellsworth there, you can see in the sort of the reddy orange, black and blue accented car from the blue, the white, the yellow Lando Norris kart chassis of Downhill Racing. That's Edward Matthews just in behind him. So keep an eye out for those guys on the front row. Also look out there, you can just see going through shot the 72 green number plate with the blue and the white overalls. That's Harrison Crook. He was fighting very hard yesterday. He has not quite been on the pace today, but right here, right now, with ideal conditions in the final, let's see what can happen. They're lining themselves up. 12 minutes plus the lap of racing to come for our third final of the day for the Rotax National Trophy here at PF International. The Rotax 177s, Will Ellsworth, Edward Matthews on the front row. The left-hand side of your screen, that's the 17. He sends us underway for 12 minutes of racing, and a good launch, I think, from the front row. But Edward Matthews, an even better one around the outside. The 38 of Scott Smith as well from that outside line. There's contact, and there's 5 karts into the barrier, 6 karts into the barrier even on the opening lap. Who was involved in that one? Didn't quite get a shot as to who that was, but multiple karts involved. That's going to bring out a yellow flag. Someone is out of the kart and out of this race. Another one buried in the barriers. 2 of them were able to continue on, just looking out the window. But Edwin Matthews, I think, could be pretty safe. And that just goes to show that things can very quickly change. I can confirm Edward Matthews was not affected by that by any means. So he still leads out in front. And what a wild way to start this opening lap of the 177s. That is going to bring out a full course yellow to neutralise the racing action. And if you're Edward Matthews, you're like, cool, sweet, let's waste some time. Let's get that clock ticking down. And we will confirm as to who that was involved. It will be basically the last people to cross the timing line. I think it was 6 that were involved. Just trying to see if there's any specific sort of outliers on the live timing. I know 2 of them would have been Louis Large and Matt Lear, so the O plate and the 29 plate. Potentially as well Scott Smith involved. He didn't break the beam at the first sector, so potentially one of him, but again we'll confirm as they cross the line. Flying information, the top 3 actually, that's quite cool, but just slowing everyone down is Edward Matthews, keeping them into a nice single file line, and that's impressive from the 114. That being Arthur Thacker. He went off the road on the pit straight. One of them, the 42. So that's Steve Thompson back into the pit lane and out of this race. Brings an end to his day, unfortunately, within the first 30 seconds of the final. So, of course, Marshall's on the scene to recover the karts, repair the barriers, and hopefully get us back racing as soon as possible. Just 10 minutes plus a lap still to go, so that 2-minute extra that these big karts get has been nullified completely. So now down to just 10 minutes left. Making their way around the second infield hairpin. Just waiting on confirmation as to whether or not we'll go green flag racing at the end of this lap or not. I don't think we will. There's still some marshals on the ground at the sort of the bridge. So we'll have to wait and see. I can see green flag is ready. So it'll only take a moment's notice just to sort of say, yeah, we're going to come in this lap. But there we can see one of the drivers involved walking away from the incident, absolutely fine. Not a scratch on him, I'd imagine, but definitely a bruised ego and again, feeling of frustration and probably, you know, a slightly underwhelming feeling, you know, come all this way, and that's the difficulty of motorsport. Indiscriminate. It doesn't care who you are, how quick you are. You know, it will bite back in any way possible. Some of the drivers obviously really slowing themselves up. I think Edward Matthews is trying to waste as much time as possible under this full course yellow by driving super slowly, because he knows at the end of the day they're going to go green at the end of a lap. So if he can drive a nice slow lap, he's going to burn as much time as possible under that yellow flag, especially under the bridge, slowing them down through the scene. So he can justify it through that means. But he's running a 55.4, which, you know, is half race speed, which, to be fair, on a yellow flag is probably what you need to be doing anyway. But if he can run a nice slow pace for these guys, like I say, he'll be burning down some of that lap time. So now just 8 minutes plus a lap to go. He's burned another 2 minutes of the race. And that's an extra 2 minutes that he doesn't need to defend from those behind. But equally, if he gets overtaken, it's another 2 minutes that he doesn't have to get it back. So, you know, it can give, it can take, it can go one way or the other. You won't actually know until you look back in hindsight. And that is, of course, a very powerful thing to have, is hindsight. In the moment, you never actually know. So Edward Matthews just controlling the pace, and a very nice shot. I promise you PF International is not that banked, but a good angle to have them into the chicane. Getting ready, I think, with the... In fact, no, we're going to red flag it. So full course yellow now into a red flag, so the time is going to stop. And that's going to bring everyone onto the start-finish line. So unfortunately, another red flag. I think potentially maybe the medics needed, or some barrier repair needed, or whatever. We'll update you when we have some more information. So the drivers will be making their way onto the grid, and then they'll wait for further instruction, of course, with the red flag, and we'll update you as to what that's for in a few moments' time. But yeah, under a few laps of full course yellow, they decided better just to pause it there, neutralise the race completely, and pause it at 7 minutes. Now, we've not quite done half of the race, so I wonder how this is going to work with a restart, whether we'll go from 7 minutes, whether we'll go from a lap backwards, or whatever it is, with how it's going to get back going again when we get to that point. Obviously, interesting. Yeah, jam coming in must be another ketchup on digestive issue. Let's not start that again. Let's see if we can find a different tangent to keep us busy under the red flag. Obviously, we had the biscuits and digestives and ketchup and condiment discussion. Let's see if anyone's got any other interesting talking points they want to bring up. So keep us entertained over the course of the next 7. Well, I don't actually know how long. I was just reading the race time left. It could be shorter than 7 minutes. It could be a lot longer than 7 minutes. We'll find out. Come along with me for the ride. But just awaiting information. Drivers, of course, themselves probably going to be awaiting that information as well. Just to sort of confirm the drivers that were involved, we had Scott Smith, Steve Thompson, Matt Lear. Also, I would imagine Louis Large, Cole Edwards maybe involved in that one. Can't say for certain, but they're definitely those towards the back end of the field. Same to Josh Garland. Jack Taylor lost a lot of places. Down 20 positions was Dan Milner, the 117. So you could probably guess that he was involved. Will Ellswood actually... sorry, no, Dan Milner was up 7 places from 27th. Will Ellswood was down 20 from pole position. So what's happened to him? What must have been one of the drivers involved from pole, because Edward Matthews got himself away quite cleanly, got around the outside going into turn 1. Just looked over my left-hand side towards the ambulance and could see one of the drivers sort of hopping into the ambulance. So definitely not all okay. He's up and out of the car and alert, which is a good sign, but just going to go to get checked up in the with the medical crew. And again, they've been working very, very hard today, and definitely earning their keep today, and a testament to all of their hard work. But again, under a little bit under a little bit of a red flag delay for the time being. So we'll update you, of course, when we can. Just having a little look into the YouTube chat. So we've got, have I ever been a Rotax? No, I haven't been a Rotax. The best I've driven was basically probably the equivalent of a junior Rotax, maybe a bit slower than a Rotax. That was great. I was definitely slower in a Rotax. Let's put it that way. I haven't even got a proper profile on Alpha Live. That just shows through the experience that I have when it comes to proper racing. Lots of rentals, not anything like this. I'd like to, but yeah, I just have nowhere to put a car or transport it with a Mini Cooper. That just wouldn't work. Definitely can't put that in the boot. Got Tom Barwick coming in. Other small cars definitely are available with Mini Coopers. You could go for a Suzuki Swift if you like, or don't be picky. Have a look on Facebook Marketplace or your local car dealership if you want a small car. Definitely have a look. Got Tom Barwick coming in saying cheese sauce and a breakfast cereal. Absolutely not. That is probably even a worse take than ketchup on a digestive. I don't know what the swimming squad is. Best condiment for pasta. Now, this is going to be controversial. Probably going to get me sacked or very much in trouble with the YouTube chat. I don't mind a mayonnaise on a pasta. It's don't knock it until you try it. Why is there a red flag? Obviously, we had a bit of a problem at the beginning of the 177 race. There was a pretty big incident. We were under full course yellow for a bit of time, under a small delay, and one of the drivers just getting checked up in the ambulance. He's all okay. He's out of the car, just maybe limping his way over and wants to get it checked out. So we'll update you in due course as to when we can get this race back underway. Speaking of driving over the age of 50, I'm not sure if anyone here is doing it, but I know of plenty of people that race well beyond the age of 50, and it's fair play to them. So I would implore you to do it if you're able to. Get yourself back out on circuit. Probably the best way to keep yourself busy. Got Justin Cheesley coming in and saying, "Mayo with your sausage and mash." Absolutely. Someone coming in and saying tomato sauce on a digestive is better than a mayonnaise on a pasta. Wow. Didn't think it was going to be that serious. Do they go back to lap 1 starting positions after the red flag? I'm not entirely sure how they're going to work it, whether they go from a lap previous or how it's going to run, because we're nearly halfway through the race as it is. So I'm not sure how the official's going to run it. Like I say, as soon as I get the information, I'll pass that on to you when we get it into the commentary box. But yeah. Mayonnaise and pasta versus ketchup on a digestive, which is more cursed. We've got a few more people coming into the UKC chat as well. Can see Les Taylor. Shout out to David Mitchell, of course. And got Justin Cheesley coming in saying someone in his championship is 65 years old. So that's always really good when it comes to drivers staying in racing for a long time. And got to keep fit. I know people that race at my local rental karting championship, that are 65, 70 that still do quite a good job, so is good. Information saying driver has just chucked his helmet into the cart. Official has removed it. Cart behind 117. So just still waiting for updates. Hopefully it won't be too much longer until we get carts back out onto circuit. And in terms of the rest of the timetable, yeah, so we've got this one, then we've got 2 more, Junior Max and Senior Max, to end off the day and to hand out the grand final tickets for those guys. But let us know in the YouTube chat, what has been your favourite race of the day? Anyone that's particularly stood out to you guys? Any candidates for race of the week this weekend? We were having a bit of a brief discussion about it earlier on in the day, and what race you think was best. I know a lot of them yesterday were so good. None of them really stood out because every single one of them was so good. I guess they sort of just blended in with each other. Just going to have a check as to the weather, because it definitely feels a lot warmer than it was this morning. So what does the weather app say it is sort of at the moment? It says it's 16 degrees, which, to be fair, it feels a bit warmer than that, if I'm honest. The clouds have come back over again, so the sun's gone away a little bit. Earlier on in the day, it probably was a bit warmer than this. So that's, yeah, it kept us nice and toasty. Definitely was not this warm earlier on today. Definitely dips probably into the low, maybe 9-10 degrees, if that, maybe even colder. Justin Cheesley, if I'm right, if Jacob Ashcroft wins this race, he would have 2 tickets. Yeah, so he would have 2, because one of the drivers in the minis, Emerson McCangy-Uren, has 4, 5 now, I think. Basically, obviously they win the ticket as such, but it would just get passed down to the next eligible driver, or however they want to work it out. Not entirely sure as to how it works, but they obviously know better than we do. So it wouldn't go to the driver. Again, it would just get passed down to the next driver that can have it. Yeah, they would then get the ticket, but yeah, he could win, and then he gets the pride of knowing he's won 2, and that's sort of the mission that Makanji-Ren sort of is going on. He's trying to collect as many as he possibly can, as almost if they're sort of like infinity stones of grand final tickets. Obviously this weekend we've got the World Cup going on. I know a lot of people have been cheering on over in Italy. Of course, we're giving out some of those grand final tickets. Like we've alluded to, of course, the grand finals in Bahrain in a couple of months' time in December should be quite exciting, because the last couple of years have definitely been very good. A couple of our drivers on the grid have already won it across multiple different classes, so it'd be exciting if we could crown some new champions on the world stage later on this year. And a good opportunity as well for those that are watching. If you want a bit of a break, go get yourself some snacks. Probably not ketchup on a digestive, although I've got 2 next to me that I don't have any ketchup though, so thankfully I'm not going to be indulging into the cursed ness. We haven't got any updates, of course, on the driver's condition, but obviously last we saw he was up and sort of okay, just getting checked up in the ambulance. Shouldn't be anything too serious, I wouldn't imagine, but obviously better safe than sorry. Minimax, of course, has been very strong. Can see in the UKC chat, definitely. We've been far too busy trying to stay up to date with everything over the course of the UKC and the National Trophy that not quite kept up to date with the World Championship. But I hope everyone that has been watching racing this weekend has very much enjoyed it. And we've still got 3 more races still to go. Well, 2.5 to finish this one, and then 2 more with juniors and seniors to come after this one. So the ambulance is on the move. So we'll update with how things, if anything changes or anything, but it's off its station and moving around the circuit. So like I say, as soon as I get information, I can pass it straight on to you guys. But at the moment, not entirely sure. We've got a bit of a delay. But so far, it's been pretty good. I've enjoyed the racing so far. And looking back on the season of UKC, so obviously we got the Rotax National Trophy today, but yesterday we concluded the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. That has been incredible from sort of start to finish, with that battle from Wilton Mill, Lark Hall, Dunkswell round 2 and 3, which of course kept us very interested from Saturday through to Sunday with changeable weather. Definitely at Lark Hall, the Scottish weather didn't really know what it wanted to do at times. It just sort of did. Different cloud covers came in, more rain, sun came back out. But in the space of about 10 minutes, it completely changed the weather. Same at Dunkswell, to be fair. We had some very similar things. It's been, it was a good second and third round. Also, round number 4 at Rowra. Of course, I wasn't there for that one. Unfortunately, Ches Draycott stood in and did a fantastic job. One of my favourite circuits. I was gutted I missed that one because Rowra is incredible. But that also, watching that back, was a really good round. And then when we came to round number 5, when we took to Warden Law, that was, again, a fantastic circuit up in Sunderland. They one of the drivers' favourites, I'm sure, and now who are obviously here at PF International. They've really, really set the standard. Some of the stars of the future and some of the absolute best drives that I've seen. Any standout performances? Jared Fox-Whiteley yesterday in the juniors definitely stands out. He started, I think it was P13 in the Junior Max Super Final yesterday. He clawed his way up into the race lead at time. I think in the end he finished P2. In fact, I can check and confirm. I think it was P2 in the end. Definitely up there or sort of thereabouts. But yeah, he did well. A very similar sort of comeback drive to what we saw from him in Lark Hall. So let me just confirm. Junior Rotax. So obviously Jacob Ashcroft won it. He did. Yeah, he was absolutely gone. Albie Lapper finished P2 in the end. So congrats to him. Obviously he did pretty decent job yesterday driving his way up through the field, the number 2 plate. Started off the weekend on early Saturday, slow in qualifying, worked his way back up through the heats and then the super heat and then into the final. Really, really strong job from him. Matteo Palazzo completed the podium. Jared Fox-Whiteley, after a penalty, dropped down to P10, but on track was up there. And a lot of drop-down penalties, actually. I've just looked back at the final results. A lot of people with drop-down penalties. So, yeah, that was an interesting read just now, actually, to find out that those that finished where we thought they did definitely did not. When it comes to 177s has already done the ticket to Bahrain, to be honest, from what I've been told, I don't think anyone has thus far. Obviously, it would be nice to get that information if anyone has, but I don't think, from the information that I've been given at the very least, that no one has. But we'll wait and see. So far, we've had, I want to say, maybe 10 minutes of a red flag. I'm not entirely sure. Time sort of goes a little bit wobbly when red flags come out. Obviously, marshals are out on circuit sweeping, and we've got drivers obviously probably not entirely sure as to what's going on. And just got some information coming in actually from the YouTube chat. No one in this ticket has a ticket yet in this class, but the winner gets a DD2 ticket, which, if no one's watched DD2 racing, a pretty cool. I had the opportunity to do the commentary for the Euro Trophy in Sarno a couple of weeks ago. DD2s kept us pretty entertained. They're shifter carts, so they've got 2 gears and are very rapid. So the winner in this class obviously will get that ticket over to Bahrain. Drivers are getting themselves back into the karts though. Which to me seems like a good sign, I would assume. Not sure what's going to happen with the timing and whether it's a full restart again. One I know, I'll let you know. But yeah, when we stopped, it was 7 minutes and 23 seconds left. And we're getting told that it's just going to be a straight restart from as they are, from this one rolling lap, single file, straight back into racing. So they're all queued up once again, waiting to get themselves back going again. So as things stand, it's Ed Matthews from Sam Cornwell, Ollie Goodyear, Ryan Taylor-Truman up a few places into 4th. Then comes James Lingard, Harrison Crook in P6, and that's the front lot that are going to be working their way towards the front. So we're going to go from as we are, no restart or change to the times. So Ed Matthews' sort of strategy of burning down some time under full course yellow has probably worked in his favour. But just getting the confirmation, getting everyone cleared off the grids, and hopefully we'll be able to go back racing very, very shortly. I mean, all the drivers are ready, and like I say, that's absolutely a good sign. So, with only 7 minutes left to go for the 177 season, what do we think? Any predictions? Obviously, we've got a bit of a sprint to the finish, just over half distance. Is it going to be Ed Matthews? Is it going to be Sam Cornwell? Ollie Goodyear? Anyone else in the field that anyone thinks? Any heroic comeback drives from outside of the top 10 do we think are still possible? Jimmy Galloway coming in as a prediction. He's currently sat 13th, the 132 Jax Motorsport machine. Don't count him out. Again, if crashes and incidents and things happen, you could probably still work your way forwards. The ambulance is back on the move around the circuit, so I'd imagine that's going to get back into its position, and then we can go back racing again. With these guys on the slick tyres, they've not had an opportunity to warm them back up or anything, or adjust pressures, so the tyres themselves are going to be a bit more deflated. They're going to have to use this one outlap that they get to warm them back up. We've got the videographer Miles on the right hand side there. You can see the sort of the feature that we had at the beginning of the program with Kev Harris, all shot by Mars. Fantastic media guy in his own right. He's drives a very nice car as well. But part next to him, he's got a nice Porsche, so definitely keeping in good machinery. But yeah, there we can see he's not getting away from the camera shot that easily. He tried to walk out of it, then we find him again. But there he is, trying to look nice and majestic and nonchalant now as he goes back on his phone and pretends he doesn't notice us. There he can see us waving. There we go. He's walking away. He's trying to hide, but we'll always find we can see you wherever you go, mate. Oh, he's gone behind a building. Fair enough. Maybe if you're behind a building, we can't see you. Good strategy with that one. Anyway, there's karts back again. We did the tangents. We got off through the red flag with with our tangents and random discussions and things. But we'll have to wait and see what's to come. The ambulance is now making its way back around the circuit, back into its position, and at that point the drivers will be ready to go. There he is. We found him again. He's trying so hard to run away. He's even realised he's back on the camera yet. Miles, there we go. He's holding his camera. He's probably very fond of that, wants to keep it nice and close. No, he didn't even notice us back again. Got some predictions coming in with the likes of Taylor Truman, Dan Milner as well. Will Milner, the 20. He's starting P10. He's got quite a realistic shot, potentially so. As you can see, the ambulance is parking itself back into its bay as it wanted to steal the show with the camera shot. So 7 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock. So that'll restart once we go back racing again after a formation lap to get those tyres back up to temperature. And there you can see all of the drivers' visors up still, just chilling. Trying to keep themselves composed. Probably got a lot of anticipation and excitement to get this race back underway. Probably a lot of them just wanting to get it over and done with and get rolling again. They're getting that flag to go round. The timer continues to tick down on this formation lap as well. So we're under a full course yellow for the time being. So everyone's slowing down, no overtaking. But that timer crucially ticking down. So by the time they get round again, that'll be about 6 minutes. That'll be half the race elapsed. Look out for the E-plate of Ryan Taylor Truman. He's got some fans in the YouTube chat cheering him on. Also look out for the 72 of Harrison Crook. I said at the initial get-go, he's now worked his way up into P6 for TH Corsa and, well, is one to watch, absolutely. One driver that's not going to be overly happy about this will, of course, be Will Ellswood. He tumbled down at the beginning of the race, now has a very hard job of working his way back forwards again, but Edward Matthews leading the train. Will lead them round for what will be a 6-minute sprint race, plus, of course, the lap. Can't forget about the extra lap at the end. Awaiting the start of, or the restart of this race. It's been a long time coming. We've been awaiting it for quite some time. There you can see the single file safety car-esque restart from Ed Matthews, bunching everyone up. Is probably going to leave it as late as possible. He's put his foot down to the floor. We'll go racing once again with the green flag at the top of the gantry. Edward Matthews will lead them off for Rotax 177 and try and get a good launch side by side. Almost in the background as the 55 of Ollie Goodyear tries to keep the E-plate of Taylor Truman at bay. Up now through the bowl and up over the bridge. So far, so good for our race leader. Up over the grass, I think, for the 5th place driver of James Lingard, the 23, who was very aggressive earlier on in the day. But a nice, slow, controlled restart from Ed Matthews side by side as the 55 is under pressure from not one but two karts. Now into the second hairpin. Taylor Truman goes through. Lingard follows him as well. So Edward Matthews is leading this train from the 168 of Samuel Cornwell, who's hold firm in second. Just got 5 minutes of this race remaining. Lingard goes up the inside, presses the brake a bit too hard, goes a bit sideways, but is able to hold on the inside. Now trying to follow him through is Ollie Goodyear. Through this long sweeping right-hander, the E-plate has the inside line through the left and holds on to that position, but still loses out to the 23 of Lingard. Doesn't get the best of exits, neither does the 55. He has to look over his shoulder because here comes Harrison Crook, getting a bit of a bump draft from Rob Simpson behind him. Side by side, almost 3 wide, I think, as they come up over the final bit into the bridge. When it comes to the Rotax 177, of course, these guys, the combined kart, kit and driver weight of 177 kilos. Some are going to be above that, some are going to be bang on that exactly. 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin. This has not worked earlier on in the day. It's not worked today either. The 23 of James Lingard drops down behind a few places, maybe even losing out 4, 5, maybe even 6 at a stretch. Nathan Schaefer has carved his way up. He's from 26th now inside the top 10. What a comeback drive that is for the number 10 machine. Oh, up under 2 wheels there. A wheelie being pulled by, that's the number 10, Nathan Schaefer. You spoke about him just a moment ago. And it's pushing very, very hard. I mean, that comeback drive already, he's not had very long to do it. Only, this will be the 3rd green flag lap. Inside for Harrison Crook on the inside of Taylor Truman. Up now into the top 3 from P12 for for Harrison Crook. The top two are getting away, though. Edward Matthews from Samuel Cornwell, the 168 with the fastest lap of the race. So there we can see the blue, white and yellow Dan Holland Racing LN Kart chassis of Edward Matthews, followed by the chasing pack in behind. Sent to the inside from the 55 of Ollie Goodyear, trying to pick his way past a couple of places. The 54 of Archie Elliott is involved. There's the 23 of James Lingard, pulled over to the left-hand side of the circuit going into the bridge section. He's got a bit of time to get that over because the rest of the pack are only at the back end of the field. There's the 114 of Arthur Facker in the pit lane. Outside line being pulled there from Taylor Truman. Gets a bit of a slide going on, goes way too wide into that corner. That's going to open up the door for both the 73 and the 10 to go through. Harrison Crook has completely left these guys in the dust. Are we back to green flag? No, still yellow flags through that sector, so that's going to cause a bit of an inhibition for overtaking through that sector. Got to be careful not to accidentally overtake under yellows. That's almost a slam dunk penalty coming your way if you do. 2.5 minutes plus the lap still to run. Under investigation, actually, for the race start for Edward Matthews. So it'd be interesting to see what can come up for that one. I assume that's for the race restart for the 79. Into the chicane. The 55 of Ollie Goodyear trying to hold the likes of Taylor Truman and Archie Elliott at bay. Look to the inside from the 73 of Reg Hayward. He's worked his way up a number of places, up 23 for the 73. Exactly almost what you'd expect from him given his pace this weekend, but still a very heroic drive, dealing with all the sort of the carnage, the chaos, the excitement. Just under 2 minutes left to go. The 19 of David Mitchell getting cheered on earlier in the YouTube chat as well. He's up inside the top 10. There's our race leaders, though. The blue, white and yellow Dan Holland Racing colours, followed by Samuel Cornwell, the MLC Motorsport machine. Just in behind that, you can see one of the Jack's Motorsport machines on the inside of the first hairpin. Opens the door up, and there's contact. And the 19 gets sent round. That's That's David Mitchell. As the 71 gets sideways as well, just sort of ran out of grip there, did Jonathan Relton. That's a bit just outside of the top 10. That's going to drop him down a few places as well. So in the span of 2 corners, we saw some pretty substantial mistakes. Unfortunately, the 19 of David Mitchell got tagged around there. That's going to drop him down too many places, you'd imagine. 52 seconds plus the lap. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race. If not, it's going to be quite close as to when it's going to end. But Edward Matthews leading Samuel Cornwell. .18 seconds left on the clock. Are they going to reach the checkered flag in time, or are they about to head on to the final lap of the race? 10 seconds left there. You can see it's counting down, awaiting the arrival, of course, of the race leaders. I think they just are going to make it 2 to go. 3, 2, 1. Oh my God, it's going to be very close. They're going to cross the line with 0 seconds to spare. Did they make it? I think they did. I think with literally about a second to spare, they get 2 more laps, which of course is great for the likes of Samuel Cornwell. Not so great for Edward Matthews, who now has to defend for an extra lap. Through the chicane, and that gap is closed. Samuel Cornwell wants that ticket to Bahrain, wants to win the Rotax National Trophy here at PF International, but of course Edward Matthews wants to cap off a pretty decent weekend after winning the UKC 177 Championship with just 1 lap left to go. A look over the shoulder. Matthews can see the pressure that's building. He's left it as late as possible as Samuel Cornwell. Now into the first infield hairpin, and the gap has opened up in favour of Edward Matthews. So awaiting the arrival of our race leaders is the checkered flag. They've got about half a lap left to go. But coming in, yeah, a 5-second penalty has come through for Edward Matthews, a jump start at the beginning of this race, so he's not having to take any risk. He saw that penalty on the gantry. And Edward Matthews, with a jump start, will lose that ticket to Bahrain. He'll win it on the road, but Samuel Cornwell can stay exactly where he is, because after the penalty gets applied across the line, Edward Matthews will win it on the road. He's celebrating, but with a penalty, Samuel Cornwell will take the victory of the 177 final, will take the ticket to Bahrain, and with it, an opportunity to crown himself as a world champion. Edward Matthews maybe has not got the news just yet, but Samuel Cornwell did not have to take any risk those final couple laps. As soon as he saw that penalty come through for Edward Matthews, he knew that it would be his. Thumbs up between the two of them. Good sportsmanship shown, and we'll run you through the full results as soon as everyone else has crossed the line to take that checkered flag. But there is your race winner. Probably could, if he needed to, get the job done on track, but you never want to take any further risks than you need to. You always just want to make your life as easy as possible, and that's what it means to him. A hard day, an intense day. It came down to a 7-minute sprint race, or even a 6-minute sprint race. Of course, we'll head down to have a chat with Kev as soon as we can, but coming into the weighbridge there is the 168. Peace sign to the camera. He's very happy indeed, I can imagine. There you can see the 72TH Corsa machine of Harrison Crook getting weighed, making sure they are above that 177 limit. Edward Matthews just behind that as well, getting waiting for his turn to be weighed. Let's run through the results, though, after a very long race, it felt like, for the 177s. Edward Matthews takes victory on the road, but Samuel Cornwell will take the victory after post-race penalties are applied. Harrison Crook completes the podium from Reg Hayward, who will promote himself onto the podium after Edward Matthews' penalty. Reg Hayward behind that, obviously Ollie Goodyear, P5 from Nathan Schaefer, Archie Elliott, and then Ryan Taylor Truman from Scott Clee and Louis Large, the top 10 drivers. Behind that, Josh Garlin from Jimmy Galloway, Will Milner from Ashton Parsons, and Ian Branfield, the top 15. Cole Edwards from Jack Taylor, Mark Gilley, Jonathan Relton, and David Mitchell, the top 20 drivers in the 177 final. Will Ellswood not finishing the race, same to Dan Milner, James Lingard, Rob Simpson, Arthur Thacker or Jake Davis, and then the non-starters, of course, Scott Smith, Steve Thompson, and Matt Lear involved on the opening lap drama that ensued under the bridge. Of course, I hope all of the drivers are okay and can recover in good time. Of course, it seems that they're all out of the car and walking under their own steam, so that's, of course, a good sign. We'll have a chat with Kev in a couple of moments' time before we go to the juniors, so let's head down to Kev.
Oh, we're here, lovely. Little comms error with me on my ears there, but I'm with the race winner now, Sam Cornwell. Sam, great to see you, buddy. I just said to you off camera there, did you know that Eddie Matthews had the penalty at the start of that? And I think you did, didn't you?
Yeah, I overheard the clerk say something about a jump start before we got going again. And then obviously the first time round, he got an investigation board, and then so I thought I'll just keep myself there or thereabouts, not make anything scrappy. We had a bit of a nice gap, so I was like, don't want to get into a race and end up in a three-way, four-way fight for the lead. I thought, worst case, nothing comes from it, and I can have to do it at the end of the race. But he got the 5-second penalty, and at that point, I was like, it's not worth going for a move and risking a ticket to Bahrain over just trying to win on track. You know, if he's got a 5-second penalty, he's got a 5-second penalty. It's not worth trying to do it.
You still kept the heat on him, though. You still kept him honest through that.
I could see it was Crook behind us, and he's been like it fast all year. And I could see his mechanic telling him he was fastest on track as well. So I was like, don't want to be caught. So keep him honest, and yeah, I think we'd have had the pace to do it anyway. Been quick all weekend, and yeah, this is a nice bit of sweet revenge from 2 years ago.
Yeah, and the great thing is you'll be heading to Bahrain with Eddie anyway, because he wins the ticket for winning the championship. Yeah. So looks like you both might be going. So well done to both of you. Yeah. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Oh, I cannot thank my dad enough. he does everything for me. Yeah, he's an absolute superstar. He was more nervous than I was for the final. In the red flag, he's absolutely sweating. He's trying to work his socks off still. But yeah, big thanks to Leah at MLC, Henry and Ollie at Kart Smart. So yeah, big thanks to all of them. They've made it all possible.
Mate, well done. Go and finish scrutineering, and congratulations once again.
Cheers, man.
There we go. There's your race winner, Mr. Cornwall, there, booking his ticket on the plane to Bahrain. Zach, back to you for Junior Rotax.
The penultimate race of the day, and it's the Junior Rotax Super Final for the Rotax National Trophy. Kai Clark, Ray Gandor will share the front row of the field from Jared Fox-Whiteley and Luca Holmes-Ballick in 3rd and 4th position. Behind that, Jensen Chalk, Kean Bernard 5th and 6th from Noah Barham and Alfie McBain on row number 4. Hani Sadiq from Jack Beasley, the top 10 from Hastain Khan and Joseph Mills on row number 6. Behind that comes Lomond Wilcox on a very lonely row number 7, not entirely sure as to who's meant to be 14th. Behind that comes Bella McConneville from Lucas Howe, 15th and 16th. Daniel Clancy from Finley Smith, 17th and 18th. Then comes Rory Armstrong and Ed Spain rounding out the top 10 rows. Max Colbert, Thomas Harper, P21 and P22. Then comes Alex Lynn and Jack Robinson, P23 and 24. Cody Leputrell and Jacob Jack keep each other company on row 13 from William Webb and Ralphie Branscombe in row 14. Teddy Cooper and only row 15. Behind that row 16, Blair Smith and Will Archer. Drew Prisner, Albert Friend and Eli Baden, the 35th and final driver to take to the grid. One name that you didn't see on that grid was Jacob Ashcroft. I can confirm he is out on there on circuit, maybe just a slight miscommunication. He will be starting on pole position from what I can see here, just ahead of Kai Clark, so no worries there. Although he has already got a ticket to Bahrain. I think he's already got a couple for winning the UKC Championship, for winning the British Championship, and for winning the Euro Trophy as well. He got a ticket. So he's got 3, he wants 4, I guess in a similar vein to his Dan Honda Racing teammate of Makanji Uren. Just wants to see if he can collect as many as possible. We'll confirm as to who's already got some, because I know in the Euro Trophy, the top 3 in the championship got their ticket to Bahrain, and a number of them are still racing with us this weekend. So in juniors, Albert Friend and Jacob Ashcroft, I've been told, are the 2 that have got it. Kai Clark, I think, also has one after P2 or 3 in the championship in the Euro Trophy. Ray Gandor, I don't think has. Jared Fox-Whiteley, I don't think has either. So look out for these guys over the course of the next 12 minutes plus a lap. Jacob Ashcroft there, you can see the number 1 after his victory in the British Championship will be there on the right-hand side, the left-hand side of your shot, alongside the number 4 of Kai Clark. Those 2 have been doing battle all weekend, all season long, across not only the UK, but on the European stage as well, and it'll be fantastic to see them on the world stage. But let's finish here at PF International, foot to the floor, and a false start in effect. So we'll go round once again for the Junior Rotax final. Hopefully none of the drivers got too excited around there. Rain Gandor has a ticket from the from Benelux too. Okay, cool. So Rain Gandor has got one from BNL, which also I think Jacob Ashcroft by extension should have one from that as well, because he won it, if memory serves me correctly, last weekend at Genk. So Rain Gandor has one as well. Jared Fox-Whiteley I don't think then has. So he's the only one inside the top 4 that hasn't won one already. I would definitely argue, and put my 2 pennies worth for what it's worth as a commentator, in that he probably deserves one. He's been incredibly quick all season and probably do a very good job. Oh my goodness me, who was that side? Was that Ray Gandor? Getting way too eager on the tyre warming, finds his way back into 3rd place, and that's not going to fill him with confidence at the start of the race. Probably something that he'll be looking back and laughing at, but in the moment probably was quite scary. So Ashcroft leads them round. Final adjustments to the gloves there from Kai Clark. And some very aggressive tyre warming from Ray Gandor just in behind that. So they want to win the Rotax National Trophy. They want to do it here at PF International. And let's see what can come over the course of the next 12 minutes plus a lap. Junior Rotax has been the breeding ground of some pretty good racing as an overall battle across the weekend. These guys have been mightily impressive. There you can see on the left-hand side of your screen the LN car, the Dan Holland Racing World Champion of Jacob Ashcroft, looking to add yet another title to his very impressive CV. Same to Kai Clark alongside him on that front row. Let's see what can happen. as Jacob Ashcroft will put his foot to the floor, will send us underway for racing for the Junior Rotax final here for the Rotax National Trophy. Side by side in towards turn number 1. Ray Gandor trying to mount an attack on his KR Sport teammate. Jacob Ashcroft will lead up the bridge, but there's contact. Kai Clark has just been ran into the back two from Ray Gandor. That's going to open the door for Gandor, and there's absolute carnage at the back end of the field. There's contact between all of them, and that's going to completely hamper their chances of competing furthermore in this race. Into the hairpin for the opening time. I think Gandor trying to keep the likes of Jared Fox-Whiteley and Luca Holmes-Ballack at bay. Through the opening hairpin and into the second one now. Ashcroft able just to cement that lead. Now just needs to get into a bit of a rhythm, but I think maybe Kai Clark wants to say, you know what, let's work together. Let's get away from those behind. Out of the chicane towards this quick flick to the right, then into a very long demanding combined G corner. Out of the penultimate corner, over the curb to open up that final right as best as you possibly can. Keep that foot pinned. 1 minute down, 1 lap down, and still plenty more to go. Change for the leaders. Kai Clark has got the run on Jacob Ashcroft and takes the lead of the race. Opening up lap number 2, Chad Fox-Whiteley up the inside of Ray Gandor takes third place as well. You can never count out the Jax Motorsport machine. He's through. The number 42 into third place. Jacob Ashcroft running a bit wide off the exit of that right-hander. Under braking side by side, Ray Gandor losing another place, another even 2 places. One of them, the 182 of Kean Bernard, the other one, the 228 of Luca Holmes-Ballack. Both of them coming through. I don't think Luca Holmes-Ballack was able to secure the move, so Ray Gandor was able to hold on to that one. Maybe not entirely confident in the early phases of this race, but still 10 minutes to go, which is still longer than any racing that they've had all day. They managed to get full distance finals yesterday, but at least today they've only been running 8 minutes through the heats. It was only 3 minutes for qualifying to start the day, and that set your momentum up through the superheat into the final. It's been very, very intense. You've got to be on it from the first session, the first time you sit in the car. A couple of warnings coming in for contact. Out now of that right-hander down the hill in towards the hairpin, and he moves in the field. I think one from Luca Holmes-Ballack and also one as well from Kean Bernard on the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley. So the Sam Pollock Racing machine of Kean Bernard closing back in as Ryan Gandor squeezes the inside there on the 228 of Luca Holmes-Ballack, who was able to muscle his way through and up into another position. A point forward though, because again, you don't want to finish 5th. Why are you settling for 5th this early on in the race? Because it means absolutely nothing. You finish 5th, 6th, it makes no difference. You've got to get back onto that lead pack, and if you battle too early, you're just going to completely lose sight of them, and they're going to get away. You can see how many ridges there are in those curbs, actually. When they go over them, you can't really maybe notice much of a difference, but the cart's definitely going to be feeling those oscillations as Jacob Ashcroft sends the move to the inside through that long left up over the bridge. Kai Clark saw it coming, but couldn't quite defend the move enough. Can Ashcroft keep it nice and tidy through that right-hander? Just about. Is he going to have to go defensive? Yes, he is. Kai Clark goes with him. So too does Kean Bernard. So Jared Fox-Whiteley is going to try and go to the outside. Pivots in very nicely and draws alongside, but doesn't quite have the run towards the second hairpin. So the 182 of Bernard just going to tuck in behind. That's the kart, 3rd place in the train. And our race leader, Jacob Ashcroft, the number 1, into the chicane. We can see the rest of them blitz and pass side by side. Ray Gandor, unfortunately losing another position to, I think that could have been Noah Barham up in the 6th place. 8 minutes plus a lap remaining. So Ashcroft will lead this lap, followed by Clark, followed by Kean Bernard. Up the hill, and you've got 5 karts very close together. There's contact between the 2 leaders momentarily. I think front right to rear left. Kai Clark just trying to spot a move on Jacob Ashcroft, who had absolutely none of that. No sends under the brakes, not quite close enough, or, I mean, it would have been very brave from there, but is Kean Bernard close enough to launch an attack on Kai Clark? As by the time they're back on the power, they're immediately bringing it back over to open up that hairpin. Kean Bernard all over the rear end of Kai Clark, the number 4 KR Sport machine. Using the curbs for some extra rotation there. Jacob Ashcroft using all of the track limits to his advantage. And now, to be fair, Ashcroft is doing a really good job just managing the pace of this train. Obviously, with slipstream and things can very quickly change, as we've still got 7 minutes to go. But for the most part, he's just managing the gap, defending when he needs to, not defending thin air, and crucially not doing that. However, as soon as Kai Clark goes for a move, there's not really much you can do into turn 1 and 2. You don't want to defend it because you ruin your momentum up the hill. And there's contact again. Kai Clark with a bit of a twitch, so Ashcroft is going to try and capitalise, but it's Jared Fox-Whiteley to thread the needle through the middle. It was the outside of Ashcroft. He threw it to the inside of Kai Clark. He takes the lead of the race from 4th to 1st in the span of just a few corners even. Look over his shoulder. Jacob Ashcroft drops to 3rd place after all of that. Kai Clark tries to get the up and under, but it's parked pretty well from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Into the fast right, into the final couple of corners, 6 minutes, so still got half the race still remaining, and it's kept us on our toes from start to finish. These guys have been very much on it. They know what it means to win the national trophy. Of course, they've got so much experience this weekend, and at PF International generally they've raced probably hundreds if not thousands of laps of this circuit. They've got the experience, and this is the best that we've seen these drivers all weekend. It's been boiling down to this to decide who gets that ticket to Bahrain. Look over the shoulder from Jared Fox-Whiteley. He thought about it once, maybe twice, then decided to go to the inside to defend, and the entire train goes with him, not wanting to leave an open door from those behind. But the train that is pretty much everyone involved in this. That's Ryan Gandel, the number 8 machine, trying to go wide of the second hairpin. That's not really ever going to work, so he has to tuck back in. Hopefully he didn't lose another position because of it. Kai Clark has got the acceleration to maybe go for the lead, but that gets deterred by the 42. Kai Clark has sent him in deep, though. He baited him to the inside so he could set up a switchback, and the door's been open for Jacob Ashcroft to go through as well. Jared Fox-Whiteley trying desperately to hang on to 3rd place as Cian Bernard goes round at the final corner. He's backwards into the barrier. He got caught up on the curb, and that's Cian Bernard out of contention with 5 minutes left to go. And that's absolutely game-changing for the 182. Just got caught up on the curb, and around he went. That front hooked around, but the rear did not. Heartbreak for him, and a point forward from Jacob Ashcroft. Maybe wants to get rid of the rest of the pack. As Fox-Whiteley is under pressure, Luke Holmes-Balakis, there's 3 wide into the apex of the corner. We didn't really know which one to follow there. So now a breakaway between the top 2. Both of them have already got that ticket to Bahrain. Kai Clark leading Jacob Ashcroft. Luke Holmes-Balak has worked his way up into 3rd place, followed by the number 7 of Noah Barham. So he's wormed his way back into a bit of decent contention. He started this race P8. Now inside the top 4, potentially could be a top 3 by the end of it. And of course, you know, if Clark, Ashcroft, maybe even Fox-Whiteley are ineligible for that ticket, you want to be the next best driver in order to do that. So there is a stake to be had. Those drivers in that train behind Holmes-Balak will know that Clark and Ashcroft have already won a ticket. They want to be the next driver in the train to get theirs. So this effectively is the race for the ticket. Luke Holmes-Balak hanging on. Noah Barham trying to apply some of that pressure. Outside line being taken there from the 118 of Jensen Chalk. He's been able to get one done, and that's a fantastic move, but he's hampered his exit, and that's going to open the door, I think, for Rory Armstrong. What a drive from the 266, by the way, to be up at this high. It's the highest he's been all weekend, and it's probably the best time to be up here. He had a broken chain yesterday that completely ruined his momentum. Up onto the grass there for, that's the 270 of Beasley. But with 3 minutes and a lap left to go, Kai Clark leads Ashcroft, but they're so close, inseparable as they blitz their way through the opening S's under the bridge and back up over it again. So who's going to be the next strongest in this train? I mean, Rory Armstrong already has a ticket. He got it from the Euro Trophy, but he's going to be fighting tooth and nail to get himself up there. Albert Friend as well. A strong weekend for the 191. Picks up another place to the inside of the bridge. Bit twitchy under brakes from a couple of them. There's the 39 of Longman Wilcox. Again, up 5 places from 14th. So we're seeing quite a lot of them. Also, Albert Friend, we talk about Rory Armstrong's comeback drive. Albert Friend has come back from 35th position, up 25 places, to be inside the top 10 and be involved in this lead train. So he's just been chipping away at those gaps. And with everyone bunched up nicely, he's worked with that quite well, just a bit at a time, one by one, finding a way through. And he's on the back of Jensen Chalk. That'll be for 6th place for Albie Friend. There's our top two, the blue with the white stripes, the Chaos Sport Machine, Kai Clark leading the way, followed by Luke Holmes-Ballock and Noah Barham, who's completely ditched the rest of the pack as the rest of them are continuing to battle just in behind. At the moment, it's all aboard the Fox Whiteley Express in the way he's backing up the entire field, trying to hang on to that 5th position. So 1 minute and 20 seconds left of this race. I think we're about to head on to the 3rd to final lap. Side by side as it gets very busy there. The 266 of Rory Armstrong gets sent wide. Tries to hang on as best he can around the outside of a couple of karts, but once you lose that momentum, a couple of them are already going to come through. And once their nose is on the inside, that's pretty much it. Inside line being taken there from the 34 of Lohman Wilcox. That on Jensen Chalk, up in a 7th place. Less than a minute to go in this race. 2 laps at the line. And there's our 2 leaders. You can barely even see. Sorry, no, that's the fight effectively for the ticket. Basically, it depends on who's eligible and how they work it out and things. But for what we can gather, obviously Kai Clark and Ashcroft have already got one. So those in behind, it'll go to them. Barham versus Luca Holmes-Ballock doing battle. Lohman Wilcox on the inside of Ray and Gandor as the 270 of Beastie gets sent wide and jumps his way back out onto the circuit. Forcing the Chaos Sport driver all the way to the inside there, and that's completely ruined the 270's chances. Beastly just getting stuck on the inside, runs too wide, and there's contact as well. His leg's gone out of the kart there for Lohman Wilcox, the 39. He has to cut across the circuit and rejoin. 4 seconds left on the clock, onto the penultimate lap of this race. Inside line for the 16. There's our 2 leaders, of course, Kai Clark, Jacob Ashcroft, and the 2 behind them, actually, Noah Barham, Luca Holmes-Ballock, working very well together to try and close back into the top 2. Their pace has been staggering, a good couple of tenths of a second a lap. Are they going to run out of time to get after the leaders, though? Of course, they want to win it. Looking into some of the penalties as well, because race control have been quite busy. We've got a 5-second penalty for Noah Barham, so he's sort of just dragging Luca Holmes-Ballock with him. 5-second penalty for Hani Sadiq, and a 5-second penalty for Kai Clark coming in as well. So that's going to hand the win to Jacob Ashcroft and drop. Well, Luca Holmes-Ballock will effectively win this race. On to the final lap. Obviously, Ashcroft will win it as long as he doesn't get a penalty. He knows that Kai Clark has got that. So swapping here, there and everywhere. Ashcroft, of course, is going to want to win it on the circuit. He goes to the inside through the bridge on the final lap of the race. Kai Clark fends him off. He gets the switchback. And now behind that, Noah Barham with the penalty, trying to hold Luca Holmes-Ballock at bay. He'll be the favourite to win that ticket to Bahrain. Defensive into the hairpin for the 2 pairs inside the top 4. Drawing alongside, here comes Jacob Ashcroft on the outside of Kai Clark. Tries to hang it to the outside of hairpin number 2. That's never going to work, but he's forced Kai Clark defensive. Jacob Ashcroft has got the drive to the chicane, and he takes the lead of the race on the final lap. He doesn't need to be doing this. There's a penalty for Kai Clark, but he wants to win it on circuit. The switchback is there for Kai Clark, who sends it back up the inside, up over the curb, and they've come together. Goodness me. Kai Clark will go on to win this race. Jacob Ashcroft has lost the bottom detachment of his nose fairing, and that's flinging all over the place. The final lap is here. The checker flag will wave. Kai Clark takes it on the road. Jacob Ashcroft will take it after penalties. Noah Barham in 3rd, of course, with a 5-second penalty himself. So by my predictions, it'll be Luca Holmes-Ballock that gets that ticket to Bahrain on 4th with 4th on the road. And what a dramatic end. And effectively completely unnecessary as well. Because Ashcroft knew that Kai Clark had the penalty. But what a finish that was to the final lap of the penultimate race of the Rotax National Trophy. Of course, we'll await full confirmation as to who gets that ticket in the end, but by my calculations, it should be the 228. Kai Clark will lose the lead after a 5-second penalty. So that will hand the overall victory to Jacob Ashcroft. And the ticket should go to Luca Holmes-Ballock. And we'll have, actually, to be fair, a very good point has been made in my ear about Jacob Ashcroft's nose cone, because after that crash, is it even still attached to get that drop down? So it might not even be the case, and Jacob Ashcroft could get a 5-second penalty himself. Obviously, scrutiny, and we'll check that. It looks... So the car behind this one, so this is number 7, Noah Barham. The car behind that is Jacob Ashcroft, who's holding his leg. I hope he is okay. Let's see if we can zoom in. And, well, down to the steward's discretion. By any means, not the way you wanted to lose a race with a last lap crash that drops you down, but hopefully he passes weight and all is good. We'll obviously wait the final instructions. Obviously, if you want to go and see any of the final things be posted, head over to Alpha Timing /UKC and scroll down to the relevant meeting. Obviously, for this one with the National Trophy, you'll see them as soon as they're posted. Kai Clark on the road takes victory. Jacob Ashcroft on the road takes second place, but we'll see. Noah Barham takes P3 on the road as well from Luca Holmes-Balak, who should be getting that ticket to Bahrain, obviously pending how they work it out. Jared Fox-Whiteley, of course, in P5 will gain a ton of positions after penalties. Albert Friend from Jensen Chalk, Ryan Gandor, kart number 8 in P8. Loman Wilcox from Will Archer inside the top 10. Rory Armstrong, comes Hani Sadiq, Alfie McBain, Finley Smith and Jack Robinson, the top 15 drivers. Then comes Kean Bernard in P16 from William Webb, Lucas Howe, Joseph Mills and Jacob Jack, the top 20 drivers. With, of course, a few more behind that. Max Colbert from Jack Beasley, P21 and P22 after going off there at the end of the race. Bear Smith, Ed Spain, Hasnain Khan from Thomas Harper, Bella McConneville from Cody LaPutrell and Dylan Morton. And then comes Ralphie Branscombe, the 30th driver to take to the checkered flag. Behind that, Drew Priestner, Teddy Cooper, Alex Lynn, and 2 retirees of Eli Baden and Daniel Clancy, the 34th and 35th driver to be classified in the Junior Rotax final. We've got just one more to go, with the Senior Rotax, and that again should be an absolute barnstormer of a race. We'll head down to Kev, of course, as soon as he's ready. But what did everyone think of that one with that, well, Junior Rotax final? It was, well, a way to end their weekend, let's put it that way, to decide who gets that ticket to Bahrain and who decides who won the race. I'm eager as to what the final classification will be. Obviously, with Ashcroft, maybe with the fairing, or obviously Kai Clark with himself getting that penalty. Obviously, celebrating across the line, he won on track. He fought very hard to do that, but yeah, that was an end and a half. So it'd be interesting to see what Kev has to say down in pit lane with whoever driver has been able to pick up after that one. But yeah, still obviously stick around. We've got the Senior Rotax race coming up in a few short moments' time, and we'll just go a couple more moments until we can have a chat. Just I think maybe some final things going on before we can head down, and then like I say, the Senior Rotax grid, of course, I'll have a quick look at that and fill you in as to who's going to be starting where. Kai Hunter will be starting from pole position. Kean Geraghty will be up there. Interestingly, Macaulay Bishop won't be. He was DQ'd from the pre-final earlier on in the day, and one of the favourites to go on and do it. He's already won a ticket to Bahrain, but he won't be taking further part in the meeting. So Kai Hunter will be on pole position. Kean Geraghty alongside him. He's already won a ticket, so he'll be looking to go for some glory. Jack West, Harrison Crowther, and Tristan Rene will be the top 5. So yeah, keep an eye out for the Senior Rotax. That again, that'll be on track and probably within the next 10 minutes, you'd hope. But yeah, what a good race, and the majority of the field keeping it very, very clean indeed. Because yeah, with how close they all were. With the racing on track and things, you can always bet that something at some point is going to boil over in terms of the pressure and just how much and how hard they're racing and how quickly these corners come at you. But yeah, all in all, I've very much enjoyed the finals that we've had. We've got one more, of course, we've got 4 down, 1 more to go with the Senior Rotax, and again, it's across the 2 pre-finals that we had earlier on in the day. Kai Hunter, Kean Geraghty, the 2 net winners of that will be starting from the front row. Obviously, then gets decided on fastest lap from the pre-final. So Kai Hunter will take it from Geraghty, but still possible for anyone to win. Just a brief moment in between each race before we can sort of head down, grab a chat maybe, and then of course with the senior Rotax, they're probably all eagerly anticipating getting ready for their final in the final race of the weekend here at the Rotax National Trophy, PF International. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to head down and have a chat. So we'll crack on, of course, with the senior Rotax race in a few moments' time. But yeah, again, like I say, let us know what you've been thinking so far. Any key? In fact, actually, no, we might be having an interview. We'll see. We'll get confirmation. We'll go down to. We'll go down when we can, if we can. I'll let you know when I'm just getting the information in my ear. But well, we will actually be able to get an interview. So we'll go down to Kev, who's grabbed a driver for an interview.
Well, I'm not able to catch up with the race winner, which I think is Jacob Ashcroft, but the ticket winner for the Grand Finals in Bahrain is with me now, Luca Holmes-Balak. Mate, what a race and what a weekend you've had with after yesterday on the UKC. You've led so many laps.
Yeah, I feel really happy. I mean, I'm only 12 and a half and my first year of juniors.
Listen, well done. You've put on a really good show this weekend in the car. Talk me through today. It's been a funny sort of day, but you were leading the race in that one as well. But then you just kept your head and you put it across the line in fourth. But with the results and with the penalties, you've won that golden ticket.
Yeah, I feel really happy. Just stay calm. My mechanic said. I kept my head, and now I can book my flight to Bahrain.
Business class?
Hopefully.
You'll have to have a word with the bill payer. But listen, really well done. Huge congratulations. Who would you like to thank? Name check a few people.
Strobs, Matt, my mechanic, Ben, Tim for the engines, and all my friends and family.
Well done, all your friends and family. Go and high-five the team and congratulations once again. You're on the plane, mate.
Thank you.
There he goes, on the plane to Bahrain for the World Finals later this year. Luca Holmes-Balak from Strawberry Racing. Zach, it's back to you. But I think actually Jacob Ashcroft as well, shout out to him, because I think second on the road, but he has won the race after that penalty for the man out in front. Zach, now back to you.
We get to go racing one final time today for the Rotax National Trophy at PF International. It's time for the Senior Rotax Final, and again to give out another ticket to Bahrain for the Rotax Grand Finals in a couple of months' time. My name is Zach Sweeney to talk you through all of the racing action. Thank you to everyone that's been tuning in at home on Alpha Live and on UKC, respectively, as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to have your company across all of the tangents and digestives and discussions around snacks and all of the discussions around the racing that we've had. It comes down to a 12-minute plus a lap race, and what a lineup that we've got in store. We've got a couple of minutes before the karts get themselves out onto circuit, but very much looking forward to this one. What we've just saw in the juniors, for those that are only now just joining us and you've just turned on the stream, probably in the next few moments I'll probably go watch the last lap of the juniors if you want to know what to sort of expect coming into the seniors. There we can see them all sat on the pre-grid ready to get themselves out on circuit. All, well, very numerous of them, all 36 drivers of 72 that were entered this morning. We cut the fields in half across the pre-finals, and that dictated the grid for the final. And it'll be the legendary Kai Hunter that will start from pole position. We'll run you through the full grid, obviously, when we can in a moment. Keep an eye out as well on the right-hand side there, Max Taylor. Also the driver in front of him, Ewan Charm, in the 421. And the S as well, as the cameraman desperately has to get out of the way of the rest of the karts. Keep an eye out for them as they start P18 and P19, because they had some bad luck earlier on in the day. Nonetheless, here's the grid. Kai Hunter, Kean Geraghty 1 and 2. Geraghty, our newly crowned Senior Rotax UKC champion, from Jack West and Harrison Crowther on the second row of the field. Behind that comes Tristan Rene and Joshua Graham on row number 3, Charlie Cox and Harry Bartle, row number 4. Rounding out the top 10, it'll be Jamie Parley and Finley Buck, his first weekend in seniors. Starts from P10 from Leon Hasty, again his first weekend in seniors as well, from William Antrobus on row number 6. Jack Thompson, Joshua Turnbull, row 7, from Jack Lilly and Freddie Ingram on row number 8. Ewan Charman, John Brown, 17th and 18th from Max Taylor, and William Pemble rounding out the top 10 rows from Lewis Harvey, from Alexander Cole, Morgan Hudson-Brown, and Daniel Kilpatrick in 23rd and 24th. Angus Scrivener from Kieran Ives, then comes Oliver Liversedge and Lex Quintes in 27th and 28th place. Benjamin Lee, Caitlin Seabrook, the top 30 from Freddie Werlock, and Mikey Walker, 31 and 32. Lou America from Miles Roby, Lewis Sumner, and Callum Kinder, the 36th. And the final driver to take to our senior Rotax final for the Rotax National Trophy. They get 2 formation laps and they'll sign themselves up for the 12-minute plus the lap final. In those, 18 rows of 2, all the way back to Callum Kinder. What can he do from the back end of the field? What can Kai Hunter do from the front end of the field? Comes down to this. What do we think? Any predictions in the YouTube chat? Who's going to come out on top in the final? I'm not going to say who I think because, who cares, first of all? And second of all, who knows what's going to happen out on circuit? But interested to see who you guys are cheering on. And, so one of the notes as well before the race that I noted on as well, when it comes to Macaulay Bishop, he won't be taking part in this race. He did very well. I think won the pre-final. Unfortunately got a DQ, and with there only being one pre-final, that's it. The top half of the finishers of those classified in each of the pre-finals we had earlier make up the grid for the final. A very intense, cutthroat day, one that Macaulay Bishop, who already has a ticket to Bahrain, so he's not going to be overly upset, probably just a bit frustrated, won't be taking part in this race. I'm sure he's going to be watching along and cheering on any of his other teammates on the grid, but we won't see him, unfortunately, despite the fact that he is absolutely rapid and probably one of the favourites to have come in and done this one. So that's the answer to that one. So talking about Macaulay Bishop, he got a non-compliance from scrutineering, and that was that DQ in the pre-final, and that's left him no longer with us for the final. So when it comes to Kai Hunter, Keane Geraghty on that front row, who's going to come out on top? Who do we think is going to come out after 12 minutes plus the lap? Who's going to get that ticket to Bahrain? Foot to the floor and racing for the final time at PF International. In fact, no, we're not, because it's going to be a false start, and understandably so. Joshua Turnbull getting turned around off the start line, and he's going to have to find his way back into position there. So that's going to bring us back under a formation lap, and they'll crawl around once again. So the only 2 from the information that I've been given with regards to tickets, Macaulay Bishop, Keane Geraghty were the only 2 entered this weekend with tickets. Macaulay Bishop isn't racing because of that non-compliance in the pre-final, and Keane Geraghty obviously is here, is racing, so it's pretty much open to almost anyone else. So weaving around, getting that temperature into the tyres. Trying to find any little advantage they can get off the start of this race, especially Kai Hunter starting from pole position, wants that ticket himself to Bahrain. Wants to get that win in the Rotax National Trophy and to win on one of the best stages in UK and global karting here at PF International. One of the drivers' favourites for sure. And it's going to come down to 12 measly minutes at the end of a very intense, very brutal day. So Kai Hunter assumes that pole position, getting pushed to the line from Jack West there, the downhill racing machine just in behind him, so slowing them right down before we get back onto the pit straight. Foot to the floor, the lights go out on the gantry, and we go racing for the final time here at PF International. And again, no we don't, because, well, they're not happy with the lineup down in towards turn number 1. So false start again, another formation lap. So we'll try that again, third time's the charm after the end of this one. But at the end of the day, if they're not lined up properly, then they're not going to go racing. So thankfully, the formation laps do go by quite quickly. Kai Hunter, I'm sure, is probably quite eager to get this race underway. There you can see the gantry just on the left-hand side of that shot there, with the 12 minutes waiting to start ticking down. And straight into the pit lane, actually, there. Who was that coming straight in? Didn't quite catch you come back into the pit lane, but nearly chopped the nose off of Kai Hunter there. Probably not as close as we saw on the camera, but everyone's going to bunch back up again. Kai Hunter from Cian Geraghty. So the left-hand side is the Hunter Motorsport number O plate, alongside the Strawberry Racing Tony Carr of Cian Geraghty. Let's try this one more time. Senior Rotax, PF International, and we go racing for the final time today. Kai Hunter will lead us in towards turn number 1, and Jack West will follow him through. Tristan Rene forces Cian Geraghty off the road at the opening couple of corners as he muscles his way past and up into third place. Cian Geraghty desperately trying to keep the likes of Harrison Crowther at bay as well. So that outside line, very disadvantageous, it seems. Jack West able to find his way into second. Kai Hunter will lead. He wants to try and get as far away as possible. There's some skirmishes in the background as well, as we've got 5 karts assuming the inside in the defensive line into the hairpin. As the day ticks down, we've got a retirement already. You can see just in the background of the shot pulling over at the first hairpin, side by side between a number of karts into the chicane. But through into the final couple of corners. Who's that? That's unfortunately been pulled over. Miles Roby, unfortunately, now going to be out of this race, and that's going to bring an end to their day. Not the way you want to do it on the opening lap of the final, but again, motorsport can sometimes be cruel. The first lap is in the books, though. 11 minutes to go. Hunter from West, Rene, Geraghty, Crowther, the top 5. And up through the bowl and up over the bridge. No space for any movement inside the top 5, but Kai Hunter probably will have a quite a hefty amount of pressure on his shoulders, I'm sure, in a moment. Tristan Rene didn't get the best of drive, so Cian Geraghty going to try and launch a bit of a counter-attack. Something went flying off one of the karts there, as Geraghty couldn't quite find a way through on Tristan Rene. That was defended quite nicely. Harrison Crowther as well in that white, red and green liveried machine. Cian Geraghty up the inside. Tristan Rene goes back underneath him. That could open the door as well for Harrison Crowther. So it's offense back to defense for Cian Geraghty. Just when you thought he'd made a place up, he's lost one just like that. Lap number 2 soon to be in the books. They're running 58-second lap time, so quite quick relative to what we've seen this weekend. 10 minutes still to run. Hunter still from West. There you can see mechanics and teammates giving that encouragement as they work their way up towards the bridge now. Are we going to see any sort of pressurization coming in from those drivers that are behind in towards the hairpin? I don't quite think Jack West is close enough, but he's going to give it a good go. Stays tucked up in the slipstream, brakes late. Pretty much level pegging with Kai Hunter, but has that inside line and assumes the race lead. And a point forward there from Hunter, just to say, come on, let's go. But Jack West not going to take any chances, goes defensive. That's going to open the door for the switch back there. Getting squeezed all the way to the grass there, Kai Hunter. Swooping out late to go around the outside is Jack West. He keeps the race lead. And that's going to offset the momentum from Hunter just ever so slightly. Tristan Rene then is going to maybe put some pressure on the O-plate, or even try and push him back onto the back of the race leader, because again, it comes down to who wins this race. You don't want to finish second or third. Usually you'd settle for a podium. Not in this one. You have to win. Inside line being taken there from Tristan Rene. That was opportunistic and very nice indeed, and it's offset. Kai Hunter, that's going to open the door for Harrison Crowther, maybe even also Cian Geraghty. And a point there from Jack West, wants to go forwards. Harrison Crowther down the inside of Tristan Rene, up in a second place, very nicely done. And yeah, this is the point where you'll see the drivers tap the side of the helmet, they'll point forwards, they'll want to work together as Hunter sends the move to the inside. Tristan Rene's lost 3 places in 2 corners there. They want to work together, they want to get after the car in front, but very often they'll do one thing and then do the complete opposite a moment later. So there's no really trusting what another driver can do unless you've had a talk beforehand as to whether or not you're going to work together through the race. Even then you can't fully trust that. You can almost say one thing, lead them into a false sense of security, then do the complete opposite a moment later. So side by side is the 57 that of William Antrobus finds a way through on Charlie Cox. 5-second penalties coming in for Leon Hasty. That's actually been stacked to a 10-second penalty on 2 separate occasions. So a flag infringement and also contact for Leon Hasty. Inside line open up for Cian Geraghty. That's on Kai Hunter. He gets the car stopped quite nicely and works his way through now into third place. Kai Hunter once again having to go sort of semi-defensive. In fact, actually, no, that's on the 8 of Joshua Graham, I should say. He himself had to go defensive. Seven minutes plus the lap still remaining. There's contact between two cars here, the 131 and the 127. That's a bit further down in the field, outside of the top 20. That's Finley Buck and Lex Quintes. Side by side as Cian Geraghty goes through on Harrison Crowther. That's up in a second place. So the lap previous, he done it on Kai Hunter. This time he does it on Harrison Crowther. Kai Hunter wants to get involved, tries to send the move to the inside, but Crowther has the momentum to swing the long way round. A point forward from Kai Hunter, then he goes to the inside to try and attack Harrison Crowther. A send late to the inside from Tristan Rene, though. That was a twitch. Sold Kai Hunter the dummy. Found his way through into fourth place. Kai Hunter launches a counter-attack. Can't quite find the space, but Tristan Rene goes in deep. Forces the space open for Kai Hunter. And now, I think that's Joshua Graham trying to close back in. Harry Bartle, also the number 2. Look out for him as he's got himself involved. Of course, these guys defending with all their might, covering that inside line. As they've got the, of course, the right to do, cover off that inside line to stop someone else from coming through or to set up a switchback. Obviously, weaving around, that's far from allowed. You can't be doing that. You've got to be proactive, and you've got one movement. And you've got to be predictable, but of course the drivers want to keep their positions. They've got a right to do that. Cian Geraghty, though, straight up the inside as Jack West almost slams the steering wheel with frustration there, I think. So Cian Geraghty is through back into the race lead. Point forward from Harrison Crowther as Jack West goes through. To defend that position. Harrison Crowther trying to go to the outside of him now. This is where Jack West needs to be clever because they can't be fighting this hard as he almost mounts the rear end there. In fact, gets over him and Kai Hunter gets spun round and up into the air there. Oh my goodness me, that's huge. Harry Bartle. And an immediate red flag there called. So hopefully the number 2 of is okay. We'll obviously update you when we can, but that was a pretty huge hit for Harry Bartle. That's going to bring a stoppage to this race with 5 minutes and 13 seconds left to go. Of course, quick response from race control, and hopefully we can assess the situation as soon as possible. All we can do at this stage, of course, is just await confirmation. The drivers have been stopped just on the infield, and we'll await further instruction, of course. So now just waiting for the final drivers to line themselves at the back end of this red flag train. And of course, quick response from marshals and ambulance crew to be straight on the scene to assist Harry Bartle. Of course, all started from one sort of small misjudgment, and then it sort of cascades into one bigger thing. As you can see, the drivers still sat in the karts, maybe having some conversation amongst themselves, seeing what the sort of plan is, speaking to the marshals and confirming what's next for this race. So with, well, like I say, 5 minutes and 13 seconds left, we'll have to wait and see what the plan is for the restart, but obviously the priority is to make sure that Harry Bartle is okay. Obviously, it's a very busy time in race control throughout the day as normal, but especially right now to make sure everything is done to the letter of the law and done as effectively and as safely as possible. That's always the priority. And hopefully soon we can get an update on whether or not he is okay. And quick shout out as well to, while we're under the red flag, to Chris Simpson in the van on the way to the airport on the way back from Franciacorta in Italy for the World Championships, I think, for Chris Simpson. So obviously out there covering it, I would imagine, and yeah, on the way back, tuning in. And shout out to you. It was I think he was one of the camera operators at Warden Law, was he, Chris Simpson? Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was part of the crew at Alpha Life. Great guy. We'll have to wait and see what's to come, obviously, for the end of this race. But you can see the drivers are out of the karts and de-kitting for the moment. Just a moment to sort of breathe and relax after that incident. Some of them are returning to the paddock. Probably desperate for toilet, I imagine. Maybe that's why they're running over. Take the opportunity while they can. Obviously, it's a time of confusion for the drivers as well. They're probably equally as anticipating the news and of everything that's going on. Debriefing with mechanics and teammates, as you can see with some of the drivers. There, Agnes Scrivener speaking with someone. Not entirely sure as to obviously what they're saying, but probably make some educated guesses. A few drivers maybe debriefing about what's going on and straight to the fence, almost like it's the stoppage in a boxing match or something, straight back to the team to maybe talk over some strategies or some words of encouragement, or how was the pace? Was I quick enough on track or whatever? Is there still a chance? Like I say, we'll update you guys as soon as we get news. The ambulance, from what I can see, is back off the circuit and is moving back to station, I would imagine. So like I say, once we get news, we'll update. Just having to hold fire for the moment. And then hopefully we can get this race back underway and have a pretty good finish. So we're being told, actually, and this is great news, Harry Bartle, who was the driver that flipped over about 3 times over the barrier and nosedove into the grass, was able to get up, walk on his own steam and into the ambulance, which is always a great sign. Obviously, adrenaline and things is always going to help that, but he'll get checked over and things, and all should be good. It was a pretty scary incident. I think looked worse than it was, and when it sort of happened, you had one cart go over nearly into sort of mounting the shoulders of Jack West, mounting the rear of his cart. And then that sort of cascaded and catalysed something where Hunter got spun round, and then it just caused that thing. And as soon as you just hit it at the wrong angle, you become a ramp, and that, as simple as that. It was a very easy thing to have happened, especially when they're racing as hard as they are. But I think the drivers are being told that they'll get back underway very shortly. He'll definitely feel it in the morning, let's put it that way, but thank God he is okay, yeah, absolutely. So, just getting told about the restart, and similar to what we had in the 177s, it will be a single file restart with 5 minutes and 14 or 13 seconds left on the clock. So they'll get back in, the clock will tick down for that formation lap, and then we'll go racing again. So, yeah, Harry Bartle was able to walk away into the ambulance. Is all okay for those that saw the crash and want an update? We've already alluded to it, but he got up, he walked into the ambulance. Adrenaline, he'll definitely be feeling it in the morning. That's no bottom line to that one. But yeah, he is okay. No major dramas, probably some bumps and bruises and things, as you would probably understand and expect, but definitely one of those that looked worse than it did. And the driver's obviously going to be learning from it and try not to repeat it in the restart. 5 minutes 13 seconds, and like I say, we'll have a rolling restart from where they are, from whatever positions they're in, and we'll go racing once more. Get to end this with a high. Keane Geraghty obviously was fighting at the front, was up there with Kai Hunter, who dropped back into the pack ever so slightly. Obviously Jack West went up with him. Yeah, then sort of Harrison Crowther getting back involved in a three-way fight with them. They were defending and jostling for position. So everyone getting sat back down, and when that final confirmation, the ambulance is back into its post. So we should be all clear to get back going again as soon as everyone is ready, or as soon as all the marshals are back at their post. And drivers, I'm sure, are ready to get this one back going again. Just a quick update with penalties and things as well by the time we got to the red flag. So Finley Buck put under investigation, the 131. Leon Hasty received 2 5-second penalties, 1 for a flag infringement and 1 for contact. So that's obviously going to set him back, especially now everyone's bunched back up again and there's only 5 seconds to do anything. It's very unrealistic to see him making much, unfortunately, of an impact, despite the fact he's absolutely rapid. And be interesting to see what happens with the investigation with Finley Buck, who, again, has been very good. And we'll roll back the order to the last full lap that we completed. So that would have been the order as of lap 6, which to my timing screen would be Jack West from Geraghty, Crowther, Hunter, obviously not Harry Bartle. So Rene will get promoted up into 5th. But that's how it's going to rack up. So Jack West will start effectively from pole position once they've sorted everyone out. And yeah, those that have now just come back after the red flag delay and things, there you can see one of the clerks speaking to the drivers, briefing them on what's happening and how to go forward. But yeah, the driver involved in the incident, Harry Bartle, got up into the ambulance, pretty much a passenger really. There's not much that he could have done. It all sort of started from one cart going up onto the back end of another one, then slowing them both down, sending them wide, bringing up loads more carts into contention. Kai Hunter got spun round, and that then caused everything beyond that. So Hunter, of course, has been thrown a bit of a lifeline to keep him in the front end contention, because if it carried on as it was, it would have been quite difficult for him to make money inroads forwards. But again, we'll run through as soon as they get back going properly. So it shouldn't be too much longer. I think, again, clerks and people and officials are just looking at the situation and how efficiently to get back to the point that we were to go racing properly. Because, again, when things are this serious, you want to make sure it's done properly. You don't want to have anyone accidentally having an advantage or a disadvantage. But 5 minutes plus a lap on the clock, so not long to have left in the race by any means. So they're going to have to get back up to temperature quite quickly. They'll have obviously the rolling lap. They'll then go from single file. It's going to be quite intense. And again, it's one of those where everyone's bunched up again. So those that maybe lost some ground in a pack are right back up involved again. So they're going to want to go for moves. And with 5 minutes left to go, again, anything can happen. That's probably going to be 6 laps of racing, maybe. It depends. That awkward 13 seconds could get them going again. But Jack West, final fist bumps, gets himself back into the kart. So we'll wait and see what's going to come about of this one. And again, if obviously people are looking at this going, yeah, all the results are provisional because of penalties and things, if you head over to Alpha Time, and you'll see all the results page, everything official gets posted there with penalties and things. So it's all publicly available. You can go and watch it after the event. Go and look at it after the event. You can always watch it after the event here on Alpha Live. But you can go and look at it, confirm the results, and see exactly who is where, because I know on track, provisionally at the flag can sometimes be a bit different to what you actually see. And the hard work that goes in for each of these drivers to be here. Of course, karting is not an easy sport, not a cheap sport by any means, and the hard work for some families to make it work and to be here on such a high level. The support from their sponsorship, I'm sure they're all very, very grateful for everything that they get. So we're running as close as possible to getting this back underway. But a big shout out while we're here, again, the efficient work of timekeepers, race control, stewarding, Motorsport UK, the UKC stuff, everyone here for making this possible. The marshals, the medical crew, the ambulance, everyone who works at the circuit here at Paul Fletcher International. It's been a long weekend, a weird weekend in some veins, but all of the hard work from everyone involved has definitely made it worth it. And obviously we're going to have incidents and things. They're racing at this level. There's so much pressure. There's so much at stake. But the way the weekend has been run and the issues this morning with the weather and things, it's been handled about as good as you could hope for. And we're very grateful to all of them for being here. Obviously, shout out to the likes of the drivers. William Antrobus, one of them there. He was racing inside the top 10. In fact, we'll start this from P9. And obviously to all the team members, to the mechanics, I know how hard you guys work, definitely with keeping the drivers happy, with tweaking things, with making sure everything's working as effectively as possible. Obviously the driver is the one driving the thing, but you're the one getting it set up and working long days, being here at a racetrack, obviously sometimes sleeping in your car, sleeping in a tent, not always got the luxury of a hotel bed. So a big thank you to everyone and all of that hard work. It is noticed and it is appreciated to get us to go racing, and to all of the driver sponsors and things, and everyone that's chipped in to help out. Again, it's the sport that we love, and it's the sport that we hope we can continue to do for years to come, especially for a lot of these drivers. They want long and prosperous careers, rising through the ranks, so a lot of them definitely have the capability of doing that. So Jack West did get back into the car. He's now got back out of it again. They're just trying to confirm the order, I think, and drivers obviously are always going to dispute that. They want to be as high up as possible, but at the end of the day, the marshals have got their job to do, and they've got to get, from what they can see, and get those carts into the order that they believe to be right, which usually is the case. So is there any quick tangents anyone wants to go on in the YouTube chat while we're still waiting for a couple more minutes? I mean, we've gone through a couple. I mean, if anyone's got any more suggestions. And yeah, obviously big thank you to James Fitchew and to Alpha Live and all of our camera ops as well. I mean, they've been stood out for both very long days. Yesterday from 10:30 till about 6:30, I want to imagine. Today, obviously, we've had a bit of a weird day, but we're still here and we've still got to pack down afterwards as well. So these guys, of course, have got a lot of work ahead of them. One of them has just messaged the WhatsApp chat saying they desperately need the toilet. Shout out to Liam Lyle. So that's unfortunate for him. He's got to wait until the end of this race to be able to go for that one. Oh no, he's been permissioned to go to the toilet. James Fitchew and all of his grace has been able to give him that respite. But yeah, obviously shout out to all of the team. Obviously James Fitchew, Daniel Lebs, Liam, Pound. Who else have we got in here? We've got Chris. Hang on. We've got Samuel as well, and other Zach as well on the camera. Shout out to him, and Kev Harris as well down in pit lane doing all the interviews, and was up here in the early afternoon with me in the commentary box. So obviously big thanks to everyone and all of their hard work over the weekend. I think the drivers are getting back into their karts, and a good shout actually, Harry Power. Who's got the best helmet? Who do we think? James Fitchy says William Antibus. I think he likes, is it the W on the back of his helmet that he's got? Yeah, I do like that one. Oh, well, for his initials, yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely. So, well, it's yeah, some nice helmets out there. I do like the designs, and again, there are some pretty nice ones out there. The liveries as well. What's your favorite kart livery going on around the grid? Do you like the Guy Cunningtons? Do you like the Dan Hollands, KL Sports? What do we think is the best one? Maybe best overalls. I do like that one actually from Harry Crowther. That helmet, the chrome reflection with the color scheme looks pretty cool. Engines are started though, which is a good sign. We'll get the karts rolling. The timer will tick down by the time they get to their formation lap. We're under a full course yellow until obviously they come back round again. But crucially, the karts are back out on circuit. We've got 5 more minutes of racing. The Cosmic Chassis livery is coming in as a favourite. I do like the purple and the white. It is a good shout there from Harry Power. Sorry, who said the Cosmic? Apex iRacer says Cosmic. Yeah, good shout. He likes the one that makes the kart go faster, says Paul. Yeah, nice one. Hunter's Lid. He likes Kai Hunter's Lid. Do definitely agree. So there's some good ones out there. Anyway, we've got the karts round on their final formation lap. Really, the timer is ticking down, so we are going to get. Well, this will actually be, by the time they get round, about a 4-minute. We've got Noah Wolf coming into the YouTube chat supporting Jack West after victories in the World Finals in KZ2 and the previous winner of this championship. So hello to Noah Wolf and thank you for your support to Jack West. Congratulations on your victories in KZ as well. That's impressive. I hope the weekend was all good for you. And yeah, Jack West is looking strong. He'll start this from effectively pole position. He'll be the effective safety car to start us off. Was looking quite strong. Of course, the prize for winning this race, the Rotax National Trophy, this final, the winner gets a ticket to Bahrain for the Rotax MAX Grand Finals. He's whoever wins, whoever comes out on top, will be a very deserved winner. I'm very much looking forward to it. Those that already have one inside the top lot should be Keane Geraghty is one I definitely know has. So Jack West I don't think has got one already, the number 9, so he'll be gunning for that one. In terms of who's going to be lining up, so a quick rundown. We've got Jack West, Keane Geraghty, the front 2, Crowther from Hunter, the top 4. Then comes Rene, Graham, the top 6, Perrelli, Antibus, Cox, and Ewan Charman has worked his way up inside the top 10 as well. So all to play for in the final, 3.5 minutes by the time we get there. So 4 laps of racing around PF International to see who gets that ticket. It's been chaotic and dramatic and exciting. Almost any positive adjective that you can throw at this race, at these races, at this weekend. As I think the green flag will wave and Jack West, very early, will put his foot to the floor and send us underway for 3.5 minutes of racing action. And look at the jump that he's got on the rest of the pack. He's timed that beautifully. Keane Geraghty there in 2nd place. Harrison Crowther will follow suit in 3rd, and that single file restart gets us underway nice and cleanly. So far, so good, I think, for the most part. A lot of the field still trying to get some tyre temperature back in. But look at the gap for Jack West. Ewan Charman at the back end of the top 10. He's fighting away with the likes of Joshua Turnbull. Jack Lilly, I think, is one of them that's putting some pressure on in the 321. You could see just about able to get the drive off the corner. Tristan Rene under pressure from, I think that's Harrison Crowther in the Guy Cunnington Racing Machine. Tristan Rene goes off the road, loses 4 karts in one straight away into that chicane. So a good launch from the lead, and oh my goodness me, spun round there, Ewan Charman does a perfect pirouette. Into the barrier though goes Jack Lilly. And that's going to bring an end to his race with just 2.5 minutes left to go. It's drama on this lap as well. And getting very aggressive down the pit straight. No love lost at all between these drivers. They are punching everything they can out of this. Through the left, down the hill. Now Jack West has been closed in by Keane Geraghty, who looks to go to the inside for the hairpin. Brakes nice and calmly on the inside, gets it stopped. Now the driver's there for Jack West. Do they want to dispatch the rest of the field, or are they going to battle for the lead? They've got Kai Hunter closing in, and they're a quick recovery, and that proves how good Kai Hunter is. I mean, he got spun round, he saw someone go flipping over the barriers, and he's recomposed himself to be back into this race-winning mentality so quickly. Not any driver could do that. One that separates the good from the great. 1 minute and 37 seconds, so 3 laps to go at the line. As Cian Geraghty leads us onto the pit straight, and a point forward from Jack West there. Cian Geraghty already has that ticket. Jack West knows that. Probably knows he doesn't need to fight this one too hard. But Kai Hunter closing back in. So it's Strawberry versus Dan Holland Racing versus Hunter Motorsport. 3 teams inside the top 3. The 7 from the 9 from the O. On the brakes and pretty tidy for the most part. Just hitting their late apex, getting that power down. Through the chicane. And back towards the end of the lap, heading on to what will be the penultimate lap of this race, of this season. Obviously, we ended off the UKC, and that's a send to the inside from Kai Hunter. And Jack West gets tapped round, and that's completely unfortunate for the number 9, Kai Hunter. Incredibly aggressive to the inside. Harrison Crowther trying to keep his position as well. He's got Joshua Graham for company, forces him to the inside as well. And that's so unfortunate for Jack West, who was racing so well, but that's the brutality of motorsport. Sometimes you can get caught out like that. Jack West gets put under investigation anyway for the race restart. Probably went a bit too early. Harrison Crowther under investigation, so I'm sure a lot of things are going to come out after this race is concluded. Timer tick 0. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Joshua Graham leading that train from Harrison Crowther just in behind. Jack West trying to final his way back into contention and salvage something out of this. He did a full pirouette. Somehow is still in and amongst the battle. On to the penultimate lap of this race. Oh, sorry, off of the penultimate lap, onto the final lap, I should say. We'll have to wait and see as to what's going to happen after the incident between Kai Hunter and Jack West, and what the stewards think of it. Final lap of the day, though, here at PF International. The checker flag awaits the arrival of one man and one man only, that being Cian Geraghty. Jack West still has to trooper on, because after penalties and anything like that, it's still possible. Following in on the number 7, that is our race leader now making its way through the chicane. Harrison Crowther under pressure from the Jax Motorsport, Jamie Perrelly, through the chicane for the final time. All eyes, of course, to Cian Geraghty. He's not been involved in any skirmishes, in any battles, really. He's kept it clean, he's kept it consistent. Our UKC 2025 Senior Rotax Champion. He's already got the ticket to Bahrain. He wants another one. He celebrates across the line. He takes victory here at PF International for the final race of the day, for the final race of the Rotax National Trophy. What a drive from Cian Geraghty. And what a day to remember. But who is going to get that ticket to Bahrain? Cian Geraghty, he can't have it. He can't have 2. He can't go to Bahrain twice. Kai Hunter, obviously the second place driver, but maybe under a bit of an investigation. Hot water with the stewards after contact with Jack West. Joshua Graham potentially could be the one to get it after penalties. And what a dramatic, barnstorming way to finish things off here for the Rotax National Trophy. It's been a weird weekend. Harry Power has nominated himself to take the ticket. How brave of you, thank you, in the YouTube chat. Obviously, all results are provisional. That is a very good point in the YouTube chat. And I'm sure these are very provisional results coming in from each of the drivers. Obviously, tensions can sometimes boil over from all of them. But there you can see the number 9 of Jack West is probably going to feel quite hard done by after that race. And to cap it all off, obviously, Kev Harris, there you can see him. Let's see if he can give us a wave. There he is. Hey, Kev Harris. There we go. Yes, he'll hopefully be having a chat with our race winner of Keane Geraghty very shortly. But again, a final opportunity to, obviously from my side, and to say thank you to everyone here at PF International, to say thank you to everyone at UKC for having me on the commentary this season, for James for putting up with me all year as well. It's a pleasure. And it's been amazing to watch. I hope everyone at home has enjoyed it as well. Thank you to the marshals, medical crew and staff at UKC. The final results read of 2025. Keane Geraghty from Kai Hunter and Joshua Graham with a big old asterisk over this entire results page. Harrison Crowther, Jamie Perrelli, the top 5 from Jack West in P6. Then comes William Antrobus and Leon Hasty, John Brown and Tristan Rene, the top 10. And that rounds off the final senior Rotax of the season. Let's see what's happened behind that, though, because I'm sure it was just as close as ever. We saw a frenzy of karts come across. Joshua Turnbull, Louis Harvey from Alexander Cole, Jack Thompson and Ewan Chalman, the top 15. Behind that comes Oliver Liversedge, Mikey Walker, Daniel Kilpatrick and Agnes Scrivener from Charlie Cox, the top 20. Louis America from Finley Buck, Morgan Hudson-Brown and William Pemble from Kieran Ives, Freddie Werlock, Benjamin Lee, Callum Kinder, Lewis Sumner and Caitlin Seabrook, the 30th driver to cross the line, some 15 seconds back off the leaders. Behind that, of course, we've only got a couple more, I'd imagine. Yeah, we've got Freddie Ingram, Jack Lilly, Harry Bartle, who unfortunately flipped over the barriers and brought a red flag about halfway through that race. Lex Quintes from Max Taylor and Miles Roby, a DNF in that race. In fact, a number of DNFs in that race. That's going to wrap it up for the action then in terms of the on-track stuff. Hopefully we'll be able to run down to Kev and have a chat with him. So we'll run down, have a chat with Keane Geraghty and Kev Harris.
Lovely, thanks, Zach. Well, I'm with race winner now, Keane Geraghty. Keane, fantastic win for you there. Obviously won yesterday the championship overall, won here in the standalone event. You got 2 tickets to the Grand Finals. It's been quite a weekend.
Yeah, really good weekend. I mean, we've been really fast throughout since Friday. I mean, topping every practice session, so we knew we were good coming into the weekend. Yesterday I had to be a bit more sensible, just sort of, you know, make the right sort of decisions, no risks, because I had to sort of like try and make sure I get the championship. Then today, with it being the one-off, just like, yeah, I could sort of show my pace and go and take the win, really.
Yeah, and I'm saying 2 tickets. Obviously, you can't have 2 tickets. We'll see who today's ticket goes to. You're already on the plane for Bahrain. But what a final race here today. That super final had it all. And your teammate, Harry Bartle, went spinning. And thankfully, he's up and at him and he's walking around. Seems to be unscathed.
I mean, yeah, I'm really glad he's okay. I've seen the video of the crash. It wasn't nice at all. So, yeah, it's really good to see him walking. But, yeah, there was a lot going on in that final. I mean, I sort of went back at the start. I had to just sort of keep my head, and then I knew I had the pace to get back through if I sort of stayed in the top 5, which I did. So, yeah, got back to the lead and then just sort of got away, really.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, mate. Well, a strong weekend from you. As always, who would you like to thank?
Same as yesterday, really. Strawberry Racing, they've done a mega job all year, not just in this championship, but all year round, to make sure I've got a car that can win. Jamie Tyler for mechanicking me, does a great job. My dad for bringing me, my mum who supports me at home. Yeah, everyone in Strawberry who's behind the scenes, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Well done. A pleasure. Huge congratulations on your championship win and then on your national trophy win today. Well done.
Thank you very much.
There he goes. There's your race winner, Keane Geraghty of Strawberry Racing. A really strong weekend for him. Like I said yesterday, taking the UKC 2025 championship title, and today taking that Rotax National Trophy title as well. That is it from us here at PF International. Then it has really been a fantastic weekend's racing. Big thanks at this point in time as we wrap things up to all of the team at Alpha Live who have brought us the pictures. James and his crew, James director and the crew, cameramen have been brilliant all weekend long. Big thanks to Zach Sweeney as well, been in the commentary booth all year, all day and all year with us here at the UKC in his first season. Brilliant job from Zach. And thanks to all of you for watching wherever you are right now. Over 1,000 viewers tuned in at this point in time right now, so thanks for watching. Do follow us on the Instagram. Go and find the Ultimate Karting Championship. Give them a follow. Zach's on there. I'm on there. Kev Harris. So stay in touch. We'll keep you up to date with everything else that's going on in the off-season. And as always, thanks to Paul and Sonia, the overall organisers of the Ultimate Karting Championship. But as the lights go out here down in the paddock and the Parc Ferme area, there's one thing left to say, and that's from all of us here in 2025. Until next year, see ya.